Good morning, welcome to Germany, welcome to Düsseldorf, welcome to Bandai Card Fest, welcome to the One Piece Card Games Season 2 Finals for Europe. I'm Ross Gilbert and I'm joined today by the lovely Taj Dalawa. How you doing, buddy?
I am absolutely fantastic, Ross. Looking forward to a wonderful day of amazing One Piece card game action.
Yeah, we're going to show you top 32, top 16, top 8, top 4. We are going to have our final as well. The final is going to be over on the main stream where they are doing back-to-back finals. Dragon Ball Masters. Oh, Dragon Ball Fusion Worlds first. There we go. Yep. Then Dragon Ball Masters, then Digimon, then Gundam, and then One Piece finishing off before we give some prizes. We've got a full day of action here at Bandai Card Fest, but we are not worried about any other games in their finals this morning, Taj. Not here, not on this stream. We are worried about figuring out who is going to be in that One Piece finals, because if you're in the finals, you've got your Worlds invite secured, and they don't invite many people to Worlds for One Piece. This is pretty huge.
Absolutely is. So on this channel, we will find out what two players are going to make it to the World Championship Final. So make sure you stay tuned for all of the action today and who will be crowned the king or queen of the European Pirates.
Yeah, absolutely, and I cannot stress enough, we spoke to a lot of players this weekend. One of the great things about being in the venue, being here with the players, you get to talk to them a lot, and everyone we speak to, it is, I want to be in that final, I want to get that Worlds invite. A friend of ours, Chris Shiv, is in the top 8 of the Gundam card game. They were #1 seed, a 7-0 record, and when we spoke to them this morning, what was the one thing they said? Want to make the finals, want to get that Worlds invite.
Yeah, that's the important thing. Try and get yourself to Japan beginning of next year for that World Championship Finals. We've got an interesting day ahead of us. Obviously, yesterday we had 10 rounds of Swiss.
We did.
Which is basically, for those of you that don't know, you get paired up against players with a similar standing as yourself throughout the day as the rounds go on, leaving us with our undefeated winners at the end. And then we figure out the top 32 based upon your play and your opponent's win rankings to get you into that top 32, which is where our players are today. Today's a very different format from yesterday. Yesterday was a best of 1, 30-minute rounds plus overtime. Today we have got 1-hour rounds, best of 3. Now your seeding is very important as well, isn't it, Ross?
I was going to say, we're not doing dice rolls today to decide who goes first. There is no randomness as to whether you get to decide to go first or second. We have seedings. So when you sit down opposite, you will have different seeds. Whoever is a higher seed will get the choice of whether they go first or second in game 1. And then obviously from there, it's whoever lost the previous game gets the choice. But crucially, you get the choice in game 1. That cannot be overstated how huge that is in some of these matchups to have that choice. And obviously, we're then kind of separating out by brackets and all of that. So the 1 and 2 seeds on opposite sides, we'll worry about that later. The most important thing is if you are, let's say, completely randomly, let's say you're like the 12th seed against the 21st seed, as a random hypothetical, off the top of my head example, then the 12th seed will be choosing whether they go first or second in game 1. That is absolutely crucial. Best of 3, you win 2 games, you carry on. The prizes do go up quite nicely as you go through this top cut, and when you get to the final, you got your Worlds invite, nice little break, and then you're back on the mainstream to compete for the title of European champion.
Absolutely. And that important thing about being higher seed, especially in this current meta, where going first or second is so important and critical depending on what decks you're playing, and especially the decks we're going to be talking about in just a moment, is extremely important, can have a huge impact on the game. And obviously with a 1-hour time limit, if both players are level at the end of that time, we go to overtime. But if one player's got a 1-game win and we go to overtime, that player's through.
Absolutely.
So that first game win can be so important in a top cut like we're going into today. But talking about the bracket and how things have fallen, our top 32 has been made up by 6 different leader cards. We have 1 Rayleigh in our top 32. We have 1 Bello Betty, which is a massive surprise.
Did not see that coming.
Bello Betty is still about, and we've got 1 that's made it through. And then we also have 1 Lim. And then, as we were expecting, we've got 5 Zoros. We've got 11 Emus, and our highest represented leader is Ace with 13 captains trying to use that Ace leader to take them to the World Championships.
No, absolutely. We knew Ace and Emu were going to be the big decks coming in. We expected Emu to be slightly ahead in numbers. Turns out it's 13 for Ace, 11 for Emu. That doesn't really make a huge difference. They are both, they average out to 12. One's a bit above, one's a bit below. The important thing is they are the top 2 decks. Zoro, as expected, is sitting there in 3rd place with 5. We weren't sure what we were going to get other than those 3. We haven't got any Roger. The starter deck 12 Zoro and Sanji was one that was a little bit hyped. We saw one doing well on stream yesterday. That didn't make it. We ended up with one Lim, one Betty, and one Rayleigh. Those are the 3 other decks. So if you're rooting for an underdog, a surprise, oh, hang on a second, how did that happen? Those are the 3 decks you want to be watching, your Lim, your Betty, and your Rayleigh.
Yeah, absolutely. And our feature match for the first top 32 game, you can see the players on the screen there now, is Will, who finished 21st on Ace, who's from Liverpool. And we have got Amvi, a local German player, piloting Lim, who finished 12th. So Lim has the highest seeding and would decide whether to go first or second. This is, if you like your football, this is a classic encounter, England versus Germany here.
It is a classic, classic World Cup football encounter here. We've got England versus Germany. We've got Will against Amvi. We've got Lim against Ace. And it's good. Oh, and they're actually both rocking those sleeves. Look, we got a second before we start. I'm going to point out those sleeves. They're the only sleeves I picked up in the shop yesterday, Taj. They are the optimal sleeves this weekend. They are the key art for the event in sleeve form. They're beautiful. And, yeah, I needed to point that out, and now I have, so I'm happy.
Yeah, I need to make sure that I try and get some before we finish.
You didn't pick them up?
I have to go to the shop and make sure I get some. I haven't had the time to go over there.
Taj, you're on the One Piece stream all weekend. How did you not pick up those sleeves yet?
I've been on the One Piece stream all weekend.
I mean,
So,
that's
yes.
a fair point. That is a fair point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It looks great. Players are ready. We're going to get underway. It looks absolutely... I just can't wait.
There's the fist bump. Taj, we're rolling in top cut. We're rolling in top 32. We've got Amvi. Well, the names are the wrong way round, I believe, right now, as our...
No,
they're not.
the
We
right
good?
way. Yep,
oh, I
Amvi, but-
apologize. I'm an idiot. Right, let's get rolling. Turn 1, Atama there from Will. And, well, you get to draw some cards because your leader is dual-colored.
Yeah, absolutely. Synergy there with, obviously,
And less life.
Atama and Ace being such good friends from the land of Wano. So, yes, Atama doing some good action for the first turn there, being able to get some extra cards in hand, indeed.
And Amvi does get that turn 1 cost Lim. That is what you're looking for as that Lim player.
Absolutely, such an important card. It does so much for you as a Lim player. It's just there to make sure that you can restand one of your Odyssey characters at the end of the turn. So now, when you're going to be using that leader ability and cheating out extra Odyssey cards, which obviously all cards get played rested,
They do.
you'll be able to use this ability of this Lim to be able to reactivate and make sure that they're not vulnerable to attacks from this Ace deck, especially with that 6,000 power Ace leader, which can deal with things quite easily.
Very important. We see the monkey. You do see the monkey to Garp coming down. Let's go and grab any card that is a free cost or higher. Only works if you've got an Ace Sabo or Luffy leader, but you do, so you're good. Turns out there was an Atmos that we grabbed. Oh, and then an Izzo as well. So many good one-cost searches in this Ace deck. Izzo goes against a Whitebeard Pirate. So between Atama drawing cards, Garp searching, Izzo searching, big consistency boost in the first couple of turns from Will there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Izzo also has a secondary function as well. When your opponent does attack, you can trash it and get to draw a card, potentially giving you an extra counter in hand. And this is where this Ace deck is so powerful. There's so much draw power with it, especially when your characters get KO'd as well. It's just really, really powerful.
It is. We see a 6k swing on the Lim leader here, which is just countered out with that Uta. So tentative swing, make your opponent waste some resources. Now we're using some, and we're going for the Sabo. And if you're thinking, hang on a second, you didn't have enough Don to play that Sabo, remember that the Lim leader skill lets you rest 3 Don, add a Don card from your Don deck rested, and play an Odyssey card of a cost of 5 or less from your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Sabo is going to be really, really imperative going forward, because when it does attack, if you've got 3 or more rested character cards, it does let you draw a card. So essentially, you will use... you will cheat out another character, swing with your characters that you got on board, and then when you swing with Sabo, it lets you get that extra draw, which is really important in a deck like Lim. Gives you that consistency, able to have that power of extra cards in your hand as well. So, yeah, really useful indeed.
Absolutely. Well, down does come that Atmos that we searched for a moment ago. Lets you reveal a couple of Whitebeard Pirates cards, and then you get to return a 4 cost or lower to your opponent's hand. Which, are we doing that? I mean, presumably you go for the Lim here, right? You might not have the cards to show. Either way, it does look like we got some Don on Ace, and we are swinging, but we're countering out there nice and easily with Nami. and then we're passing over. Worth noting, we haven't said it out loud yet, that Lim does have a downside to the leader, whereby all of your characters come into play rested. It's why so many of these Odyssey cards have restand abilities.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, your perfect synergy is if you can get that Doflamingo out, which allows, if you've got 2 or more rested characters, restand itself. You've got the 3-cost Lim as well, which at the end of your turn, if you've got 3 or more rested characters, set this character as active. So if you sequence everything correctly, now you've got the Sabo on board that you can potentially bring out the Lim and the the Doflamingo if you've got it, and restand everything, which is so good. Having that 1-cost Lim on the board really does help.
That does make a big difference here. So we're eyeing up some Don. We're having a little bit of a think if we're Ambi here. Your 12 siege or the highest siege, you've got the choice of first or second. So this first game becomes so important. If you lose, out we go. We have a little bit of a swing with Lim.
Yeah, that is obviously to get a rested character now. So then the Sabo, when it does attack, if he does get those characters on board now.
You get to draw.
Yeah,
but it's just weird seeing a swing for nothing. So his opponent kind of like jokingly like, well, I'll counter with nothing.
So he's obviously played the Lim now for 1 to get another rested character. Going to use the leader ability at some point here as well, obviously.
Right now we have a 6k swing from the leader. Of course, one of the things about Ace, it is a 6k leader. So every swing you go for has to be at least minimum 6k. But we are going to just counter. Well, no, we're going to use Ace's skill to discard Iron Whitebeard to get that 2k bump. It's not technically a counter, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now swinging with the Sabo, and obviously once you swing with the Sabo, it's counted as a rested character. The 2 limbs and Sabo mean that he could draw a card, and that's why Umvi played that Lim and swung with that 1-cost Lim at 4-0, just to be able to get that extra card draw, and then we'll be able to restand one of those at the end of this turn. But first uses Mihawk to be able to restand that Sabo and get another 8k swing in. Really putting the pressure here on Will early on, because one thing that Ace has is card advantage in hand. And if you can really pressure them early on and force cards out of hand by going that extra 2k above the leader's base power, you really are doing a great job trying to defeat this Ace deck early on. Already got him down to 2 life, which is really good. And now really forcing that extra counter and having to use an Ezo now to try and find another counter into hand. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Gonna have something. No, life is taken.
Yeah, really good start by Amvi here now.
And it's all about that Mihawk. That Mihawk coming in, restanding one of your characters. It means you can whack Don on the Sabo, get a big swing, but then restand it, and you get double duty of that attached Don. Always huge in One Piece if you can attach Don and then get multiple swings with that character with the attached Don. That's what Mihawk gives you here. And like you say, Amvi just really putting the pressure on with Lim. If you're cheering for an underdog, you're cheering for Amvi and Lim here.
Yep.
But right now, and it looks like we are,
yeah,
just restanding what we're able to at the end of our turn and passing over.
Yeah, no, fantastic. They're using those 2 limbs to be able to restand both the Sabo and the Mihawk to be able to do some more serious damage next turn. Both those are 6k base power, which matches up with the opponent's leader, which is fantastic for Amvi. And obviously next turn does have the ability to be able to ramp again and cheat out another character with that wonderful leader ability as well. So I think we're going to see the limbs being targeted now by these Garp and Atama, as we thought.
So Atama with 0 power, Tai goes to the attacker, so 0 power against 0 power totally works. So Atama and Garp, generally just used for draw and search, are able to remove those limbs from the board, which is kind of cool for Will Hicks. We're actually getting attacking value out of cards which are really just played for support.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Atmos here, you can do a little bit more with Atmos. You've got a 5k body, so you can start swinging into life if you so wish. Yep. Oh, first we get a Jozu. This one, you get to bounce one of your characters back and then bounce one of your opponents. It is the Sabo getting bounced back. And then you've also got the Atama, which you can use for a little bit of draw if you like, or a 2k counter if you don't.
Yeah, no, that's really good to be able to get that Atama back into hand as a 2k counter and get rid of that Sabo, which was really important as well. Now puts Amvi down to just the Mihawk on board, but on 10 Don here gives plenty of options. Now remember, we got the OP13 Shanks that really made this Lim deck so good. You literally play it for 10, but you restand all 10 Don. You can't play characters with it again, but you can still use Lim's leader ability to be able to cheat out another character.
Yeah, so you can basically play the Shanks for all your 10 Don,
Yep.
restand them all, use 3 of them to, play a second character using that Lim skill, but then you've got 7 active Don, and the worst case scenario here is you just attach them and get an extra 7k worth of swings between your leader and your Mihawk, which I don't think is a bad thing, Taj.
I don't think it's a bad thing at all. Yes, absolutely. Especially if you stick it on the Mihawk, use the leader ability to restand the Mihawk. Obviously, stick one under Lim as well to be able to get a 6k swing or maybe even a 7k swing. Try and get a 2k counter from Will. This could be really important now. If you've got the Shanks in hand, this could be a game-winning situation. But does Anvi have it? That's the question.
And that's one of the things. Watching this Lim deck yesterday, watching, people playing about with it and talking about it online over the past few weeks. Since OP13 came out, we'd sometimes see the Zoro, for instance, in this deck, or the Sanji, but really it is Shanks. That is the big new addition in OP13, is that Shanks. But the fact that we're putting a Don on Lim and swinging means that if there is Shanks, you're not playing it, and I don't know why you wouldn't if you had it.
Yep.
So that must mean that Anvi hasn't hit Shanks yet. We see a counter with Garp out of that swing. And this is, I'm sorry to use the pun, but this could be a big swing in the game. This was the Shanks turn, and not having it is a bad thing.
But he does have a Mihawk in hand. I'm pretty sure I saw it, so he can still go for game here just by playing the Mihawk out. So is he going to risk it? Is he going to put the Don underneath this Mihawk, swing with it, and then potentially drop another Mihawk to be able to restand this Mihawk? I think he is going to
Looks like we
attempt
might.
to go for it.
There's a 10k swing. I think there's 4 Don there, plus a 6k base. I think there's a 10k swing.
Yeah, he's going for a 10k swing to begin with, leaving a couple of Don open. On top of the 3, he's going to need to cheat a character out.
Might be using them for event cards on his opponent's turn if this doesn't work. Kind of playing a little bit down the middle, going for game, but keeping some defensive options open just in case. And Will's really having to think about this, whether he's willing to, give up this life or how much, because you're thinking about how many resources it's going to take. But then you're also thinking, if I counter this, is there another swing coming? How big is that swing going to come? Because it might be that you play a Mihawk and then you attach 2 more Don and have a 12k swing next time.
I think how Will reacts to this will determine what Anvi's going to do next. Anvi's just seeing what kind of counters that are going to be used to get out of this 10k swing, requiring a minimum of 3 2ks. 2 2ks and a 1k, so 3 cards minimum. So first of all, starting off with the leader effect, using the Marco.
There's a Tama, there is Yamato, so that's 5k counter. That's up to 11, which is bigger than 10.
Yep, so he has used the leader effect to use a card as a 2k counter. And now,
that's the turn. So you literally just played the Doflamingo using your Lim skill, then used Doflamingo's own skill to restand at the end of your turn. And then we got 2 Don open for any events that might be needed this turn. So Anvi there went for it, but still very much leaving it open for this coming turn. Well, you really want to hit the Shanks.
But it's a smart move by Anvi there, just to make sure that, that there is another. He knows that he's not in any danger here of losing the game with 4 life still there on this turn. So does have the ability to go a bit further, but now will have that 8-cost event in hand to be able to cheat out that big, massive 10-cost, 12,000 power Edward.
Yeah, he must have it. He used one as an A skill earlier to get a 2k bump. You don't do that if you don't have a spare. So he did that. Here we go. Here's a giant 10-cost Newgate, the one that does everything. It's a blocker. You draw 2, you trash 1, you attach 2 Don to your leader and 2 Don to one of your characters as well. So you got big swings coming. We got Jozu there getting those 2 Don going up to a 9k, plus you've now got an 8k leader swinging, and crucially that giant 12k blocker, which is going to be very hard for Anvi to get over on his next turn.
Absolutely. Chose not to use the secondary ability of that event, take a life and give your leader plus 2,000 power. Too risky at this stage, only down to 1 life. I don't want to go down to 0 life.
No.
So now deciding where that 9k swing is going to go. So decides to target that Mihawk.
Only a 6k because the Don do not give a boost on your turn, your opponent's turn, only on yours. So we're going to need 4k counter to get out of this. But it does look like we do actually have We've got slow beam sword, and then we've
This is
also got more.
Such an important play. This card was
Oh.
used against Marshall D. Teach to great effect many
love this.
times, but what this does is Don -1 up to one of your leaders or characters gains 2,000 power for this battle, then rest up to one of your opponent's characters. That's what this is used for. It used to be used against the 10-cost Teach to rest that 10-cost Teach blocker.
Yeah.
Against this ace deck, it does the same job against the 10-cost Edward Newgate, meaning that blocker's not going to be in play this turn now
Nope.
for Will, making this extremely difficult for Will now.
It's not going to activate until Will's next turn. And the slow beam, the counter was irrelevant. It didn't counter
Nope.
for enough. It was just played to rest down the Whitebeard.
Yep.
But it kind of feels like with that Whitebeard on the board and the potential for another one next turn, it feels like if they're going to win, it has to be this turn. They've got to go for game here.
Yeah, let's see what happens here now. But
that is a giant swing.
Yep.
I think that's 6, so that would be 12K.
yeah, only 3 cards in hand. Well, now 4 with a card from life, leader of
Now we're
ability
using
just to
Lim. Is
draw
this going to
one.
be for the Mihawk? It is to restand. And now we see another 12K swing here. Is there any way Will can get out? If they do, there's a very good chance they can go on and win this game. If they can't get out of it, that is game right here. So we got 12K counter onto a 12K onto a 6K leader. We need 7K worth of counter, Taj, or the game is over right here.
5 cards in hand. Can't really quite make out which
One's
ones
a
they
red
are.
rock, and that's no
that's
good
all we
here.
can see is the red rock. Red rock, has he used his leader ability last time? I don't think he did. So
No,
he could
okay,
use-
so the red rock could be 2K
red
with a leader.
rock could be a 2K counter. So does he have enough?
I'm seeing 4 cards with counter. Are there any 2Ks in there?
Let's
There's
see.
an Uta there. Uta's 2K, right? Am I going crazy here?
So we start off with the 2K. We do have the Uta coming down, which is a 2K counter.
I think that's 7K. I think we did it.
With just about enough counter, but
Decimated the hand.
absolutely. But look at the state of, you don't want to be an ace player going into a turn with your opponent's got 4 life left. You really don't have enough to push for game. You're down to 1 card in hand, now 2. Really, really difficult situation here for Will. Anvi's really piled the pressure on here.
I feel like we're going to see a 16K swing with Mihawk or Doflamingo next turn, and but you still got that Newgate, which I mean, even then they might not have enough to counter out, even with the blocking with Newgate.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what happens here, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this next turn plays out. Again, Anvi fairly safe here.
Doesn't look like they're losing it this turn. There could be, I mean, in theory, you could see 5 swings coming, but one of them's a GARP. You got very little in hand.
Well, this is it, and I think Will here will probably be thinking about, can I swing 5 swings and somehow win this first game by using that GARP?
Because there could be 2 11K swings of Anvi next turn. You can block one with the Newgate, and the other one, do you have enough counter? Do you have 6K counter?
Yeah, well, that first swing comes in now, and that was countered. So
no winning the game this turn.
no, not unless you've got a rush character to come out.
Which is
If you've got a Goldie Roger in hand, potentially. But
that would be all of your Don.
and the way he's divvying up his Don, I don't think he's got it.
Doesn't feel like he's got the Goldie Roger. Honestly, with only 3 swings,
Even with the
Newgate,
Goldie Roger, because you still need to commit your Don to the GARP, haven't you? So it's not going to happen.
I mean, there's an argument. If there's another Newgate, maybe you can play one of them, and maybe 2 12K blockers with a small amount of countering could let you survive next turn.
Right, deals with the Mihawk with that Jozu.
That's good. There's still 2 big swings coming next turn, though, with the leader and the Doflamingo, and you've only got 1 blocker out, so you're not out of the woods yet by any stretch.
Yep. So 9 Don available to be divvied out. Just going to go for a 6K swing with leader. Yeah, looks like it.
I'll be willing to take life. I mean, at this point, if you don't feel like you're going to lose the game...
Does he have another Iron Whitebeard? And can he? Nope.
No, he's got a Jozu.
He's going to bounce that Doflamingo back to hand. So that was a very good turn, to be fair.
Yeah, that's huge, because now there's no... You would have to play a character, and then it's just... Yeah, you'd have to play 2 characters and then a Mihawk to read. It feels like a lot to try and get 2 attacks off next turn, and you've got your big Whitebeard blocker. So it does feel like Will's played defense beautifully that turn. KO in the Mihawk, bouncing the Doflamingo with Jozu.
Yeah, having that Jozu in hand as one of your 2 cards was really, really powerful indeed. So gets another Jozu off that Garp search now and passes the turn back over to Amvi. So Amvi now in a position
Feels like the game has swung quite a bit because you know your opponent can just Jozu bump again next turn.
Yep, momentum goes sort of back towards...
Okay, so here's a Demon Aura, though. That's going to rest that new gate. And then we see a giant swing with Lim, and that's enough for RV to take game 1 with Lim.
That Demon Aura, having that in hand, was absolutely amazing. Chef's kiss, perfect way to finish that off. Game 1 to Lim, and it just goes to show why this Lim deck finished 12th yesterday. So powerful, so good if you can get that early momentum.
And I love what Harvey did there. Like, look, I can't deal with your 12-cost Newgate or your 12k Newgate. I'm not dealing with it. I'm going to rest it with slow beam, and then I'm going to rest it with Demon Aura. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm not dealing with your giant blocker. I don't have to. You can't make me.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is how the green matchup sort of works against the Ace and the Emu. It's around green's ability to be able to rest characters.
Yeah.
But in this case, we use a purple counter card from our good old friend Foxy Pirate to be able to rest down a character as a counter. So really important, especially with the Edward Newgates we have, and especially with Emu, with the ability after you play the 5 Elders to have 2 blockers on board, which are unremovable. Yeah. You can rest them down. If you get that early pressure and reduce your opponent to like 1 life or 2 life, you can really, really push for game and make sure that they having to use a lot of cards out of their hand to be able to counter out and survive.
Yeah, and that's what we saw. That was a real pivotal point of the game. We saw that absolutely gigantic swing from RV and Lim there. And Will was able to counter out of it. It took 7k. They had 7k. The problem was, by the time they'd finished, they'd managed to keep a Jozu, which was amazing. That was huge. But that was about all they'd kept. Yeah. And like that last turn they had, getting rid of the Mihawk, and then bouncing Doflamingo with Jozu, having that giant block. Like, they had done everything they could to try and stay in this game, but Army just had enough saved up that it wasn't worth it in the end. It didn't work.
And that's another point as well around, we all know that Ace's ability of whenever a 6k gets KO'd is really important about that draw power.
Yes. And
Envy was ignoring the board.
Yep.
Was totally ignoring it because his rested characters were pseudo blockers. They were targets that Will had to get rid of. So they needed to be. So he knew his life was safe. So he's like, I don't care. I'm going to leave your characters on board. I'm not going to give you that card advantage. I'm not going to give you extra counter in hand. I'm just going to keep swinging at your life. Exactly the way to go about it. Yes, he does draw a card when he takes a card from life.
But that still feels better because you're taking out one of their life.
But it still feels a lot better because if Will's playing anything like Marco or anything else, you just don't want to be able to give him that extra. So yeah, no, absolutely well played for game 1. Now, interesting, it's going to be a bit of a struggle here, but Will does have the advantage of being on curve with the choice to go first, having the choice to go first or second this turn.
Worth noting, we never saw any Marco last game, and that's a blocker who can then draw 2 cards, so both of those are good for the card advantage and for the blocking. So maybe some more Marco in this second game could help to turn the tide just a little bit here. We did see the I Am Newgate into that big Newgate, which seemed like it was going to be so pivotal, but RV just had a way around it both turns where it was relevant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, I just want to point out while we got a second, RV's gone for full Limdon here.
Yes.
They've gone for 10 Limdon in a Lin deck, the full art leader. I like it when players commit to their deck. I mean, in the last one I casted, I believe it was from Utrecht, we had a player who rocked up with a Gecko Moria deck. And it wasn't just Gecko Moria Don, they had a Gecko Moria hoodie and all sorts. But we're off in game 2 here. 1 Lim Don gets rested, and it is that perfect turn 1 play when you're going first, having that 1 cost Lim hitting the board.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a weird one, this, because Lim likes going first, so it's fairly comfortable. But obviously Ace likes going second, so both players pretty much getting a preferential curve here. But yeah, we do see an Izzo, so getting a nice search off early on as well.
Izzo turn 1, absolutely great. So you can go and search out a white bin, like we said before. It's got that skill as well when your opponent attacks to cycle some cards.
Yep.
We got a Jozu that was so important back in game 1. And hopefully, like, we really want to get 2 1 costs here. So if you've got a Garp or if you've got an Atama, something like that, but no, it doesn't look like it. Just the turn 1 Izzo, and then we pass over to Amvi, who's got free Don, but there aren't any good free costs in the deck.
Well, but you still use it for leader ability, which is...
Well, other than the leader ability. No.
Still cheat out of 5 costs.
And that's why I've been a bit facetious there. It's one of the reasons why it's so fun if you're going first.
Yeah.
And this is perfect. You get the turn 1 limb, and then turn 2 you get the leader ability into something like a blocker Doflamingo. Yep.
And
you feel really good.
Yeah, and you ramp and you're up to 4 Don at the end of your turn, and you've got a 5-cost character out as well. And having that limb on board, you can restand it. Now you've got that blocker, 6k blocker on board, which is really, really important. I love the way that this limb deck works. You know, at first you think, oh my god, all my characters come out rested before the sort of people understood what the deck was going to do. But once you see how the mechanics work and how it's grown and improved as the sets have gone on and we've had more Odyssey cards come out, this limb deck really is one of those that, you know, I think is underrated to a certain extent, and it can be a lot of fun to play. I've played this deck in the past, and it's a absolute really fun deck.
Agree entirely. Now, we did have a little bit of a cheeky swing there, but that was just countered out with the Charlotte Pudding, and then we've had the limb come down, do a little bit of searching, and now we get an Anel hitting the board as well. Not the one we saw last game, but if you've got 2 or more rested characters on play, draw 3, trash 2. So +1 card, but importantly, you're seeing 3 more cards, so you should be able to build your hand a little bit more to your liking. Although worth noting that Will on his turn did get the on-curve Marco.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, being able to cultivate your hand early on is so important, isn't it, in this card game? That beautiful SP limb looks stunning as well on the board. So
and then what we saw there was a great example of what you've been laying out all game. We had 3 characters rested, but between the 3 skills, we were able to actually get all of them active again. So the limb, when you play characters they're rested, you're completely irrelevant.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about the sequencing. That limb, if you've got 3 or more rested characters, restands. Doflamingo, you've got 2 or more rested character restands. And then the 1-cost limb restands at Anel. So yeah, wonderful. Sequencing those restands is so fantastic, and it's just so nice to see it when it fires off.
Yeah, we like it very much indeed, and yeah, that special rare is absolutely stunning. He's got a very nice, very nicely done deck here, I think it's fair to say.
Absolutely.
And we'll talk about the Sabo later, because I love that Sabo. We've not got time now. Right now, we saw an ace swing that did take a life away from Amvi there, and then we're seeing Jozu hit the board. That's going to bounce the Izzo back to hand, and it's going to get that Doflamingo blocker off of the board. And it's kind of double win, because the Izzo can either be a counter, or you can play it to search out a Whitebeard later, and then you get rid of one of your opponent's cards, which they really want to keep on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. So, does get rid of that Doflamingo, which is such an important blocker, but again, can be played back out again quite easily. And we are at a stage now where I think Amvi can use leader ability and play out another character on its own as well. But starting off with a 6k swing with the leader.
Yeah,
so
cheeky swing. You can't swing for 5, it's pointless, so you put 1 Don on there, you swing for 6. It's one of the things that makes Ace so annoying. We counter out of it with the other Jozu, and then we have an Anel swing, but we counter out of that with Uta. Worth noting, though, that Anel is a 6k swing that was countered with a 2k. You don't want to be countering 2k when 1k will do.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
usually a sign your hand isn't amazing.
Yeah, does say a lot. So now we see another Anel hitting the board here, being able to draw 3 and trash 2. So trying to find pieces that he might need here, Amvi.
And it's so nice watching this limb against Ace when there's just a bunch of 6k bodies. So you don't have to attach Don to have cheeky swings.
Yeah, absolutely. So we now see Magellan come down. This is a card very early on in Lim I was taking into my deck. People weren't using it, but I was adding this into my deck, and it is so nasty. So on play, you do a Don -1. Your opponent returns 1 Don card from their field to their Don deck. Puts your opponent 1 Don behind, and then if you're on your opponent's turn, when this character is KO'd by your opponent, by one of your opponents, return 2 Don cards from their field to their Don deck. So this is like, you don't want to swing into this. It's one of those characters, a bit like Hikanojo. It's you can't swing into it, but it's constantly going to be doing 6k swings into your leader.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's going to be a target for someone like Jozu, potentially, if there's nothing they really need to get. But no, absolutely, it's a very annoying character, and once you're built to ramp Don, you don't mind a Don -1.
Yeah.
If your opponent isn't built to ramp Don, you can throw them off their curve, and that can be absolutely huge. They should have 8 Don to play in I Am Newgate. Oh, wait, now they've only got 7 Don. That's one more turn before they can play I Am Newgate, and that makes a phenomenal difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think Will would have been expecting this at this stage. So cultivated his hand to make sure he had what he needed to be able to play it on that curve. But now he's slightly off curve and having to try and formulate a different approach to dealing with this board. So that Anel gets swung into by the Jozu and is allowed to go. But now what Will decide to do here? That Marco can be a bit of a cheeky attack as well. A lot of players do decide to use that Marco to swing with, as well as keeping it as a blocker, because when it is attacked and leaves the field, you are drawing 3 cards essentially.
We've got the swing with Josie for the time being. Also worth noting that Magellan wasn't shown in game 1. So Unvi managed to drop it as a surprise in game 2. If you can pull that off, that is huge. Swing 6k with the, 7k with the ace here.
Yep.
And that is going to go through. Things a little bit different in game 2. Unvi's going down on life faster. Ace is actually in Will. They haven't lost any life yet.
Yep. Yeah, slightly different in that sense. But having, like I said, that Magellan on board, it's going to be an extra swing every turn now. And he's probably going to leave it and not restand it. So pretty happy to swing with it. And then the limb and the Nell could be restood as well. So depending on what he decides to play here, Armvi, if he does have a Mihawk as well, that could be really, really important again at this stage. So those Mihawks really did a good shift in the first game. But starting off with a 6k swing with a Magellan into life, trying to force out at least a counter. This could be a is that an Uta 2k counter?
Yeah, he's eyeing up. It's a 2, and that's at least twice, maybe 3 times we've seen a 2k when a 1k would have sufficed. There's plenty of 1k in the deck. Your Atmos, your Izzo, your Garp, your Puddin. There's plenty in there. But if you're hitting 2Ks, then that's wonderful, because it means when your opponent desperately needs those 2Ks, they might not be around. Here's a 6K swing from Lim. And I love these tentative swings, because if your opponent's using 2Ks, you know they don't have 1Ks. So either your swing is going through, or they're losing a minimum of a 2K counter.
Yeah, I think Will's going to use the Izo effect here, possibly.
Absolutely, that would work.
Yeah.
Or you could, have they used the leader skill so far? That would be another option.
Not this turn, not yet. Use the Uta for that first attack, so this second attack.
Oh, chooses to take the life.
Yep, takes the life.
But also is activating the Izzo skill, I believe.
No, the leader effect, obviously. When
of course it was when you take a life, because it's done on there. My apologies.
Yeah. That's why it's
he pointed at the Izzo.
Yeah, but it's so important. Even this is why Will did this in turn 1 when he was on 2 Dons. Used the Izzo, but also stuck a Don underneath leader.
Yes.
At that point, knowing that if he was to take an early life, he could still at least draw a card.
Now here's a decent swing. We've gone up to 8k swinging with Lim.
Yep.
So that's going to be, you need a 2k and something else. 2k alone won't do here. So you need 3k worth of counter to get out of this.
Yes.
And again, he's pointed to the Izzo. He's clearly thinking about using that Izzo skill.
It's a magic number, isn't it? 2k above your leaders, your opponent's leader's base power. Trying to force out 2 cards out of their hand.
Yeah, that's a crucial thing. If you're 1k above, your opponent can 2k counter and they're fine. If you're 2k above, tie goes to the attacker, so a 2k counter, and then something else will be needed. Maybe it's an event card, maybe it's a leader skill plus a counter, maybe it's 2 cards for a counter. But either way, this is an I'm going after resources play. If I get through the life, brilliant.
Yep.
But mostly here, I'm going after your resources. And it was a Marco blocker in the end that actually saved it, but that's now off the board.
Yep.
Now an Anel is going to swing for 9.
Yep, going for 9. There was just a question there. Did you not, because you drew 2 off the Marco, but obviously he's used his once per turn ability to be able to draw 1 card when he took that life.
Now he does have double I Am Whitebeard in hand, and it looks like he's got the 9 cost red. Oh, so he is actually using one of those as a counter with the leader skill and then dropping an Atama as well. But Atama's another 2k counter. So did he just counter 4 when 3 would have done there?
No, I think we had a 9k swing, so he did need 4.
Okay, he did need the
He
4.
did
That's
need the
fine.
4. Yep,
But again, you're still forcing out that 4K counter.
absolutely. But again, Ambi's looking really good here at the moment. You know, he's a dominating position, has got, obviously we have seen Will now, obviously using that Marco to block to be able to draw those 2 cards. So has got a bit more of a healthier hand, but as we were saying, you know, 1 Don was returned when the Magellan came down on the board earlier on, so slightly behind where he'd like to be at this point. Does look like there might be a Whitebeard in hand.
He had 2 Iron Whitebeard
Yep.
at the event. 1 got discarded with a leader skill, 1 is in hand.
Yep.
I think I saw the OPO2 red Newgate, the 9 cost in hand.
Yep.
I don't know if there's also the blue 10 cost Newgate. I couldn't see. But it looks like that combo is available in some guise or another.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to want to try and deal with this Mihawk as a minimum. Potentially, now might be a time, if he is going to play the Iron Whitebeard and drop a Whitebeard as well, he's probably going to potentially want to think about the Magellan this turn, because if he's got another Iron Whitebeard, which he does, next turn, he'll still have enough Don, even if he has to go Don -2 to be able to play it again and get another Whitebeard out as well. But the worry is all with knowing your opponent can rest your characters always does worry you.
And
So
that's
even if
happened
you
multiple times.
Yeah, if you drop that Whitebeard blocker, it might not be enough.
No. Well, we are countering out of the Jozu swing to life here, so that's not going through. No life is being taken yet.
So Will now deciding that Jozu swing's gone through, that Don's all available. You're going to have to stick the 1 Don underneath your leader. I think we are going to see the Iron Whitebeard dropped here.
Does seem like that's what he's eyeing up here.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, if you've got that combo, you want to use in that combo.
Oh, absolutely.
Here comes the Iron Whitebeard, and it does look like we are going to be. It is that red 9 cost, not the blue 10 cost, choosing not to activate the secondary skill. So we get the +2k on the leader from the Whitebeard character.
That's correct.
But we don't get the +2k on the leader from the event card, choosing not to take that final life to hand. So now we do have a 9k leader swing here, and that is going to go through, take a life from Anvi.
Yep. Had to think about it. Whatever the card was, potentially might have had to trigger this. It could have been.
Okay, so we're passing over. There's no blocker on the board, but you have an 8k leader. So 8k is the minimum you can use to swing at life here.
Yep. But Anvi is in a good place with a decent-sized board. You know, 3 characters which have got 6k base power. Would require a couple of Don under them each to be able to get a swing through. Does also have that limb character that can swing as well, the 3 cost, which would require 3 Don underneath it.
Okay, so we're popping 1 Don here onto the Mihawk.
Targeting the Jozu here.
Yep, we got 7k. So we cannot swing at life with this, but we can absolutely swing at Jozu. Again, just forcing a counter out here or giving up a decent attacker.
Yep.
Leader skill, no. Giving up the Jozu here, saying that what's in my hand is too valuable for the moment. Doesn't look too happy about that, I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah. Feels like Anvi is really putting on the pressure and going, look, I'm just going to keep asking questions. You cannot answer them forever. Now we see 4 Don for a 10k Magellan swing here.
Yep.
Into an 8k leader. So again, that is 3 above that magic number.
Yep.
So 2k counter alone will not do it.
Looks like a Red Rock and Uta's going to be used here. Red Rock off leader ability and a Uta 2k counter potentially. And then is there another counter in hand?
I thought there was an Atmos in hand, which could be a 1k counter here.
Yeah.
Thought I saw an Atmos.
Yeah, he's just thinking about it here. It's going to be the most optimum way to deal with this swing. So leader ability using the Red Rock, and then
That is that Atmos, yes. That 3k counter will be enough here. And finally getting able to use a 1-cost counter when you need a 1-cost counter and not having to over-counter. Always feels good when you can pull it off that way round. Now Doflamingo comes down, replacing that 1-cost limb, getting a blocker on the board. And it feels like we have, at the end of the turn, Doflamingo restands here. And then, well, that plus 2k goes away from the leader. and it's over to Will.
Smart move there as well, because
Love
he
it.
knows now that that new gate there, when swinging, is going to be able to just get rid of any character with 3,000 power or less. So that limb would have just been removed. So
Yeah.
he's replaced it with a Doflamingo, so he's got a blocker on the board now as well. So big, wide board of bodies that can all swing. You know, you've got 4 characters with 6,000 power and a 5,000 power character plus your leader. So next turn, looking in a good state, even if you don't have another Mihawk potentially or anything along those lines, you will still have the ability to spread that Don out amongst all of these characters and really apply some pressure.
And that's the thing, doing like a bunch of 7 to 8k swings, you can basically just say, look, I'm going to continually make you counter, make you use your blockers, make you use your resources, and if you've got to do that 5 times a turn every turn, you aren't going to have many resources for long.
Absolutely. And it also forces Will now to aim at either the board, or if he is going to try and go for game here, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult having that blocker on board.
Yeah, we got a 10k new gate, which is going to be swinging here. That lovely OPO2 that's been so good since release. Have we got event cards? Oh, we have one event card there.
Yeah,
We got Judgment of Hell.
Yeah, Don -1.
Minus 3k to 2 characters. Or leaders. And then do we have, I was going to say, yeah, we need the other -3 on the leader. There we go. So that means that goes away quite nicely.
And
Once you make Newgate to a 7k, it's much easier to counter.
Yeah, absolutely. Manages to counter out of that as well, but also pretty much nullifies the attack of that leader if you are now going to be playing another Newgate out with I Am Whitebeard. So, yeah, makes it very difficult here for Will, because that's one less attack coming in now, and which Amvi's been able to deal with.
And you got to keep your Doflamingo blocker, which means next turn, because that Newgate's going to keep swinging, and you don't really have the resources to try and get rid of it.
Absolutely.
So unless you can rest it, you know, on your opponent's turn, which is not that likely, or basically you're just saying, look, I'm going to get rid of it this time, but next time I can block. And I've got 2 or 3 turns where your Newgate's doing nothing, because I can't actually get it off the board. But it's only going to be a couple turns till I win the game, hopefully.
So I think we are going to see the I Am Whitebeard coming down again now.
There we go. Now, is this going to be the giant blocker Whitebeard? Because that would be good. It's not.
Nope.
But this provides a whole different scenario, because now we're going to have an 8k ace again. Picks up the life as well, so it's going to be a 10k leader.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, 9k this... No, 7k this turn, but 10k when it goes to your opponent's turn, which is the more interesting scenario.
So it's a +1 at the moment.
But it'll go up to +4 as soon as it goes to Armvi's turn. I like this for Will. This is looking very nice for Will.
He's now made his leader a viable attacker again.
Yes.
So he's going to swing 7. Without putting a Don under it. So leader abilities... Well, it depends what he's going to do with this 2 Don, but...
We're going to play an Izzo initially to go and search out a Whitebeard card, but also give an option for, you know, some bit consistency when your opponent attacks. Or goes and searches out a Marco. Can't play it this turn, doesn't have the Don, but next turn you've got to think that Marco's coming down. We've got 1 Don remaining, and passes the turn, leaving it open, suggesting there's an event card that might be used. Well, we have to be a Radical Beam.
Yeah, Rad Beam's the only sort of viable option here as a 1 Don left open. So you'd expect him to have that in hand, or he could be baiting it.
Well, there's no blocker on the board. And you've only got 1 swing needs to go through. Oh, now it looks like
Well, he's got to... The problem is now he's only really going to have 1 viable attack, because the lead is 10k. You want to do your leader ability to potentially play something else out here. So he's going to go really heavy here with 13k swinging to 10.
Hoping that one's going to go through. There's nothing else to attack. The only rested character is a Newgate.
Leader ability.
So we got the counter there with leader ability and the Uta.
Well, leader ability shouldn't have fired off, so I don't know Was that the other Marco he used?
I thought there was a blocker Marco he used. I don't think he has any other Marco in the deck.
Well, he concedes.
Oh, has he conceded? So that's going to be Lim. So a very quiet end to what was a very exciting game. There's nothing to be done. Lim takes it 2-0. Lim goes to top 16. And if you were looking for an underdog story to be flying through this top 16 at Bandai Card Fest at the European One Piece Card Game Finals, maybe it's Envy and Lim that we all need to be cheering for.
Well, you can just see, I mean, the way that Envy has piloted this deck has just been fantastic. You can see amazing play, finding the pieces that were really needed at the right time. And that Mihawk really did put a shift in, didn't it?
It really did. That Mihawk coming in. And the thing about Mihawk is you can look at it and go, well, it restands your characters, which is good for Lim, who plays them all rested. But a more aggressive-minded player looks at that and goes, well, if I play Mihawk, I can stand a really good attacker. And, you know, we saw it in that game where we've got pile a bunch of Don on there, big swing, play a Mihawk, another big swing, and the fact that you can play Mihawk as a free cost with your leader ability means potentially 2 plus 7k swings in one turn because of that Mihawk does make a very aggressive character. And look, Chow put me on the spot yesterday. It's like, who's your favorite One Piece character? And I think it's the combo of Perona and Mihawk.
Yeah.
I think that pair might be my, and there's a lot of characters I like, but I think they might be my favorites. And we're seeing Mihawk, even though the Mihawk deck isn't out until OP14, Mihawk is repping here today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's reminiscent of that starter deck lore from the early days where you can restand a Supernova. But that was a 5 cost. This with the leader ability, as you've quite rightly mentioned, you could bring it out for 3 Don. So essentially, the other 7 Don, you could stick underneath one of your Odyssey characters, get a 13k swing through, use your leader ability, restand it, another 13k swing. Such a powerful combination with that Mihawk.
And just while we're here, while we got a second, I know me and Shao were talking again about the Odyssey video game yesterday, which is where Lim comes from. Lim is not from the manga or the anime. We're talking about a video game character. Lim and Adio are the 2 new characters from that game. And one of the cool things is, I'm not so far through the game. I'm playing it. I'm not that far. Don't judge me. But one of the cool things, kind of like the conceit of the game, is you're basically playing through your best hits. So the first part of the game, you're back to Alabaster and you're fighting Crocodile. And then you go through the game and you're fighting against all of your big enemies of the past. Now, when we then convert that into the card game, it means you've got a deck where you're playing Doflamingo and you're playing Mihawk and you're playing all of these characters that are from such disparate worlds, but because they're from the game, they've all got that Odyssey tag word, which means they all work in this really nice tribal Lim deck, but you get such a ridiculous, fantastic mirage of characters coming out here, and it just, I think, makes for a really fun deck. Just if you're a big One Piece nerd, it's a really fun deck to watch with all of these different characters coming out. And then you put Magellan in, and, well, that's not from Odyssey, but, oh, that had an impact in that last game. It's not just throwing your opponent off curve, that's fun. Throwing your opponent off curve in game 2 when you successfully hit it in game 1. Beautiful play. I'm kind of sorry we put it on stream, but it's all right because they are open deck lists, I believe, in Top Cut anyway.
No, they're not.
Oh, they're not to open deck list today.
So he wasn't aware that that Magellan was going to be dropped.
So that was a complete surprise.
So keeping that secret from game 1 really did make a difference indeed. But you know, the closest I've come to playing the Odyssey game was with you, Ross, in Tokyo when we were playing in the One Piece card game store a Gachapon machine.
There was a One Piece Odyssey Gachapon. Did it twice, got the bird twice. That's okay. It was a very fun Gachapon machine. It was all 3D. Indeed. Absolutely wonderful. Big fan. Right, so we've got through top 32.
We have indeed. That means Envy now has got his championship finalist playmat by making top 16. That's the first big milestone got through. He now needs to get into top 8, which will give him his Goldie Roger jumbo card.
Love those jumbo cards.
So yeah, that's his next target to get into top 8. But we're going to have more action. Top 16 is going to be coming up very shortly, so don't go too far away. We'll be back for our top 16 matchup.
started this morning with the top 32 One Piece card game players in Europe. Half of them have already been eliminated. It's time for another half to go home. We're here with top 16 action for the One Piece card game European finals at Bandai Card Fest with myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Ruben Trong, or Kinoise, however you prefer. How you doing, Ruben?
Doing great. I'm so excited. We are so close to crown the players that are going to Worlds and represent Europe. I did see some very familiar names in top 16, so I don't know who to root for. It's very hard to decide.
It is. I kind of want to root for the Lim decks. I really love that deck, but there's so many deserving players, so many fun things going on. It's kind of hard to pick one. I agree with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we still have different decks in top 16. We still have the Lim.
Yeah.
We still have a Rayleigh.
We do.
We still have Emu and Ace.
Yeah, I don't know how many of the 5 Zoro got through. I'm trying to figure out if the Betty got in. Do you know?
I don't know. I hope so. It's also pretty funny. It's a Spanish player and he's playing Bello Betty with the red, yellow, like the flag is a little bit in it, so it fits very, very well. But for top 16, we do have the Rayleigh against Ace.
We do, and if you're an Emu fan watching this, you go, where's all the Emu? Look, we'll get there, all right? I assure you there's going to be time to show Emu, unless they all suddenly drop out before we get to top 8, which with 11 of them in top cut, I don't think's going to happen. We've just seen an Ace fall to Lim on stream. Could we see it happen again? Ace into Rayleigh. You think it's quite heavily favored for the Ace player, but I think the Rayleigh player is going to have something to say about that. And look, best thing about Rayleigh is you can go fast with Rayleigh.
Rayleigh can go very fast. However, all the Rayleigh games are very long.
Yeah, it's a bit
weird. They are either getting starved or they are taking it slow. They have so much setup time, so the games are really slow for a very aggressive deck because they also have so much defense because all those hockey cards.
Yes.
We will try to figure out which one is because all of them have the elephant and we're like, oh no, which one is it? They almost all of them have a 2K counter as well, so they can prolong the game very, very long.
They can indeed. Well, that's going to be the difference here. We got Rayleigh, we got Ace. It's top 16, top 8. Is this where they get the Jumbo Roger card for winning?
Jumbo Luffy.
Oh, Jumbo Luffy
It's
here,
a Gear 5 Luffy from the OPO9 set, and they get like a huge card.
Oh, Taj told me it was Roger. He lied to me.
Is it Roger? Might have changed, but I...
It is now Roger. I thought it was Roger.
Oh, changed.
They changed it, I believe,
for
very
season
recently.
2 it got Roger.
Yes.
Okay.
There was a Jumbo Gear 5 Luffy from OPO9, you are correct. But this event, it is a Jumbo Roger they're playing for. Very exclusive pricing. We don't give out many of them. So I think that's a big thing, but it does look like we are getting ready with Tetra here and I will say Nathan. We have got the players, we have got the Don, we are off. We've got 3 Don on the field and we have our first card played. Stop me if you've heard this one before. It's an Izzo.
Absolutely, this Izzo. They always have the search. Otherwise, I don't think they keep their hand. Of course, it's either Izzo or Garp, and they just give so much consistency to this deck. You really want to see that 8-cost event, especially if you are going second. And once you get to set up your 10-cost Whitebeards, you build a wall, and Rayleigh has a very hard time to go through it. However, Rayleigh does play the unblockable event to never doubt.
That is power. Absolutely. Well, we've got a Robin coming down from Tetra here, one of those low-cost cards.
Oh, Boa.
I was going to say you can search for a Luffy or a Luffy or an event.
Yes.
Oh, it is a Boa Hancock.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's not Nico Robin, it's Boa Hancock.
They could be sisters. They could be sisters.
They are very similar, especially in this card art. So I'm giving myself a little bit of a pass.
Absolutely.
But it does give you that surge. It gives a 3K body. And remember how this Rayleigh deck works. The whole point is activate main once per turn, reveal 2 events from your card to give a character with 4K or less a 2K bump. So there's lots of characters being played that have lower power initially. Lots of them have their own skills that bump up their power. And then Rayleigh bumps up their power and they are not as weak as they might first appear.
Yes, it's just so good on Boa that you can buff her first with Rayleigh, attack with her, and then use her ability with the rest of Don you already have. So she's basically she's basically free to play her. That's so good about her. She's
Yeah.
definitely a must-have on the deck. But the key card in every matchup, I'm almost gonna say, is the 4-cost Luffy. The 4-cost Luffy is the most important one. That's why you want to search for it with Nami or with Boa, with the event, and try to get Luffy with a Sanji combo, which is it's so good. It gives a little bit of a reminder to Jinbei Weavile or Jinbei Boa when we played Blue Doffy.
Absolutely, it does. Well, Toby the Tetra here does look like we had a counter from an attack with Brook. Now we are showing a couple of cards. We're playing a couple of cards, we're showing cards, and then we're going to swing with Boa Hancock here. So I think this is a 6K at this point. But what we've got here, what's beautiful, is that we've then, like you said, we've got the activate main, trash this character to give 2 rested Dom. So essentially the 2 Dom that you paid for her can then be used to attach to another character after. But because it's an activate main, trash this character, you can swing with Boa Hancock and then activate the skill to attach the Dom. So you really are getting kind of triple duty from that card.
Yes, really good. And the scary part for the ace player here is, I can imagine, if you practiced for finals, the biggest matchups that you tested is Green Zoro, Emu, Mirror Match. Maybe you took some time to play against Roger, but playing against Rayleigh, I can imagine that he didn't even play like 20 games into Rayleigh with ace at least.
No. Well, we did just see Rayleigh swing there with an 8K swing, did go and take out a life. So down to 2 for the ace player now. Now we are seeing a swing with the ace leader, and that is going to take a life. Tetra picks the first one up. Jozu hits the board, and you said how important that 4-cost Luffy is. Nathan agrees. Jozu bounces it straight back to hand.
A little bit scary if he has another Sanji, of course. You can replay the Luffy-Sanji combo. But why he's bouncing the Luffy is just because it costs 1 more. It's a question that I see a lot is, do you bounce the Tashigi or the Law when you are playing against Green Zoro? And now you're playing against Radiant. It's basically, well, no, it's not the same, but you can compare it. And they are deciding to bounce the most, the one with the most cost.
Makes perfect sense to me. It's the most annoying one to replay from your hand afterwards. We got the Sanji there, that's a 3K, but on your turn it goes up to a 6K. And then, of course, it could be boosted by Roger even further than that. Does look like we just got a 6K swing, crucial.
8K even, because of the Rayleigh ability.
Oh, we have used the Rayleigh.
Yes, or the dice is not removed, but I can imagine that he will use his leader ability.
Oh, I
there we
didn't
go.
see it on the black background.
Yep.
I'm blaming my color blindness. We did see the counter there to get out of it, but at least it took some resources away from Ace.
Yes. Ace has a lot of resources, and that's a little bit the problem in this matchup, of course. At some point, as Rayleigh, you are running out of resources. However, you also have a lot of them, because you have just so many searches.
Speaking of which.
And all the cards are replacing themselves as well, so...
Shakiyaku comes down, same search as the Boa Hancock, gets you either a Luffy or a red event. Here it is your color of arms Haki that comes down into hand. Often used just as a 2K counter.
Seems like he's happy with only 1 Luffy at the moment, because he has the Luffy and he has the Sanji. He has 2 Luffys even in hand.
Well, there's a Luffy and there is a Sanji showing those two events, because obviously Luffy also has a skill, and that gives lets you play that second character.
But as you can see, the Rayleigh is putting a lot of pressure, being able to swing 8 every turn with, well, the 6K bodies that they have, because Luffy is basically a 6K body.
Absolutely.
The Sanjis are also 6K.
Yep.
The Sanjis are really easy to deal with because they are only at 3. That's
Well,
also one of the reasons why he bounced the Sanji over the Luffy, because the Luffy, if you swing 8 on it, you can be sure the Rayleigh will protect it. But if you swing like the 7 on the Sanji, that is 3 cards. That's just too much, probably.
Yeah, it's asking much more to keep it around on the board, so agree with that. Well, here comes Whitebeard. We get the I Am Whitebeard event, and you do choose to pick up that extra life, so you get the 2K bump to your leader. Leader will now be 8K through your opponent's next turn. You get the draw power of the new gate when you play, and you've then got a giant 12K blocker on the board as well. This is It's a little bit, getting a bit scarier for Rayleigh now as we see a 9k swing with Jozu.
And I like that he's going face. He's not attacking with a 9k or a 10k into his Sanji. He's just pressuring life and will try to get ready as soon as possible. Also because the 6k is less threatening because you're an 8k leader. And if they have to invest it on you, you don't mind it. And this is something that you do against Emu. It's something you do against Rayleigh. It's you do against Green Zoro. If your opponent is going white, you are taking your life and become an 8k leader. And that's what he's doing here. He is an 8k leader. If the opponent wants to attack him, he has to invest a lot of Don.
So seems like we're getting a 2k bump on that Sanji, making it up into an 8k, which is enough to swing at leader, but it's just enough. So yeah, that Izzo 1k counter comes down from Nathan. You're like, yeah, that's all I need. You put a lot more resources in there, and I just countered it with a 1k.
Very easy to counter, of course.
Now we're going to see it's a 7k, so this can't go to life. This is going into Jozu. Just enough, so any counter will do here.
And this is a hard choice for the ace player. Do I give him even more counters? Because if I'm protecting the Jozu, I basically made my leader a 7k instead of an 8k, of course. So that's why he said, yeah, okay, Jozu, sorry, you have to go. Because otherwise, this leader Rayleigh and the Luffy will also swing into the Jozu.
But you do still get to draw a card with your leader skill there, so that's quite nice. You're getting an extra card. And Ace, because of that leader skill and everything else, really does end up with quite a beefy hand of cards.
They always have like 10 cards in
hand.
That's
my point. They've always got like 10 cards in hand. It's really annoying to play against, frankly.
We need pudding for every color. That is what you're saying.
Yes. Pudding would help here. We haven't seen an Ace Mirror on stream yet, but if we did see an Ace Mirror, pudding would help. Now we see Boa Hancock coming down, and that is going to allow that search. Red Event or Luffy, they are the choices, and it looks like we've got To Never Doubt that is power. Could be a very interesting card, because there is a big blocker on the board, and that is the one that stops your opponent blocking.
That's really good. Let's see if he is going to try. Yeah, he's going to try to push his opponent to 0.
Oh, I love this. So you've just played that card. You cannot block with Newgate, so we've got a huge leader swing. I don't know, like
40? No, 13, I think.
13k leader swing. So that's 5 over the leader, and you're not allowed to block.
Wait. We are at 9, 8. Yeah.
So you're going to have to use a lot of resources to get out of it. We saw this back in the previous round, Taj and I, where Newgate, Ace player was in a very similar situation, had to use a lot of resources to counter, and they did, but their hand was then not good enough to counter the following turn, and that led to a loss pretty soon afterwards.
So, okay, I think that's this leader ability, because you have to activate your leader ability before you start countering.
Okay,
well that's 14.
That's 14. We had a 13k swing, and an 8k leader, 2 2ks, and the leader skill put you at 14. That is more than 13. So it took the leader skill and 2 2k Utas, but did counter out of it. And then we start off with Nathan's turn with an Izzo going fishing a little bit and finding a Thatch.
I think he's looking for a 9-cost Whitebeard to establish a big body.
That could be fun.
Trying not to die the upcoming turn, because there is a lot of pressure from the Rayleigh side. Rayleigh also have both colors of arms hockey, which the ace player knows, so there is even more boost in hand, of course.
Yep, absolutely. Gives you an extra 1k.
Such a weak turn for ace. Just swinging very big.
10k swing to life. No blocker on the board because Rayleigh does not believe in blockers. But we do have plenty of counter, or just take the life and go, you know what? I'm in a good enough position. Now, we do get the Marco blocker down. This is going to be really good.
Now he's thinking if he wants to swing with the new gate as well, putting the Rayleigh to 0, making Roger also a threat. However, if you take your own life next turn and counter out the rest, you have also a Roger threat, so...
That is an important point. There are 2 blockers on the board now for Nathan. There is an argument here to just leave both blockers active and go, you know what? I don't think you're getting through with my hand and my 2 blockers and my 6k leader. I don't think you're getting through, so leave both the blockers active. There's another argument to just go, I can put you down to 0 life, and I think I've got enough to get over the line the following turn.
I would be scared with only 2 cards in hand.
Oh, I wouldn't do it myself. I'd keep the blocker, but this dude's in top 16 of One Piece Card Games. So I'm going to, whatever he chooses, I'm going to assume is the right decision. He leaves those blockers active. We go back over to Tetra here. And what can they do to try and remove that last life and win the game? It is I believe, just a 6k swing here. No boost, no further boost on the leader, so this will be enough.
Yeah. Because your opponent only has 2 cards in hand, I do like this 6k because, yeah, are they giving their last cards? Are they already blocking?
You could block it with Marco and take the 2 cards. You could block it with Newgate and then keep Newgate on the board.
It's
clearly a big decision. Nathan is not going into this lightly or deciding super quickly. So,
absolutely. Also gonna say the pace of the game is so fast. So when I said really games are long, this one
not quite so much.
Not quite so much. This one is going fast.
But we did see a counter out of 1, and then we saw the next swing, which did get taken down by the Marco. But now Nathan's built up his hand a little bit. Those extra 2 cards are a big deal. So now you've still got the Newgate blocker on the board. You've still got 1 life remaining, and your opponent's only got really 2 decent swings left. So we're showing the event cards. We're boosting the Luffy up. We don't have any given Don right now.
Yeah, so it's still a 6.
Yes, we're a 6 right now. But if 2 Don get given, then you get a 2k bump. So you could put 2 up there onto the Luffy and make it a 10.
Yep. I do think that Tetra is thinking about, can I die on the backswing? That is the scary part right now.
Right, well, Luffy doesn't get the Don, but does get the extra 2k. So now we have an 8k Luffy. Swinging in. That blocker is active and ready to go. That's never doubt not his power. That was from previous turn, right?
Yes, correct.
So that's not in play right now. Blocking is available. Nathan does have some cards in hand now.
I feel like he doesn't have a lot of turns left, so it might be that he...
No, I agree with you. Because the thing is, these 4 or 5 attacks are going to be coming out every turn from Tetra here. They are going to keep swinging again and again. And refilling their board with these low-cost characters doesn't take much. And then when your board is full, you've usually got Don that you can use. You know, so many of these attacks are being powered up a bit more. We see a Tama and somebody else. I've missed second card, but that comes out to counter here.
Yeah, I don't see any Konkerzakis, so it's really scary to play for another turn as Rayleigh. However, you don't have because of there is 1 life, 1 blocker, and 1 Don open, you have to, or you will probably try to play safe.
You don't have blockers ready. Traditionally, there's just not a deck that plays blockers at all. So you've got 1 life, and then the final swing. There's 2 viable attackers on your opponent's side of the board. So right now, and there could be something like a Rush Roger coming in. So there is a chance that this is your last turn if you're Tetra. Not guaranteed, but there is a chance this is your final turn.
Counts for both players right now, so that's why this is the only turns that they are taking their time. All the other turns were so fast, and now are taking their time. They checked the trash from both opponents. He wants to make sure 2Ks. Because all the lists at this point are quite known.
Yes.
But they also know each other's lists. So you know how many 2Ks. He knows if he has to play around Radical Beam or not. So this Dawn is not a bluff if there's no Radical Beam in the deck. But if there's a Radical Beam in the deck, you always have to consider it, of course. And that is what Tetra's doing right now. So he's just starting with a 7.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not seeing Radical Beam in the deck. I think it might be a bluff.
That's weird if the deck lists are open.
The deck lists are not open.
Oh, the deck lists are not?
The deck lists are not open. No, Taj and I had a discussion last term. So the deck lists aren't
Oh.
open, so he might, because of that, might be leaving that Don open as a, I've got a radical beam.
Ah, okay.
And like you said, but that's taking advantage of the knowledge of players. Players
Yeah,
know what deck lists look
absolutely,
like.
absolutely.
So you're using that knowledge to basically go, I'm going to exploit your general knowledge here. Now, we did see a counter there with Uta. So it does not look like we're finishing the game this turn.
It's a boost event.
Yeah, that's a Gum Gum King Kong Gatling.
Yeah, so that's
So turns Shaku Yaku into an actual attacker.
this is prime Chakiyaku.
6k Shaku Yaku.
She could even take down Rayleigh, so she can definitely take down Ace.
Oh, absolutely. So we've got lots of bigger. And this is why Rayleigh becomes so fun, because you do have these low-cost characters. You can play them all so cheaply, but then you've got so many ways to boost them up and get power, which is so much more than you might be expecting when you first look at the cards.
Yeah, I think maybe my all-time favorite deck to play was also the Red Zoro back in the days with Buggy, Magura, Makino. And your biggest cost was probably 5-cost Marco. I think that was my all-time favorite deck.
The one-cost OPO1 Zoro build.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
it was amazing.
That was fun, man. Lots of one-cost cards and cards that boost and search for one cost. They were cool. Well, it doesn't look like we're going to be ending the game this turn with Tetra because they're kind of out of attackers. We do see a Buggy hit the board. That will go and help you search for a red event.
He's going to search for Conker's Haki or at least a 2K, but not finding the Conker's Haki, or also known as Color of the Supreme King Haki, is, that...
To never doubt that his power was the choice, but you're right, that's not going to do... Well, no, to be fair, it does give you a 2K counter next turn.
Yeah. So it comes down on how many 2Ks do we have, because what if your opponent splits? That is he's probably thinking about. What if my opponent splits between Ace and the 10-cost Newgate? Can I survive the backswing?
Well, unfortunately, you've not won the game this turn. We do see a Killing Killer coming down with Rush, though. Is that going to be... It's not going to be enough. They've still got a life and then the final swing. But your opponent's got 2 or less life, so this becomes a 7K.
And he can't counter this, I think, so... I'm just assuming that we will see a 14K swing upcoming turn for Ace, and that he is like, do you have it or you don't? And
It does feel like that's where I might be heading. Final life is taken. But I don't know. I think we're out of attackers for Rayleigh now.
Yes.
Everything's rested. We've used the Rush character. I don't think we've got enough Don to play anything else.
But Rayleigh can counter this, so Rayleigh is winning this, I think. I see a lot of 2K counters, 1Ks as well.
It feels like, again, Nathan's going over to his final turn.
Yes.
And the question is, can they push through 2 attacks? If they do, that'll be game. If not, Tetra's got so much on the board. Killing Killer is a 7K, 2 6K Sanji. Luffy should be at least a 6K, maybe higher than that. You've got your Rayleigh boost to one of them on top of that. So you should be having 5 decent swings next turn, even if you ignore the Buggy.
And you have the unblockable event, of course.
And you got the unblockable event as well. So, yeah, it really does feel like Nathan's got to get... He's got 2 swings.
Yes, 14-14 or 13-15. It is what he likes the most.
Unless they've got a... Okay, I was going to say unless they've got Roger in hand, but no, there's no Roger coming down here. So it is going to be a 13K and a 15K.
Yes.
Those are going to be the 2 swings coming down.
Yep.
There could have been a 13, a 12, and a 6, but Roger did not hit the board. So
how much
the question is...
2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I think we can counter this exactly. We have 14K if I watch correctly, so...
So there's 2, there's 4. So it's a 13K swing on Newgate, so we need 9. No.
No, this is the third. So he needs, yes. So
Yeah,
this
9.
is 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, he has it exactly the 13K. So if the split was 14K, that is what I'm wondering. So 14 he couldn't counter. So it would all come down to that last life if he split the 14. 13, 15
Oh,
was
and he's
probably...
showing the hand. He hasn't got anything, so that means Rayleigh is going to be taking game one. Too much offensive pressure, and it took a few turns, like you suggested it might, Ruben. But in the end, board full of characters, nothing in hand for the ace player, and Tetra and Rayleigh goes up 1-0.
Yes, and Rayleigh was going first. I think that ace actually had their, well, preferred curve as well. They didn't have a very bad curve at all. They had Jozu, they had 8-cost event, they had the Searcher.
They had the 4 Marco on curve?
Oh, they had 4 Marco on curve as I don't remember, but
I thought they had Marco. I could be wrong, I might be misremembering.
Then they have like a very, very good curve.
They had the turn 1 Izzo, they had the Iron White Beard on curve, they had Marco, they had Jozu. I think they had Marco, unless I'm misremembering.
Yes,
I have just watched 3 ace games in a row, so they do blend after a little while.
But yeah, he's doing very, very, very nice showcasing of this Rayleigh.
And things could be getting a little bit spicy here, because when we get into top 8, if we can have a Rayleigh in top 8, if the limb we showed last round gets into top 8, then all of a sudden we could have, you know, maybe 2 decks in top 8 that are not Emu or Ace.
Or Green Zoro.
Or Green Zoro. And then all of a sudden we've got a slightly more open top 8 than we might have been imagining coming in.
Absolutely. My vote, and what I think is still that we will have probably a Emu Ace finals.
I think you probably would be right there. I mean, that's a safe guess and a good guess.
That's a very safe guess. I'm not risking it. But I wouldn't mind to see like a Rayleigh or a Lim in top 4 making it to Worlds. Like, you deserve it. If you play so well, you come to finals and bring the deck that you are best with. You bring Rayleigh or Lim. You deserve a spot almost to go to Worlds at least. So
my heart says Lim. My head does not say Lim.
And if the Bello Betty is still in, like vamos. Spain goes to maybe to Worlds.
That would be amazing. That would be absolutely awesome. That would make me very, very happy. Okay. Now I'm just double checking on the website. People keep telling me different things. It is top 3 that are getting into Worlds, not top 4.
Yes.
I believe.
Yes.
So that means that a top 4 finish does not guarantee you a Worlds invite.
Absolutely.
One of the 2 players that loses in top 4 will get in, but one of them won't.
Correct.
So that's going to make top 4 absolutely just the most tense round you've ever seen.
I think that the top 4 is more tense than the actual finals.
Oh, absolutely. Don't get me wrong, you know, when you get to first place, you've got your trophy, you've got your, you know, your Roronoa Zoro trophy card and all of that, but make no mistake about it, it's a World's invite is the big prize here. And having it top 3, not top 4 is very awkward for one of those. I mean, imagine getting a top 4, losing, and then finding out you're the, well, I suppose you'll know going in, won't you?
I hope so.
Presumably it'll be that, well, the higher seed will get the higher finish.
Yes.
So we should know. Going into top 4, well, you're not always going to know because it might depend on the outcome of the other match. And if we play them, it looks like we might be playing them sequentially, not at the same time. So you might lose in top 4, and then you watch top 4 knowing if one of these players wins, I get the World's invite. But if the other one wins, I won't get the invite because it depends on which seed wins as to whether I get the invite as a losing top 4 player.
I think aren't they playing against each other? We have a top 4 bracket. The winners are going to play against.
Do we have a first place playoff?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure. So
that will also be very tense.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that they did that last year's.
Well, we are rolling off in game 2. We will get confirmation about the existence of a third place playoff, but for now, it looks like we are using one. No. Okay. Oh, that was revealing event. So we've got the Shaku Yaku down, and now we're over to Ace, and it seems like we are starting off with a GARP. Searches any card, free cost or higher.
You need a card which fits best in your curve. We do see a Marco, but maybe he already has one, so... There we go. Goes for the 9 cost. 9 cost really good in this matchup. And of course, you put it on your leader.
So we got the 6K leader. It's always fun.
Yep. We do see
mostly because 6K. Then you put a Don on. It's not always necessarily about boosting. It's because you need the Don on the Ace to activate that skill. Fairly important.
And Rayleigh already has the Luffy and Sanji in hand. The
Oh.
best combo possible for this deck.
Okay, can confirm there will be a third place playoff.
Okay.
So it's not going to come down to seeding. That final World's place will be the result of a third place playoff played after top 4.
Yes, and that will be probably the most tense matchup of today.
That will be the
You will see the hockey throughout the whole the Düsseldorf.
Okay. Shout out to our lovely backstage team for getting us back to that question very quickly indeed. So we are showing those 2 events. We are boosting up Shakuyaku here, going from a 2 up to a 4, whacking 2 Don on, going from a 4 up to a 6, and that means you can swing into life, and it works, but that does give 2 cards to Nathan, 1 from the life and 1 from the leader skill. So just saw 3 cards drawn, and drawing 3 in one piece in a row does not happen all that often.
That's pretty good.
Now we see a swing from Garp into Shakuyaku. All of the boosts have gone away, and you're not going to use resources to save that card. We play Marco down on curve. That is your 4-cost blocker. Draws 2 cards on KO.
We do have this the Luffy Sanji, so this turn is also easy for the Rayleigh. Both players are drawing really well. I think they both see almost their preferred curve or their preferred cards.
Absolutely. So we are going to see... Okay, so we're playing a color of observation hockey here. Gives an active Don to Rayleigh, but then lets you search the top 4 cards of your deck for a character, a red event, or a 3-cost or higher character.
And Sanji and Luffy were close to each other again. Cards that you definitely want to see together. Well, maybe not in a search.
No, very much not in the search. In your hand, yes.
Perfect.
In the search, 1 goes to your hand and 1 goes to the bottom of your deck. That is a lot less fun. We see a 6K swing from the Rayleigh leader here. Counted out with that Izzo nice and easily by Nathan. Here comes Luffy. And there's a couple of red events being shown to allow that Luffy-Sanji combo that we love so much.
Yep. And yeah, the rest of Don, I was thinking, he missed a 1K basically. And of course, you want that extra Don on your leader. Otherwise, the Luffy doesn't get a 2K buff.
Yes.
I don't think it really matters if you have a 4K or a 6K when it's active. However, just for, good habits.
Yeah, good habits. You never know if there's some weird tech card that might rest a Luffy or something like that. Here comes Ijozu, and that is going to bounce at Luffy straight away, just like we've seen before. You bounce the Izzo. Maybe it's a searcher again later. Maybe it's a counter. But you are going to get value from that Izzo being back in your hand, and you get to get rid of your opponent's most annoying card in Luffy.
This looks like a copy of Game 1, because we will play Luffy Sanji again.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here, Ruben.
Can we ask the backstage, are we casting the same game?
Double check they queued up game 2 for us.
VOD.
Well, we do have that Marco blocker there who's throwing a little bit of a threat. We've got the Sanji down. Right now, Nathan has lost a life. Tetra's lost 2. They're both down to 2 life remaining. Sorry, Tetra's lost 3 because that's mono red Rayleigh. So now it's going to come to very much like we saw in the previous game, who can start forcing those attacks through in the late game. Here comes Boa Hancock, and that will allow you to go and search for a Luffy or a red event. I don't think I've ever seen a Boa Hancock whiff in a Rayleigh deck, and it's not whiffing this time. There's definitely options in there.
I did see some whiffs in, I think in Bond finals. That was really painful to see. It happens sometimes, but it's the 1%, I guess. Maybe a little bit more if we gonna do the actual numbers.
You're playing like 18 red events and 4 Luffy, so nearly 50% of your deck is a hit, and you're searching 4 cards. You should hit, but yeah, there are always going to be some times where you're... Oh, 5, sorry, and you are going to whiff occasionally.
Mm-hmm. Starting with an 8. And I think the hit was on Marco. And he's protecting it because Rayleigh is down to 2 lives. So, with a lot of cards in hand, doesn't respect the pudding. I think he's like, if he plays pudding, he's not playing a Whitebeard. So, am I happy? I don't know, because you're also missing out like 4 cards in hand, maybe. Decisions in life. But I think we will definitely see the Luffy Sanji combo again.
Oh, absolutely. That is what you're going for. And yeah, there we go. And also, you think back to that search earlier, it kind of makes you want to take the Sanji off the search, knowing that your opponent is probably going to bump the Luffy with Jozu. So if you take the Sanji, then when the Luffy gets bumped, you can replay the pair of them, as opposed to taking the Sanji, the Luffy, and then Luffy gets bumped and you don't get the combo. So things that you need to be thinking about as you go through. We're back over to Nathan here. We've got Jozu as a viable attacker. We've got Ace, your leader. There should be a couple good swings coming in this turn.
If there is a 10 cost, it will be very scary because then it will be an 8 and 9, 6, 8, 9 if he wants to. He can put a lot of pressure. There is an 8 cost event.
Whitebeard. It's a 9 cost Whitebeard. That is going to make the leader up to a 8k for the whole of Tetra's next turn. And then we got that big 12k beat stick ready to go. So over to Tetra. 2 attacks through will win the game. Problem is, you do have blocker Marco. You have an 8k leader to contend with. But between Jozu and Newgate and the leader, you're going to start seeing some big swings coming back at your next turn.
And starting with an 8k was really good because that made it really awkward to just play your color of Supreme Haki. Because the numbers against Rayleigh are very different than you are used to. We are all used to swinging 7, 9s and so on, 11s. That's just the mod that we are very used to. But against Rayleigh, you have to swing 8s instead of the 7s because of the color of Supreme Haki. And that is one of the big reasons why a lot of Rayleighs at least played Radical Beam. Because you are used to swinging 8s into Rayleigh, because that is what we are learned to do, because of the color of Supreme Haki. And then they suddenly use a Radical Beam.
Yeah, and it gets kind of annoying after that. Right. So, just trying to look at Tetra here, trying to figure out what have they got that can start coming through.
The hard part is that you are looking at an 8k leader, 1 life, 1 blocker, and I think 6 cards in hand, 5. So
5 cards in hand.
5 cards in hand, so it's looking really tough, especially because you only have 1 life.
And you're going to be potentially drawing again with that ace skill. Jozu goes away here. No ace skill because there's no Don on for the time being. Needed it all last turn.
Can't imagine that he will definitely play the Boa Hancocks because it's basically a free search. The 2 Don that you reuse again when you treasure, so...
Absolutely. Agree with that. Like we saw in the game 1, both players playing at a really fast pace, but then getting to the last couple turns of the game and really slowing it down, going, right, this is the point of the game where a Don in the wrong place, a card used to counter wrongly, and that is going to be the end.
I think this is something that we see every time that we are casting, like, the best players of Europe. Is the game pace is super fast, but when they are at the most important turns, at the end game, that's where they take like the 5 minutes to figure out their mod or their turns. So really fun to see.
And I do think that is absolutely fair, given, you know, these are super important games. We're not talking about like round 2 here, Ruben. We're talking about top 16. You win this, you're in top 8. You win top 8, and you've essentially got 2 chances for that World's invite. You win top 4, you're in. You lose top 4, but you win the 3rd place playoff, and you're in as well. So here we go.
Uh-oh.
The Boa Hancock does come down. Did we
whiff?
whiff?
A whiff, yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That was my fault.
That was your... You jinxed it.
That's a caster curse. I'm so sorry, Tetra. I did that, and I didn't mean to. I didn't want to. It's weird how often that happens. If you say a card, if you're on Stream Room, right, if you say a card never whiffs, the next time that card is played, the player will whiff every time.
Absolutely. It happens here. Oof, that is really painful for him. I can't imagine that he was looking for more counter, maybe another color of Supreme Haki, just to be saved the upcoming turn against the backswing. But now, oof, really, really painful for him. Let's see. There are all the events. 5 events in 1 search.
See, that would have been good for Boa Hancock a minute ago. I mean, it's good for Buggy now as well, to be fair. Buggy likes red events. He's a bit partial.
Uh, maybe we don't know yet. No spoilers in chat, no spoilers in stream, but maybe Buggy is not the person that we think he is.
Okay, wow. That's a nice little tease for you for later. Now, we are using that bow. Oh, wait. We were using that Boa Hancock skill. We are using that Boa Hancock skill, attaching 2 rested Dom to the Sanji. And now that we've got 2 given, we've got 4 given Don, actually, to be fair. So that is going to take out the Marco. Marco blocker is now gone. And it kind of feels like we're getting very close to where we were in the last game. The thing is, remember the last game, Tetra had just enough counter to actually survive into that final turn that they had. There's going to be a very similar thing here. They are going to have 2 big swings coming down from the Newgate and the Ace next turn. They need to survive both of them to win this in 2 games.
We have a lot of cards in hand, so I do wonder, can you survive the backswing? You have 2 King Kong guns, I think. That's a lot of damage. However, those cards are not 2Ks as many others.
Nope. Activate main, 3K bump, or maybe a 4K bump.
Oh, he's using them both.
Oh, my word. So that is going to be a ridiculously big swing. That should be a +8.
8. Yes, so that's 14.
Is this on the Luffy?
Yes, yes.
So we've got 4 + 2 + 2 is 8. Plus, is that 16?
No, I think 6K and 8K.
Oh, 6 + 8.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay,
The +2 from leader ability is used on the Sanji.
Okay, so it is. Okay, we're going to need more. That's not enough. There we go. It is 14K. There is
We
your
need more
confirmation.
dices.
We are out of those plus power counters. I don't blame them. Most decks don't need that many. So we have a 14K Luffy swing here.
That's a lot.
And it's such an awkward thing because even if you counter out here, even if you counter, it's going to take a lot. So 14 into a 6K leader. So 8K will be a tie. Tie goes to the attacker. So you need to have 9K counter just to stop this attack coming through.
7. We are an 8K leader.
Oh, I forgot. Apologies.
7. That's still a lot.
The way he was holding his hand, he was perfectly covering the 2K bump. But yes, of course, from the Newgate played
still
last turn.
Still a lot to count. 4 cards at least. But it feels like it will come down again to the exact same thing as last game. He will split between Newgate and his leader.
Yep.
And will ask again for counter. Does he have it?
Okay, so the life gets taken. We draw for turn. And we've both said it, and I think we've both nailed it. You split the Dom between those 2, and you basically ask Tetra, can you survive one of these swings? One can go through, and honestly, it's kind of better if one does go through, because then you've got more cards for your final turn, because there's no way you're doing this 2 turns in a row.
We do have a lot of counter, and we have a blocker, Marco.
But if you play the blocker, you're not splitting your Don as well.
There's unblockable event. He needs to count really good right now.
I think you're right.
You can do a 13-13 split if you want to. There's no Don open, so you don't need to be scared of Conquer's Haki. Or Color of Supreme.
No, that is not there.
Yes.
Well, you get the 2K counter, but you don't then get the extra -1 to all of your opponent's characters.
Yes, the -1, really, really good. Also, we get an altered of this card in the booklet that you have at the Düsseldorf Bandai store.
I may or may not have already picked that up. It might have been the first thing I did yesterday when I got to the event before I even came and checked in. Who knows? Maybe I went straight to the shop and didn't come and check in for the stream until I'd got my exclusive. Nobody knows. We do know is that there are 2 Don in Nathan's hand. Looks like they might be going on to the Newgate here.
He's going for 12.
So that is a
12 and a 14 if he wants to. I think he's asking the 12. If he counters, he will probably try to play safe, getting some blockers. He has a lot of 2Ks. And if he takes, he's probably going in for 14.
I believe that is going to be the case.
And as Tetra, if you have if you can counter 14, you take just to try to.
Okay, so you take. So now we got the 14, and here comes the question. Can you counter the 14, or are we going to a game 3? Tetra doesn't even show the hand, so it looks like we are going to a game 3 here. Hey, we're in top 16. What are we going to do? Finish in 2 games? Nah, mate. Let's head off to a game 3. We've seen both decks do their thing and win. What's going to happen in game 3, Ruben?
Well, this is the first game that Rayleigh can go second. We did see Rayleigh going first both games because game 1 because of seeding, game 2 because he won, and now this is the first game that he can go second. And both games, the ace player was able to do Searcher, Marco, Josu, 8-cost event, and this is a whole different game if you have to go first. Well, you can potentially still do it, of course. If you have the tools to do it, then you do it with an extra Don on your leader. But if you don't have those cards, and not perfectly on curve, it might get tricky. Ace, of course, is known that it prefers to go second.
Yeah, because you want those even number cards. You want your 2 Don turn to be either 2 searchers or a searcher and a Don on your leader. And then your 4 Don turn, you get the Marco. 6 Don turn, you get the Josu. 8 Don turn, you get the Iron Whitebeard.
Yes.
Everything flows really nicely. Whereas if you go first, the 1 Don turn, you got your Searcher, but no Don on the leader. Your 3 Don turn, you're 1 short of Marco. Your 5 Don turn, you're 1 short of Josu. Your 7 Don turn, you're 1 short of Iron Whitebeard. And you're not ramping in this deck, so you're constantly finding yourself 1 Don short of where you want to be.
Yeah, I'm curious, though, if that's really the game plan, because if there is one matchup that Ace wants to go first, it's Green Zoro. And Green Zoro is also an aggressive matchup. And the game, how you approach the matchup as Ace against Green Zoro, you're never trading the board. You're just going to the leader. You're trying to be as aggressive as possible, and you have way too much defensive tools that Green Zoro can't get through it. And maybe his game plan is exactly the same against Rayleigh. You don't want to trade your 6k leader or your 12k Whitebeard into a small body as Buggy or Nami or a Boa maybe, or a 3k Sanji. No, you want to go face. As you saw these games, he is going very hard for the leader from Rayleigh. So maybe this is the kind of game that the Rayleigh player understands, and he said, maybe I need to go first these games. It's definitely a possibility. However, taking away their best curve is also a thing. But yeah, against Green Zoro, Ace wants to go first because they can be very aggressive. They have the exact same game plan. You still play Marco on your 5 Don, but you can swing 7 onto Green Zoro. Next, and on your 8 on turn, you can swing 7 at least, or maybe even 9. So
very well put. Well, now we get the Dawn, now we get the fist bump. Game 3, top 16, One Piece European Finals. And it is Nathan and Ace going first, as we suggested it might be. We see Izzo coming down, searching for a Whitebeard. It is that 4-cost blocker Marco that is coming down. And then we're going to head straight on over to Tetra, because what else can you do?
We do have the Luffy on curve, I see. Let's try to find that Sanji. We do have double Nami, so he's definitely going for the Sanji. If he can find it in one of his search. Not that Sanji, but
I mean, that's a good Sanji.
That's a good Sanji.
But it's not the right Sanji.
It's not the correct Sanji.
One of those original cards still sees a huge amount of play.
Second attempt with the Nami. Here we go.
Now we get to see another search for another Straw Hat.
Do we get the 3-cost Sanji? I see a Luffy.
I see a Luffy.
Zoro. I don't see the Sanji.
Oh, that's a shame. We see the Gum Gum King Kong Gatling, but that is not what we were looking for. Still a chance to draw it before next turn, but now you're in top deck mode, which is not really where you want. I mean, you have cleared 10 cards out the way, but you are still very much in top deck mode here. So you take a life.
Yep, 9 leader. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Did we find a Sanji? No. Oh, we did, I think.
We did find the Sanji. It wasn't off the life, so it must have been off the actual top deck there, because the top deck went straight to the back and we didn't see it. That must have been the Sanji. Great top deck for Tetra here. Gets that duel, Luffy and Sanji. But crucially, in both games, the turn after Luffy came down, Josu came and bumped it.
Yes.
This turn, there's only 5 Don for Nathan. You cannot immediately bump the Luffy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Atmos is an option. So Atmos would be really good. 1 Don leader, swing 7, play Atmos or Marco. Atmos would be a very decent card here. Yeah.
Here we go. You nailed it. There's Atmos coming down. Showing a couple of Whitebeard, and there we go. Luffy goes away. So Jozu wasn't an option, but we had a budget version in Atmos, and that still did the job nicely.
Yeah, Atmos also such a good card in a lot of ways. Also in the mirror match, Atmos, if you have to go first in the mirror match, which you dislike a lot, Atmos is probably your go-to, because if you can bounce a 4-cost Marco in the mirror match, you are a very happy man.
Oh, absolutely. That's always fun. That Marco gets super annoying. You don't want to KO it because it gives your opponent card advantage. Bouncing it to waste on is fun. We reveal 2 cards with Rayleigh to give a 2k boost to the Sanji, putting it up to an 8k on your turn. Did we just play the color observation, Haki? We did. You attach it onto Rayleigh, and then we search in.
Yes, looking for a good target maybe to play with Luffy, or maybe he already has a good target in hand and is going for more attack power.
Absolutely. Yep. So now we get a stun.
Oh, there is another Sanji, so he can do the Luffy Sanji play again.
And all 3 games we've seen this. All 3 games we've seen Luffy Sanji combo. Luffy gets bumped. Next turn, Luffy Sanji combo. And you see Nathan nodding there like, yes, fine, I get it. You did it game 1, you did it game 2. Why would I think you wouldn't do it game 3?
Yeah, this is like... If Rayleigh is in top 16 at the Bandai Card Fest in Düsseldorf, well, you do believe that he drew this combo quite sometimes, right?
Yeah, this combo's been coming out regularly to get you all the way to top 16. But now you have both those Sanji and that Luffy and your leader. You've got 4 viable attackers. You can start putting a bunch of pressure on the Nami. See, that's the thing about the radio. Even the 2k Nami can be boosted up. But here we go. We are discarding a couple of cards here just to get rid of that attack from Rayleigh. One with a leader skill, and then the put in for the counter.
Yep. We didn't see any pudding these games, although the Rayleigh had a lot of cards in hand. So I just think that Tetra doesn't mind if he gets pudding, because it slows down the ace so much that he's like, okay, sure, go ahead. I'll go from 7 to 5 cards. It's fine.
Well, we did see the Garp come down, do a little bit of a search. Did you see what he grabbed with the Garp?
He grabbed 9-cost Whitebeard.
Okay, that's a fun card, which is...
really good in this matchup.
Yeah, there's those 2 Whitebeard cards that are just so good playing it. And the fact, we've seen it a lot from these ace players this weekend. If you discard an Iron Whitebeard using the leader skill, you've probably got a second one in hand ready to go.
It's going 6 on the Sanji.
Okay, so Sanji goes down from Atmos there.
Let's see. Maybe you do respect putting a lot. There's 4 done open. He's thinking about it. I think this is scary. He's swinging 7. If you take life, you are, first of all, down to 1. Second of all, if he puddings you now, it's a lot of cards. So yeah, he's going for the counter.
Okay, so here we go with the Marco coming down. That is another blocker, draws 2 when KO'd. It's a very annoying thing to have to deal with.
And another Luffy.
And another Luffy. So, back over the Tetra, it looks like.
At 8 done.
8 done, Luffy in hand. Is there a target to play with the Luffy?
I don't think so, or not a... Well, not a Sanji at least.
There's no Sanji, no. There's absolutely no Sanji. But you can play any red character, 3k or less from your hand.
Yeah, you have Boai, I think, still.
Okay. So we are playing... Oh, it's Rush. Zoro comes in to go after the Atmos here. It's another blast from the past, like Rady tends to play. That OPO1 Zoro. Not the optimal version of the card, I got to tell you. The Akira Igawa alternate art. One of the most iconic One Piece cards. Putting that one out there. But it'll still do the same thing. It'll still give you a 5k rush. Looks like it's going after Atmos here.
We are watching in the indeed base rarity matchup.
Well, this isn't base rarity. This is a starter deck reprint of the Zoro.
Oh, yes, that's true.
I spent way too much time learning all the different prints of all the cards. But then I come here and it kind of comes in handy.
Must have been fun with Nami and Shirahoshi cards.
It gets confusing, Ruben.
That's the master. Master level.
I don't know. Mihawk and Perona lately have been giving them a run for their money. Okay, so we pop a Don underneath the Rayleigh.
Yes, just
We
to
get-
boost the Luffy because there's in total
There's 2 under the Rayleigh. One of them's
Yeah.
just well hidden. So
2
now we have
done.
a 4K Luffy with a 4K bump. That's 8K swinging. Must be into face here. And blocking it with Marco. But the blocker is at least off the board.
Yep.
2 life left. And Tetra's starting to get to that point where it built up a decent board. And I'm starting to get a few of these attacks either coming through or forcing my opponent to use a lot of resources. Now, is that a 9K swing?
8k, 8k.
It's an 8K swing.
Yes, and I think another 8k with leader as well. There's no board for Ace. That's the good part for the Rayleigh player. However, we are coming to the late game, and the late game
Oh, 2
means
Uta.
Whitebeard game.
Well, we've seen 2 Iron Whitebeard discarded with a leader skill.
Yes.
But there has to be one in hand. There's no way you're discarding 2 and not keeping one to actually play.
Well,
Yeah, there we go. Front of the hand there.
yes, and we also have 9 cost Whitebeard, which we could play on curve if we want to.
To be fair, we could.
But I wouldn't be surprised if he's going for the 8 cost event, play the 9 beard, and going to a 10k leader and try to kill the Rayleigh the upcoming turn. Because the board is quite wide with and Zoro and Sanji and Luffy and of course the leader. Here we go.
Here comes
Let's-
I Am Whitebeard. You leave 1 Don open. And then we are playing. It is the 10 cost was in hand as well as the 9 cost. So now you get to try. And here is the question. Are we going to use a skill on the event to take a life and give a 2k bump to our leader? Looks like we are going to do that. Though it's only an 8k, not a 10k, because you played the 10 cost, not the 9 cost. But you get the draw, and then you get 2 Don on your leader, and you get 2 Don on a character as well.
On Garp is pretty good to swing into the Sanji or
That's
Zoro
what I
if
was
you want to.
thinking. There's low enough characters that the Gart becomes a viable attacker now.
But I think he is at a point that he doesn't want to swing anymore in the board. Like, swinging onto Sanji means you are giving a card basically to the Rayleigh. However, if he has a lot of defensive tools, you can still play the, well, longer game. However, we are at only 6 minutes left.
Well, then we're 1 game each, so we need to start thinking about tiebreakers. Tiebreakers, if I remember correctly, it's going to be first it's life, then it's characters on board, then it's cards in deck. Characters on board, you got to think Rayleigh's going to be ahead on that. So it's always going to come down to how much life is remaining. If we run out of time, we are not there yet.
So these players are playing fast enough. They're playing very fast. The pace is high. Both players don't want to go to time. Both players feel well, I think, about this game. Like, both players are drawing really well. They both didn't miss anything at both curves. I didn't see the Ace missing out on an 8-cost event or a Whitebeard or Marco Josu and Atmos. And I didn't see Tetra miss on the Luffy and Sanji combo. Well, we did see him miss a Boa Surge. Quick reminder.
We did. And once again, I'm sorry, Tetra. That was my fault. I want to see Rayleigh in top 8, but I did not do him any favors with that caster curse. And we're getting to that end game now, like we've seen in both of the previous games. We've got a wide board from Rayleigh. We have a narrow board from Ace, but it generally ends up as that Ace and one of the big Newgate, and he split Don and see if your opponent can counter. That's what game 1 came down to. That's what game 2 came down to. Right now, we get a 2k boost on the Sanji, putting it up to an 8k, plus 2 Don puts it up to a 10k. So you're 2k above the leader here. That also then gives Luffy the 2k boost because there are 2 given Don.
And you are at 2 live as Rayleigh. That's also really good, of course. You have, I think, 1 more turn at least after this one, so it's putting a lot of pressure. Time to count the 2Ks and trash from Ace. That is something that I think all the One Piece players should make a very good. It's just a very good habit to look at the trash of your opponent. It's legal. It's a legal play. Well, it's not even a play. It's legal to do, to check your opponent's trash as much as possible, to check how many 2Ks, how many, even 1Ks if you want to, if you know the deck outside in. And of course the events, as Emu would never existed, how many they played as well. So
Yeah, it's absolutely crucial because you can look at your opponent's trash and then you can figure out how many counters they've got, and you can figure out what their odds are of having a particular play. So when you're thinking, do I go hyper-aggressive now? Do I hang back a bit? You know what their chances of countering out if you go hyper-aggressive are, if you paid enough attention both to deck lists in general, and theirs if you know it, and the trash in terms of the specific game. So, no, it's an absolutely underrated skill. When you get to this level of One Piece, you need to know all of this. Now, here comes a Luffy swing. It's a 9k swing coming into the leader here. 3 cards in hand from Nathan.
Yes, and it seems like he is checking about the 2Ks, if there are still 2Ks in hand. But he goes for the block. We are able to put the the ace probably to 0 because we do have the Gatling, the King Kong Gatling. That's an 11.
Here comes a swing with the Zoro.
Oh, is it an 11? No, it's a 9 as well.
We got is that plus 4 on the
yes,
Zoro?
plus
Yes, we
4,
have because of the
9.
King
Ooh,
Kong.
and he needs to take it.
Okay, now we have about 5 cards in hand here from Nathan. At
I
least
see.
5 cards in hand. 5 cards in hand.
I see 2 1Ks at least.
There's a Marco in there which doesn't have a counter. Obviously, the leader skill does double as a 2k counter, but have we used the leader skill already?
That is what I'm trying to remember, but it's
We
very...
need a little counter here that we put on the ace. Nice little One Piece coin or something to show when they've used the...
A little donut.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rude.
Well, no, make it kind of a whole cake arc themed donut, and then we're good. Now here comes a 6k Rayleigh swing.
With the buff, I think it's just an 8.
Is it an 8k swing? I feel like Nathan's probably got enough to save the game here. But Tetra here. Oh, is he not have enough to save the game? Is Tetra in?
He used the King Kong gun. My bad.
He used the
Sorry,
King Kong
guys.
gun, so Tetra's going to go through.
It's
and that
11.
means that Rayleigh is going to go 2 games to 1. We've already seen a Liv winning on stream. Now we put a Rayleigh into top 8. And it looked like we had a couple turns left to go. It looked like Ace had some more defensive options. But after that King Kong gun Gatling, you show the hand and you're like, I just don't have anything to counter here.
No, it was more than enough. With the boost event, the King Kong Gatling, yeah, we were out of counters, and that is what Tetra was... he just knew it, I think, because he was watching the trash so many times and started swinging 9 into an 8k leader, and a lot of people would be, 9k instead of a 10k swing, that's so weird. But yeah, he was like, my opponent doesn't have any 2ks left.
And he's fishing. He's like, if you don't have any 2Ks, I'm just going to make you waste all your 1Ks. And then what seemed, and that was a very, for that best of 3, right?
Yes.
That was a very underwhelming swing to win that best of 3. But you look at the hand, I think there was a Newgate in the hand with no counter. There's a Marco in the hand with no counter. And you're basically just going, you don't have enough counter left, and I can take this little leader swing, and then I'm in the top 8 of the Gundam, excuse me, the Gundam, that's the other stream, of the One Piece Card Game Finals.
Yeah. Well, he could go for it at that point, because he was also at 2 lives. There was no way that he could die against the ace. So I'll go for it. If they have the counter, that's fine. They are at 2 cards left in their hand, or maybe 1. And the upcoming turn, I can go unblockable event and just win the game as well. So he was perfectly fine.
See, I thought the Rayleigh was winning it, but I thought they were winning it on the following turn, because I was following it through like you. I'm looking at my opponent. There's a Newgate and there's a leader. They can swing twice. I can give up both those swings. I don't care. It just gives me more cards in hand. And then I can go for the unblockable. I can maybe use some of those other events to boost up my characters. I can go as hard as I can with the characters on board, and I think at that point I've won. That was a surprising little wait. They're fist bumping. It's over. But I tell you what, now the top 8's over, you know what that means? That means top 4. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Do not go anywhere, because what, you're going to miss top 4 after that top 8? I don't think you're going to do that.
Ruben, top 8. It's getting through their last few rounds to go before the last 2 rounds before our opponents secure their places potentially for the World Championships in Japan. It's getting really tense and nervous now, isn't it? Have you found it so far?
Uh, it was I got top 16. I got a Rayleigh. I was like, whoa, a Rayleigh? What time is this? And he won very convincingly against Ace. It was super nice gameplay to watch. So 3 very good friends of mine are still in top 8.
Excellent.
So yeah, it's super excited. I can't wait to what's gonna happen. Who's going to Worlds? I want to know already. We are
Yeah.
so close.
It is so tense and exciting. I mean, during the last round, I was obviously on break watching the Gundam top 4 matchup with one of our locals from London trying to make his way. It's super exciting to see him making it to World Championships, making it into the final. And I can imagine you with your friends all still in the race
3
to
of
make it to
them,
Worlds.
so-
It's going to be the same feeling, hoping one of your friends makes it to the World Championships in Japan. Super exciting. But we have got a bit of news for you guys as far as what decks are left in the standings. And we've got quite a dominant deck there, haven't we?
Actually do, yeah. We do have 1 Emu, 1
Yep.
Rayleigh, and 6 Ace.
Crazy to think that we have 6 ace decks dominating one side of this bracket. So we are guaranteed an ace mirror match in one of the top 4 matches and a guaranteed ace in the final. So we do know that the final is going to be ace versus another deck. So
Versus another deck, exactly. And we also know for sure that the top 4 match will be an Ace mirror match as well.
yep.
There is even an option that we will have 4 Ace in top 4 as well. So very dominant performance from this deck.
Yeah, and everyone was fearing like Emu coming into this weekend and Ace obviously as well, but to only see 1 Emu at this stage, I mean, are you surprised by that?
I'm really surprised. I thought we would have at least my 4 Emu, 3 Ace, or even 4-4 or 5-3 and so on. I didn't expect any other deck. Well, we got 1. Any
Yep.
other deck? Well, we got only a 1 Rayleigh left. But I didn't expect Ace to be this dominant. But yeah, the deck is super strong. If it sees what it needs to see, yeah, the deck is very hard to beat. And,
Absolutely. And I think it's obviously the natural counter to the Emu deck as well. So do you think that's why a lot of really strong players have decided to pilot Ace, thinking that I'm going to come across a lot of Emus potentially? And
I do think that the very good Emu players are not that afraid of Ace.
Yep.
Unless they have to go first.
yeah.
And I think that's why a lot of people are also on Ace. They were like, if I go first or second, okay, it matters, of course. But if I go second, I'm just ahead. And if I
Yeah.
go first, it's just a little worse. While Emu, it's basically a lot worse if you have to go first into your opponent. So, but here are the players.
Yes, we've got Chippy, who will be piloting Ace versus a good friend of yours.
Yes.
Aoife.
He's called the most handsome player by Skepas. Ninja 1K is playing against Chippy. So he is the last Emu remaining.
Yep. So let's see, can he represent the Emu players from this weekend and carry it through to the finals here? Or will Emu's journey come to an end here? We'll have to wait and see with this matchup now. We have obviously got Chippy, who is our higher seed of the 2 players. So we'll be able to decide whether he goes first or second. And that's a really important decision to be able to make,
That's
isn't it?
really important, being able to go second at least twice in time. I do wonder how they will approach a best of 3 in Top Cut as this matchup. Because I do know that some Ace players had a game plan for if they are in Top Cut, they are
Yep.
playing Ace. Because the games are going so long, they win going second, they lose going first, and on time they would lose game 3. So a lot of those Ace players were like, maybe I actually shouldn't play game 2 and just go directly to game 3. That was one of the things that people were actually thinking about. Like, maybe I have to play it in a whole different way.
Yep.
But so I do wonder how Chippy is also on the right, by the way. Uh, Chippy is the ace player, and Ninja 1K or Eve Mangano is the emu player.
Yep.
The names will be changed in a bit. Um, but yeah, so he is the emu player. Uh,
But yeah, like
Uh,
you're saying, I mean, we've got the ace player going second and exactly where he wants to be, being able to, get to that Iron Whitebeard as quickly as possible and then potentially start chaining those Edward Newgates, with either the red or the blue ones.
mhm.
But as you were saying, Eve has hopefully be able to get a good start here and seems to be having 2 back-to-back searches with Saint Shalria.
Yeah, that's a
This
very good
definitely
card, of
helps.
course.
Yeah, definitely
Also
helping
filling
to
up your trash, so you're safe against Jozu, Atmos, Red Rock triggers, or Red Rock in general. That's definitely a reason why you want to fill up your trash as soon as possible. Mars
Yeah.
also quite an important card, but more if you go second, because then Ace is playing more on 4-cost Marco or on 5-cost Yamato chains.
Absolutely. So we do now have 7 in the trash, so protection is there from removal.
Just thinking about it now.
Just deciding which card to.
Yep. So obviously a hard choice if he's going for the.
Yep. Decides to use leader ability. Takes Jupiter from the top of the deck there.
There we go.
It's a nice 2k counter in hand, but really importantly does make all your 5 elders 7k base power. Really, really powerful card indeed.
Jupiter's such a strong card in a lot of positions, especially if you have the board. So we are at 4 Dawn, so this is probably the turn that you really want to see your Marco, and if you don't have it, the turn got way worse, so that's really good for Eve.
Yeah, absolutely.
That Ace misses his 4 Dawn turn.
Yep. Plays it on Atama, draws 2 cards. Did see that big 10 cost Whitebeard added to hand from that as well. And now does do a big 9k swing with that ace leader. So do you counter out of this or do you take the life? You ideally want to keep your life as long as possible as an emu player, especially going up against such an imposing deck as ace. So
You want to remain as healthy as possible, of course. I think an 8k swing, a 7k swing were all very easy
yep.
to do your event, but now we did get a trigger, which is really good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. That does help getting the trigger. Adds another 3 cards into the trash, but also enables you to get another piece into your hand as well. So can go digging further on his own turn now with Charlia as well. But yeah, that's a really smart play by Chippy, wasn't it? That 9k swing forces at least 2 cards out of hand, knowing that that 1 dom was still left open for never existed was a critical play. So yeah.
I also think that taking that 9 is actually super scary because of Pudding. Pudding is still a very good card, of course.
Yep.
That you have in mind. And with a 9k, tossing 2 cards is just, yeah, it feels too much so early on.
Absolutely. But yeah, Pudding is an interesting, exactly card because you can see our Emu player is cultivating his hand really well, has had plenty of searches early on, got a healthy hand size, finding the right pieces, and it'd be really scary to see a Pudding drop down and literally force you to have a random new hand of 5 cards, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's such a good card in so many matchups. But Eve is seeing a lot of searches. He is basically, there's no way that he's missing one of the 5 elders with 2, or this is even the 3rd Shalria, I think.
Yeah, it's the 3rd one.
Right.
We saw 1 on turn 1, another one played on turn 2, and now this one was taken off that search from the trigger being played here.
Really
so that's
good.
the 3rd one. So yeah, absolutely. Helping fill the trash, find the pieces. Really good play.
Also for Shippy, Jozu might come in handy, and of course Jozu doesn't work on Saturn, But Chozo can pick up both cards from your own as well. So he can pick up Garp and the Otama.
Yeah, definitely useful to find those bigger pieces with a Garp and a Tama helping to draw those cards. Being able to pick both of them up and replay them at a later time can be really, really impactful, can't it?
Absolutely. I think Chippy might go for a play like that unless, well, of course he doesn't have the Jolzu, but that he's still missing some pieces maybe for his 8 Dawn turn. You really want I Am Whitebeard and a 10 cost as soon as possible, and then just chain your 10 costs.
Absolutely. So I'm going to quick look now at Eve's trash. We do have 14 cards already in that trash, which is quite a considerable number.
Close to getting your leader to 6k thanks to the empty throne. Well, you do have the 8 cost event, and I did think he already had the 10 cost new gate as
he did.
well.
Yeah, he got that early on, I think, with that Atama when he drew 2. So, yeah, does have the capability now on 8 Don to be able to get one of those Whitebeards out. With that Ezo search, does find that I Am Whitebeard event.
We have a Yamato. That's also a question, of course. Yamato really good. Drawing 2 extra cards. That's 4 Don. That seems like a... Oh, Pudding.
Oh, Pudding does come down. Disrupts that hand now. And this is going to be interesting to see.
You
see the look on his face.
Like,
yeah.
oh, damn.
Yeah. Well, if Chippy was going to play it, this would have been the turn to play it, wouldn't it? So,
yes.
yeah.
After this turn, I don't think we will see a lot of Pudding.
You lose the opportunity because you're really trying to play the I Am Whitebeards out and utilizing that. But yeah, we do see now. It's going to be important to see what Eve manages to get from the top 5 cards of that deck now. Having cultivated that hand with all those searches is now...
I guess you're happy that Ace is at least not playing very big bodies or like establishing and Marco and Jolzu and so on.
Yeah, true.
The board is perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's definitely manageable, as you say, at the moment. So we do get a swing coming in from the leader now. 7k swing into life. Eve does have that, does look like there is a counter event in hand. Does have the wand on open, but yep.
Here we go.
So uses a 2k counter, uses the event, immediately picks that 2k counter up with the event to put it back in hand. So yeah, that does absolutely help.
What is our hand after Pudding?
Yeah, do we have the pieces? That's the most important thing. You are going to need a 5 Elder very soon in a couple of turns.
First side of hand doesn't seem amazing. Of course, you do have the ability to draw some extra cards.
It's going to go 6 into leader. Apply a little bit of pressure, force a card out of hand here from Chippy.
He's still at 3 lives, so I guess Chippy is currently not in the danger zone or scared. He's even gonna take the 6, and because he has a Donald leader, he can draw an extra card.
Yeah.
This is also not the best turn for Eve.
Yeah, I mean, leaving... Well, using the throne now to play Nusjuro. Swinging 6 again. Obviously can reduce something by 2,000 power. But at this point, nothing's rested, so it doesn't really do much in that sense. But
we are going to the Whitebeard turns.
Yep. Here we go. 8 Don available. All 8 Don rested. What could this mean, Ruben? Oh, look what it is. It's an I Am Whitebeard. And we see the big 10 cost Edward Newgate coming down. Draw 2, trash 1. Give 2 rested Don to one of your characters, 2 rested Don to your leader. Absolutely insane card. Such a strong card to be able to play on your 8 Don turn, isn't it?
And I think we are happy that those 2 Don needs to go on Pudding and not on like a Chozu
true.
or Marco. Like this is a 6. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that 2k counter in hand will be able to deal with that.
I think wherever this Pudding is going, it will just take a 2k.
Yeah. Yep, we use that 2k counter. That was knowledge from the previous counter.
And this 8. Now he needs to decide. You are still at 3 life for Emu, that's the good part.
Yeah, still comfortable life number there. So we are seeing now 8 being swung. Where is the target going to be?
Oh. Did drop the Yamato.
Yep, so that is going to be countered by never existed. And we pass the turn back over. So that's quite good for Eve there, being able to keep the 2 characters on board. Nusjuro is going to be really important to be able to maybe cost reduce that. Putting just to take a little threat off the board if you put a couple of swings in it. But Chippy would be happy to use that Edward Newgate to potentially block one of those.
You're at 17, it seems. So we actually get there with the event.
Yep. So that will put the leader up to 6,000 power when attacking, which means you don't need to commit any Don now to that Emu leader when you attack into the ace leader itself, which would be quite nice.
I do think... Oh, no. We have all the names. We have all the elders in trash. So...
Even though his hand was disrupted early on.
I don't think we have a 10 cost. That's the problem.
Yeah, it needs to make sure he's got the 10 cost. Has Eve got it?
And we don't have a Jupiter. Sometimes you can play Jupiter because you have 2 bodies established. You can swing some 8s or 10s even. Now we have nothing at all.
Yeah. Next turn, you do want to be able to do that 5 elders. But just deciding what to do. So starts off by trying to swing into pudding. 5 into 4. Yep, lets it go.
Yeah, we're not protecting the pudding.
Yeah. Definitely happy to let that one go. And now, what do you do with all this Don you've got left available? 8 Don available. You have now got enough. It was more, yeah, we've definitely got enough in the trash to make our leader a 6k. So he uses that Izu to trash it and draw a card.
Probably looking for more new gates.
Yep.
He is still playing the 2K Julzu. It's definitely a card that you don't always see in the ace decks. Most of the time they go for touch.
Yep.
Touch also really good, of course, because of, well, Roger. Sometimes you play Roger in front of the game-winning state, but then with touch you can activate.
Yeah, it does counter out of that. And now, what are you going to do with all this Don available? So you do have 7. You're probably going to play something off your stage. If
Blockers? You have a Walkery, you have a Charlos. So you can try to stay as healthy as possible for another turn.
Yeah, it looks like there's a Walkery there as well. It starts off with
Leader ability.
leader effect. Trashing 1 from hand, draw 1. I'm going to see a 2-cost blocker. Trashing another one. Shirahoshi now in. And we're going to see a Walkery. Blocker. So 2 blockers being played.
It's no 10 cost in hand, but we do have, I think, if I saw it correctly, a Saturn in hand for Ninja 1K, and if he plays Saturn first and he finds the 10 cost, which is very, very, very well.
You could assume it's going to be likely at this stage with that many cards in trash, more than half of the deck in trash, essentially.
Yeah,
your odds of finding it in a 5-card set is very high indeed.
Well, yesterday at our last round of the game, Kevin
yeah,
the 10 cost.
Yeah, Kevin Lee had a tough time yesterday. But let's see how Chippy's going to use all of this 10 Don now.
If he didn't find the Newgate, I feel like he's going to play his Roger. That's why he was already going for his leader, maybe starting with a 6k swing.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what he decides to do here. It does start off with a 6k swing. Walkery now digging further. Not sure what went into the hand there, but did get to draw a card when Walkery does get KO'd. A swing by Newgate is blocked, and we do see Goldie Roger coming down with a rush, and that life is taken. So
Still no 10 cost.
still no 10 cost. Is this looking? Yeah, it's not ideal, but hopefully you want to find it at some point. Let's see what we can do here now.
Do we have the Saturn? I think we did.
See, it never existed in the hand, a Walkery in the hand.
Starting with a 6k swing.
So yeah, just asking for a card from hand at least. Or leader, well, can't play the leader ability because there is no Don attached. So yeah, 2k counter. We're going to go 6k again. What are we going to reduce power on? So the Newgate goes down to 10,000 power.
Judge was already
Ready for
standby.
that? Yep. Well done to our stream judge for getting that on there so quickly. Is he not going to target the Goldie Roger and try and remove it?
Yeah, that's a lot of commitment.
That's a lot of commitment. Yeah, exactly.
But that Roger is quite scary for the rest of the game.
It is indeed. It just means if either player goes down to 0 life, you cannot activate blocker. Otherwise, your opponent immediately wins the game. So yeah, it's going to make it really difficult for Eve.
He's going for that card.
So does swing with that Nostru, then does leader effect to trash it to draw another card. And it looks like he is going to commit 4 Don. Is that going to be a Saturn being played or not?
Yes, I think he's going to look for that 10 cost.
Yeah, he's being forced to go look for it. Yes, immediate
Snap
choice.
take, snap
There
take,
we
of
go.
course.
Yep. No need to think about that one. Taken straight away to hand. And now we can see.
We still would have done open for one never existed as well, so that's also really good.
Yeah. Still gives him the ability to have, as you say, the ability to utilize that event. So just getting those elders ready to be deployed.
Double checking, but
making sure he's got all 5.
I was very sure of it.
Yep. So, there we go. We rest 3 Don to play the elders. Rest another Don and trash a card to then be able to play out all 5 elders. Start off with a Saturn search, I think, here.
Yes, here we go.
Look at the top 5.
Probably for another 10 cost.
Yep, there we go. He's got another 10 cost ready. Just trying to count how many cards left in deck as well.
Yeah, because he knows there are 3 left, so
Yeah.
he's probably thinking,
I think more than anything, he's probably trying to figure out what he's got in what sequence, because he's put cards down at the bottom of the deck as well, thanks to Saturn Search before. So, again, a good player remembers the order they've put cards down at the bottom of the deck, don't they?
and the very good players remember it so
Yeah.
quickly. It's really impressive sometimes.
I wish I had a memory like that. That's why I'm so terrible at the card game. My memory is horrendously bad. So we do take the 5 elders into the hand, so we can chain another one next turn. We do still have the Nusturo, and we have 1 Don open as well. So Nusturo can attack, but obviously it won't go through because it's only going to be... Oh, well, it's a 7k, sorry, attack now that we do have Jupiter on the board.
Yep. Asking for another 2k, or at least the leader ability from Chippy.
So that does apply a little bit more pressure. Forcing another card out of hand. Just going through the trash. I think he's trying to figure out how many 2K counters are there.
Chippy is really thinking about it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing here is that we are at that position where, yes, if Chippy takes the life, then Roger's ability is in play, where blockers cannot be activated, but will he have enough to push for game? I mean, Eve has, what, 2 life left?
You have 2 life left, yes.
Yep. So he's trying to figure out, will he have enough 2K counters and an event that will be able to save one of the attacks that will come through? That's probably what Chippy's trying to calculate here.
It puts Eve in a very weird position if you take it right now, but
Yeah.
not sure if I'd like to counter that much, although it feels so free, of course, to counter it with your leader ability or whatsoever. However, you're giving them the blocks the upcoming turn.
Yeah, so does use leader ability there, gets rid of a red rock, which is literally a dead card in hand anyway. So does utilize that and passes the turn. So now, what can Chippy do here? 10 Don available again. What's going to be
Best
your
case,
play?
I think he has 8 cost events with 9 beard.
Yep. He just
Or 9 beard alone is also very good.
plays the 9 beard. Makes his leader now a much more difficult target with plus 2,000 on it until the end of your opponent's turn. So we'll make it a lot more awkward to swing into. And does put that Don underneath his leader.
Yes, for that extra draw power,
Yep.
potentially if he loses his last life.
So it will be a 9K swing wherever it's.
Ooh. Pass
Just
turn.
passes, okay.
Doesn't want to give the extra card from Warcury.
So now this is going to be interesting. We do know there's another 5 Elders in hand. We've got 6 swings now, but they're going to have to get over that 8,000 power leader, so Don will need to be attached.
This feels also like a park to 10 cost, as they call it, turn.
Yep.
Because you don't want to get rid of all your elders, of course.
So does start off with an 8K swing. Just trying to do the maths around what he's got coming towards him.
And a very nice fact, if Eve can make it to Japan, apparently he speaks fluently Japanese.
Excellent. We'll easily be able to navigate around. Must definitely be looking forward to try and make that top 4 and just be one step away from making the finals and guaranteeing a space at the World Championships. Remember, in the EU and North America, if you finish top 3 in the championship finals, you do get a place at the World Championship. So both our finalists, as well as our player who wins the 3rd place playoff, will be making their way to Japan to represent Europe at the World Championships.
In March.
In March, absolutely. It's been a fantastic season, hasn't it? 25-26. We've seen totally different metas and play styles, and we're ending on such a very sort of control meta. But the last set, you know, we have seen such a diverse range of leaders being played, and I think going forward with what we've seen already from OP14, it looks like we're going to have a good start to the new year when we get that new set coming as well.
I think it was the most diverse set, OP12.
Yep.
or meta.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been playing the card game since it first began, and I definitely think that that last meta was before OP13 was definitely the most diverse we've seen. It was almost like you can play whichever leader you want, and it was really viable. But we are here with Emu versus Ace as we continue to see how Eve is gonna formulate these attacks potentially into Chippy's game. Now we are down to 0 life for Chippy, which means that Goldie Roger is activated, no blockers available, so you've now got to somehow...
You can swing with him.
Yep.
The upside.
Almost make sure that you win game at this point. So I think the natural thing here is you just sort of keep swinging 8s and see what his reaction is. I'm not sure how many cards he's got in hand now. Obviously with that leader effect, that does help get that extra card as well. So essentially taking that life gives you 2 extra cards in hand, the life and the draw.
Oh, I thought he said last turn because of his hand. I was like, whoa, what is happening here?
Yeah.
I do think that we will see a 10 cost just being parked, as people call it right now.
Yep.
Not activated. He's also probably thinking about how much should I swing? Should I swing even? He's gonna swing with the Noshiro.
Yep. So Nostro does swing for 8,000 power into the 8,000 power leader. Does require at least a 1k counter or the block from the Edward Newgate here. Chippy's just deciding now. 7 cards in hand.
For a 1k.
Yep. So 1k in Isa. Reduces that to 6 cards in hand now. I don't think he's used his leader ability this turn either yet, has he?
He did not. He
Yeah.
did not. And I do see 2 never existed in hand for the Emu player.
Just trying to figure this one out. Wants to leave, as you say, would probably want to play the 5 elders and park it.
That's 4 done, I think.
Okay.
Okay. I did use the 10 cost here.
Yep. So does play the 10 cost 5 elders, does activate it, does the search with Saturn, does get another 3k counter.
We do have a lot of events in hand right now.
Yep. So Equilibrium was added to the hand of the Saturn search. 4 Don open. So could survive if those big 3 characters were to swing in.
Definitely.
But more importantly, the ace would be back down to 6,000 as a leader, which would make it a lot easier for Eve to be able to try and push for game next turn. But can he survive the swings that will be coming in from that big Edward Newgate, the blocker Edward Newgate, the Goldie Roger?
Swinging 8 here is fine because that Newgate can't take the free block.
Yep.
Second minus 2k from the Noshiro, putting both at 8, so asking an extra card for the leader ability. I think after this swing, Eve is gonna pass.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you wouldn't want to swing with your leader here, having to commit Don on it. Just wouldn't make any sense. Even though Emu is a 6k swing, having an 8k leader to swing into, you want to make sure you got enough Don open for those events that you're going to need to survive at least one of those swings coming at you. So uses leader effects for the Marco. And here we go.
Definitely not a turn that we can win. There's way too much defense.
Yeah. So none of those blockers can be activated here.
This is the kind of turn that you want to put pressure, play probably Marco Yamato
Yep.
to stall and win the upcoming turn. Maybe play an extra 10 costs if that's enough. If you have a lot of counter in hand, which is also possible sometimes.
Yeah, he's just trying to figure out what kind of attacks is he going to see coming in next turn. What does he want to sort of try and target here?
Yeah. This is also a moment that I think, as being chippy, you need to check the treasure of Eve.
Yep.
If you like, how many 2Ks are there? Like, if you swing 10 with your new gate, if he needs to use Never Existed and 2 1Ks, or Never Existed and another event, you are a very happy person.
Yeah, absolutely.
So counting the Shiraoshis, counting the other 2Ks, the Jupiter and so on, it's very important. Because you can almost figure out what the hand is from Eve. Because he has like 2 10 cards left, 2 and 2 in line. And that should be that's even less than 10, I think.
Yep. So what's Chippy going to do here? 10 Don available. Does have some very large bodies on board as well. Needs to make a decision as to what to target. Do you go for life? Do you go for that Nuzjuro? Looks like he's going to use the Newgate to attack with
If
first.
you can't win this turn, I think you have to go for the Noshiro first.
Yeah.
To up your chances to have an extra turn as well.
Absolutely. So does stick a Don underneath that Newgate and will be swinging 10
Life.
at life. As you say, the smart play, just trying to force at least a couple of cards out of hand here, potentially an event.
3 cards if he wants to defend.
yeah.
So, or 2 if he uses double event.
Yep. So what are we going to see? Okay, 1 Don committed, never existed.
+3.
Another Don committed. Equilibrium, I think, will probably come down here.
Yes.
Yep. So it does counter out of that first swing. One Don still available.
Yeah, for Chippy, it's also a very hard turn right now. Am I going for it? Can I play defensive one more turn? Because now you got 2 events. Upcoming turn, you probably can go for it with a lot more certainty. Now you are
Yep.
thinking about it. Can I even survive? Because all those characters on the board are 7Ks.
Yep.
They can potentially have
Just-
another Noshiro and play
Yeah.
another 10 cost and swing more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just committing 1 Don to each of those characters means 8k swings going into 6, which makes it really difficult for Chippy to be able to deal with. So he does have to think about, can I go for game at this point? Does have 9 Don available to him.
So 4 cards left in hand for Ninja 1K.
This is still game 1. We are just over 25 minutes left on the clock.
Yes.
Almost 35 minutes played in this first game.
So that's what I said at the start of the
Yeah.
game. Best of 3. This matchup is a very hard thing to do, and like if the ace wins right now, the Emu can probably is in a very good shot for game 2.
Yep.
And for game 3, the most of the time they don't have time left.
Yeah. So, Roger, swinging for 13,000. The most powerful character in this game. Into Nuzjuro.
It should be Beppo, right?
Yeah, Beppo. Should be
Yeah.
Beppo. Yeah, I don't know why Roger's... Captain!
I actually cosplayed Beppo in one of my
Oh,
streams.
awesome.
And they called me Rue Bear.
Ruby. That is hilarious. Oh, well, the Heart Pirates are my favorite pirate crew.
Eve Also checking his own trash. What am I missing?
Yeah. He's trying to figure out what's left in deck. There's not many cards left in deck. So again, it's almost like back in the days of playing Blue Nami, isn't it? It's like
Absolutely.
you're looking through your trash just trying to figure out what is left. And wow, okay, so does get a nice trigger there. Which card's going to be added to hand? And yes, it's going to be another event. Does pass turn back now.
Can we survive this? We are 8k leader. Not a lot of cards left in hand.
Yeah. Having played that 9-cost Edward Newgate does allow that leader to be 8k again. But as you say, not too many cards left in hand. Is there just enough to be able to get through? So we're going to start off with an 8k swing with that Saturn, forcing a 1k counter.
Very important. Is there a brick in hand for Chippy? Yes or no?
Yeah. Another 8k swing. 2k counter with the Uta.
3 cards left, I think, in hand.
Yep,
And all
another.
counters.
Another 8k swing, another Uta there being used as a counter. We're going to see another 8k swing. The hand has been dumped now.
All counters. And we have 1 blocker left, so we need double rush. Double no-shiro could get there. No, not even. I think you don't have the done for it.
You don't have
no,
the
you
done
don't done for it.
Yeah.
And this means we are going to a game 2.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a very, very optimistic person, but
Yeah, this is going to be tough.
look, this is gonna be very tough.
Takes that life there. Yeah, just passes turn, scoops up. We are now at a situation where we are going to game 2, just over 20 minutes on the clock, I think.
Yes, crazy.
Gonna be very, very tight. So yeah, this game 2 is gonna have to be pretty quick if Ethan really wants to push for a game 3.
I'm very curious how the ace will approach this. If he is going for, okay, we will play game 2 and game 3, it's gonna look very bad, or I'm really curious. I know a lot of very, very good players that were indecisive on how to approach ace into emu and top cuts, because in Swiss it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
But now you have to play 3 games in 1 hour instead of 1 game in half an hour. And this is, of course, such an important game. You are going to top 4. It's as close as you can get to Worlds, right? You can already see the boarding pass to Japan if you get to top 4.
You can smell victory. You can sense your journey to
Sushi.
Tokyo. But yes, it is a really, really difficult time for these players. Getting into that top 4 just one step closer, as we were saying, is really important. But we are firing off now. We've got Eve set up, ready to go.
I think Chippy is checking for a mulligan.
Just deciding whether to keep this hand or not.
Yeah, sometimes you have those hands, 2 amazing cards, and then 3. And then it's it can get worse, it can get a lot better.
Yeah, it's always a gamble, isn't it? Sometimes when you start with a hand and you think, "Ooh, is that a good enough hand or not?"
The more games that I watch from Enrico Di Maria, one of the best players of Europe, he is keeping quite a lot of hands, actually. He is, because it can get a lot worse, so he's happy with I was very surprised. He's happy with a lot of hands.
Well, whenever I play casual matches, I always try and keep my hand, and I always try and give my opponent their preferred start, whether they want to go first or second, just to try and see, in a worst-case scenario, how would you play the game and how would you sort of cope with it. But we do have Izo dropping down on turn 1 there.
Do we have more search?
So 19 minutes left on the clock. Eve really does need to get that win here as soon as possible if that's going to happen. We do have an Atama drop down to be able to get additional cards in hand now.
Getting rid of Yamato, that must mean that there is more Yamato in hand for
Yep.
the Chippy. Because Yamato is so crucial on your 5-Don turn.
Yeah, it does have synergy with that leader.
And we used event 1K. So no never existed is communicated to Chippy right now. Oh, there is. And you see Eve, he's moving up the pace. It looks
Yeah.
like we are watching in X3 right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
That it's,
Super fast action here.
But if you watch the timer, it's still the same time.
Yep. So just deciding which card to take off this Saturn search.
Mars, really good card into Ace, especially if they have to go first, because you can basically destroy everything they have the upcoming turn.
Yep. So 5-Don turn now for Chippy. What will they decide to go with here? So does rest all 5-Don, and are we going to see the Yamato coming down?
You will
Yes,
see
we
the
do.
Yamato.
Draw 2 and put a rested Don underneath your leader. And we do see 7k swing.
The draw and the event were at the same pace. It was so fast.
So fast indeed, yeah. So just waiting for the counter.
It's already swung
From Chippy.
6K with Saturn.
Yep, from that 6k swing from Saturn.
Look, the 6K from the Emu is already...
Yep. 6k from Emu coming in now, as you say, already. Eve is very conscious of the time, very
Yep,
conscious
and
time
Mars
is against
also
him.
in top of the hands.
Yep.
Both Mars are in top of the hand, so...
Yep, ready to fire that off with the empty throne in just a moment.
and, it's taking its time for this 1K.
Yeah.
Of course, Eve is indeed asking for to play a little bit faster. This is a very stressy game, of course, for Eve.
Yep, it is indeed. Gets rid of the Yamato, passes turn. Has 1 Don left open to be able to counter out potential attack from the leader. 7 Don turn now. What's our ace player going to do?
I think they are both really aware of the time as well, so
Yep,
it's a very stressful game for both players.
absolutely is.
Julzu, really good to pick up both.
Just checking the number of cards in trash there. Drop the Jozu now. Yep,
Julzu, pick up both.
pick up the Otama.
Oh, he doesn't have
Ooh.
enough cards in his trash yet.
Yep. Mars goes back to hand.
Then Julzu is super good, of course.
Absolutely.
Ooh, that's
So-
painful, of course. That
Yes.
is
Eve now, what will he do here? Can play a couple of characters out here. Trying to fix that hand.
Eve needs to play fast.
Absolutely does. Takes another Saturn.
To trash something.
Reminded there, needs to trash something off.
Yep, He's playing under stress, of course.
Yeah.
I'm stressing for him.
No,
so,
absolutely. It is stressful just watching this.
It's,
Does get a 5 elders from
we
that.
are both
Yeah, it is
getting
very
absorbed
nervous.
in the game.
Yeah, does find a 5 elders with that Saturn search now. 6k swing with the leader coming through now. 1k counter needed.
There's a lot of 2Ks. I don't see a 1K.
Yeah, there's a lot of 2Ks in hand. Does have pieces in the hand that are going to be needed next turn and onwards. A couple of iron white bids there. We do have
We also have the 10 cost.
the 10 cost, yep. Marco in hand as well.
Takes life, draws a card. And now we are going to I am Whitebeard. Very good card, of
Are you
course.
Ruben? Yeah, extremely powerful card.
Very easy turn for a chippy, of course.
Yep. So, 13 minutes left on the clock. We do
Very
see the
obvious play.
Yep. I am Whitebeard gets played. So, draw 2.
Trash 1.
Rush 1 from your hand. Does get the 9 cost Whitebeard off that search as well.
Also super good with the 8 cost event. Boosting your leader to a 10k in this matchup is insane.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, trashes 10 cost Whitebeard. 2 rested Dawn on your Josu and your leader here. You can see a 9k swing now potentially from that Josu and an 8k swing from the leader.
Yeah. Double 9 even possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a Don open as well. Just under 12 minutes left now.
Yep. You see the pressure, of course. It's not attacking.
Just passes the turn.
Wow.
Okay, Eve is on accelerated mode here.
Yes. Back to X3.
Yep. Immediate leader effect there to trash the Charlia and draw a card. Swing 6 with a Saturn to begin with.
I do wonder why we didn't swing as ace. Didn't we really want to give the cards to our opponent, or?
Yeah. It's interesting to figure out why. 6k now with leader.
And we do have the 5 elders in hand, so.
Yep. So 5 elders comes down. We see all 5 of them hit the board now. Saturn starts off with the search. Does get another 5 elders into hand.
Needs to decide quick on how much he wants to attack with Noshuro. Seems like it's going to be a 10, so he can minus, of course, the new gate, and then it's not a free block. Leaving one Don open, especially if you have 4 lives, that's definitely possible.
Yep. So, 10k swing into life. Block and a 2k counter. Turn passes back over now to Chippy. Don available. Just under 10 minutes to go now.
This is tense. These are also not the easiest turns, of course. It feels like they are explaining it right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, we are playing for a top 4 spot going to Worlds, and I can imagine, especially in this matchup, we did see it in quite some regionals right now as well. It is a slow matchup on its own.
Yep.
the ace is ahead from game 1, going second. Going first, a lot harder, of course, and
Absolutely.
that is what they are now thinking about, of course.
So, Iron Whitebeard going to be played. Another big 10 cost blocker. It's going to hit the board here.
He is taking life this time.
Right, he is going to make sure he pumps up his leader to 8,000 power. 2 12,000 power blockers. Draw 2, trash 1.
Let's see.
We did see one of the 10 cost Whitebeards trashed earlier on, so that one in hand is the last one available.
Yeah. We also have a 9 cost left, so we can bump up to an 8k as well. So you have a lot of cards to stall or to remain healthy, of course. I do wonder if we will hit at least the Noshiro we will hit, right?
Yep, you would think so. I mean, that Josu could quite easily swing into the Nostro, but starting off with the leader, swinging 10,000 into Nostro. That's blocked, walk by Walkery. Draw 1 card. We are now seeing a 9k swing. Are you going to save it?
Yes,
That
saving
one
it.
gets blocked, yep. We do see Otama block there. We've seen, Uta, sorry. Uta, we've seen so many times being used as a 2k counter. Very rarely gets played. But if you have a character with 10,000 power or more, this card costs you 4 less in your hand. So for 2 Dawn, you are playing a 4,000 power blocker from your hand.
It's really, really good being a 2k. It's being a blocker for only 2. It's an amazing card.
Yep.
Just another Whitebeard Pirates.
Yeah. So we start off with
8k swing.
Yep, 8k swing coming in with a Saturn. So trashing the Izu, drawing a card.
That's a brick. But Marco is a card that can stall together with Yamato, so...
Yep.
Still needs to counter as well.
Okay, 2k counter. Leader effect. 1 done under Peter. Jupiter attacks for 8.
And then probably 10 costs.
Yep.
And then repeat after me.
Rinse and repeat every turn here. Do see a block there from the Edward Newgate blocker.
There we go. Imu's still at 4 life, so...
Yep, leader hasn't swung. There is Don available as well. Nostro can swing here as well.
Yep.
Could use the Mars as well on play to get rid of the Uta.
No, it's 5 costs or less.
Sorry, yeah. Oh, actually, yes, I forgot. Uta is now a 6k, yeah, which is really, really useful into this matchup.
Yep. And something, if you look at the board state, if you look at the cards that Eve has been drawing, the only way that I think Eve can lose this specific game is time.
Yep.
He has it all under control. He has the events. He has another 10 cost. He has it all. It's looking really, really good for the Emu player right now.
Yep.
The ace is at 1, slowly but steady giving up a lot of cards. Doesn't have 4 Whitebeards as we sometimes see on the board. So it looks... At this point, it looks really, really good for Eve, and I think the only is Time Beard.
Yes. Time is the critical factor here. So, pass back over. 3 blockers on the board, 2 big Whitebeards here. Uta as well as a blocker. 3 blockers to have to navigate through next turn once Eve gets there. So, 10 Don available here to Chippy. How is this going to be utilized? We have seen both other 10 cost Whitebeards in the trash, but we do have obviously the 9 cost that can come out as well. So I think we're going to see that coming out now. Making that leader another 8,000 power leader for yet another turn. Spare Don's placed underneath it.
He's gonna protect.
Yep, Nustro has been protected. And now, what do you want to do here? Do you just pass? But no, targets Nustro again.
Block with the Walkery.
Yep. Going again. Blocked again. Passes the turn. Okay, so
4 minutes.
can he finish this game off in 4 minutes? 1 life, 1 blocker, 8,000 power leader. I think there's about 6 or 7 cards in Chippy's hand.
Emu is at 4 life. This.
Yeah. It'd be such a shame if this ends due to
Yeah.
time.
We can call it time beard, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a 10k swing coming in from the Saturn.
Yes, asking the Uta block, or at least quite some cards.
Okay,
Do we
what are you
even
going to
have a time devil fruit?
give? Does the block. So Uta does block that one. So big swing was blocked. We're now going to go big again by the looks of it. He's just counting the number of... so does first off start off with leader effect.
You are not even forced to keep Dawn open just because you're at 4 lives.
Yep.
And you have probably more than enough Dawn in your hand, counter in your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. So now what are we going to see here from Aoife? Just over 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Another 10,000 power swing coming in.
2k and a 1k. Or leader ability and a 1k.
Can potentially see another 2 8k swings coming in after this, but
Of course, we also still have a life as well.
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. This is a very hard turn as well for Ace, because you also have to calculate it. Seems like he is gonna take.
Takes the life.
Getting 2 extra counters.
And now we are going to see another 10 bid. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. Passing the turn pretty soon here. He's still got...
Yep.
Doesn't even bother doing this. Oh, the sand search is
It's
mandatory.
mandatory.
You have to do it.
You can. It's mandatory to search. It's not mandatory to take something.
Yeah,
if you
exactly. There we go. Back over now. Draws for turn.
Want. 1 minute 20 seconds. I'm not sure if I hear it correctly, but I can hear the heartbeat of both players, I think, through our headsets.
This is really nervous now, and we were saying going into this second game, weren't we, that time just wasn't enough.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like the clock going down to 1 minute is just going to mean an automatic win for Chippy here. Simply due to the time left.
I don't think they have an eye of the timer with them, so I'm not sure if they know that it's only 1 minute left.
I know, I think our judges do have a timer on the table, so...
Okay. But do you think the players can see it? Because
Yeah.
it's so important if you just pass on the last second.
Yeah.
We're setting up Uta, Marco.
We're
Another
just seeing,
Uta.
Yeah, we're just seeing a board full of blockers here.
And he passes. This turn was... Okay, maybe they have a timer, because this turn was very, very fast.
Absolutely.
And it's so important in the 3-turn rule that you are turn 1, of course.
Yep.
Just played Mars.
So that's it. It's time. Yeah, I don't know what the discussion there was, but basically we have gone to time. Chippy wins.
It's not... Oh, I'm so confused.
Yeah, it's gone to time. That's it. It's game over. 1 game to 0. Unfortunately, that is how the rules go. If a player is 1 game up, then if time goes that player is automatically won. If it was 1-1, then it's a totally different matter. Then we would obviously go to overtime, but there is a player with a clear advantage, and Chippy makes it through to the top 4 after a very, very tense game. And that's our last Emu fallen to the
Lost
wayside now.
Emu. Lost against Ace. So we potentially have 4 Ace in top 4. Or we will have 1 Rayleigh and 3 Ace.
Can Rayleigh teach these aces a thing or two? But we're definitely guaranteed 3 ace in our top 4.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, Ace performing very, very well. And yeah, Emu also performed well. We had Emu was the most represented deck. No, Ace was the most represented.
Ace had 13 at the beginning of the day. We had 13 Ace decks, 11 Emu, 5 Zoros, 1 Lim, 1 Bella Betty, and 1 Rayleigh. And now, as it stands, we're guaranteed 3 Ace in the top 4. We're not too sure of our other quarterfinal matchup that Rayleigh was involved in, whether Rayleigh has managed to survive or not.
I do want to know it. Did Rayleigh win or not? I do want to know it.
We will have that information for you, obviously, when we get to the first of the top 4 matchups. But just to keep you guys informed out there, watching this One Piece stream, first of all, thank you for all of you watching out there. It's fantastic, the numbers we are getting watching this stream. We also have our sister channel, the main Bandai channel, which is showing the other card games finals that are represented here at the Bandai Card Game Festival in Düsseldorf. But we are going to have both of our top 4 matchups on stream on this channel. So make sure you stay tuned to watch both of those. We're going to watch 2 players from both those matches making their way to the World Championship final. So we're going to have back-to-back games deciding 2 of our potential finalists, aren't we?
I'm super excited to see and know who is going to Worlds. I think I was not biased, but I was rooting, of course, for my very good friend Ninja 1K. He is one of our clubby. I'm gonna say he did so well. I'm very proud of him. We did see he was also able to play very fast when needed with the Emu.
Yep, absolutely.
And, just came short very little. So big congratulations to him as well. And to all the players that made it to Top Cut, because you are playing here with all the best players of Europe, so
absolutely. We've got, I mean, we've seen it throughout the season, the caliber of players. We've got the consistency of some of these players. You see it on a constant basis, running a major tournament on a regular basis, seeing the caliber of players we've got in Europe and how they play test, how they dedicate their time, energy, and effort into making sure that they understand their decks, but also their matchups that they're going to be coming up against.
Ninja 1K actually had in those cups the highest win rate of all the players. So maybe I shouldn't be surprised that he is here in Top Cut. And we still have Lunatic, also an ace player, also from those cups, and Radical also still fighting. So I'm just so happy. Like, come on.
Absolutely. Well, we've gone to time. We're going to go for a small little break. Don't go too far away. We're going to be back very soon for our first of our 2 top 4 matchups. We're finally here. It's the first of our top 4 matchups. It's a semi-final of the European Championship Season 2 finale here in Düsseldorf at the Bandai Card Fest. Ruben, we're finally here. This match is going to decide one of our 2 players will be guaranteed a spot in Japan. Are you excited for this matchup?
This is probably the most, well, okay, I wanted to say most exciting matchup, but most exciting match for sure. Like,
yeah.
one of these players is guaranteed for a spot at Worlds. And look at this. 4 ace. We have...
this is like, oh my God, this is like the first championship finals all over again where we had 4 Sakazukis in the semi-finals. But yeah, ace being represented by 4 different pilots here. We're guaranteed ace winning the European Championship Final Season 2, aren't we? But we've got a feature match up here with a huge story by one of our players who's going to be on the feature match. We'll talk through that in just a moment. Mm-hmm. But interesting to see that Rayleigh's fallen on the side. Emu, we saw a fall to the side as well last turn. As we said, 3 of these players from these 4 will be making their way to Japan to represent Europe in the World Championship Finals in March.
Yeah, this must be so stressful. This is like, this is probably the most important game of their life. Like,
yep.
Going to Worlds or doing good at Worlds is a whole different thing, but these games are, I can feel the stress and the hockey from those players.
Absolutely.
Coming out. And one of these players is you can be very familiar with, especially if you are Italiano, because at the left side we have Montre.
Yep.
He's definitely known from his streams, his crazy, I'm going to call it cosplays, his YouTube, and so on and so on. So you might definitely know him. And the right player, he has a very, very funny story, actually.
Yeah, so you see David there on the right. David made his way through from the last chance qualifier, and at one point almost thought about dropping because of how long the last chance qualifier was going on for. And in their last game, was facing off against the Emu player, and the Emu player misplayed and trashed the wrong card when they played their 5 Elders. Could only play 4 of the 5 Elders out, ensuring David got the win to make it through to the final. So this, over 3 days, this is David's 23rd round of One Piece action.
Oh, and his 15th Ace Mirror match.
So this, a crazy story, and what a journey to make it here to the
Yeah.
top 4. 23 rounds starting on Friday morning, and now we're on to Sunday late afternoon, and he's still playing 23 rounds later to try and get that spot to Japan. Remember, these top 4 matchups, both of them will guarantee the winners a space in Japan, as we keep mentioning, but it's not the end of the day for the losers either, because they'll be facing each other off for a third place playoff to get the third place trophy, but more importantly, another all expenses paid trip to the World Championship Finals in Japan in March.
And a very, very sick Zoro card as well for the third
Oh my
place.
gosh, if you have not seen the top 3 prize Zoro cards, so all top 3 players get a trophy. They get a wonderful Akira Agawa artwork Zoro card for their troubles as well, stamped with their position finish. But we are off. This is the first of our top 4 matchups, as we have David starting on the one-don turn and playing an Atama.
Yes, Montre is our first seed.
Yeah, he's our number
Uh,
1 seed from yesterday.
So he will have the dice rolled in every single match that he is playing today. Well, at least game 1. So even if he loses this one, he will have the dice roll as well in the top 3 playoff match. So,
Absolutely.
and I love how David he's very chill. He is laughing. It feels like he is not playing with any stress. And I think that's because he came to the LCQ with no expectations. He got in there. Okay, that's nice. Let's play tomorrow as well. Why not? Got into top 32, and now he is playing the top 4 match for potentially going to Worlds.
It's an amazing story, isn't it? Absolutely is. And now he sits across the table against the number 1 seed, trying to secure that place. So we have a 8K swing coming in with that ace leader now. How will Montre deal with this?
Let's see if he decides to take. Yes, he does.
Yep.
And no leader ability because no Dawn.
Absolutely. So, see Izo coming down.
Random Makino. What is that card?
It's almost like David's stumbled his way here to the top 4. It's like, let me put a Makino in my day.
I'm missing a 2K.
I mean, Makino, we do see like heavily utilized in certain red decks because, again, you do get to rest it and give a red character the cost of 1. It gains 3,000 pounds. So it's no use really in this deck.
It's not even searchable by Izu or Garp.
So it's like, okay, you can give Garp
I guess.
3,000 power, make it a viable swinger, but in the mirror match, you still need to put a Don under it. But
There's no way that someone is going to convince me that Makino has a spot in an ace deck. Zero chance. It's either Tetch or Jozu that might be a debate, but that...
yeah,
No. The Makino, I'm a disbeliever.
yeah. Yeah, Thatch or Garp being able to be given that buff, it just, I don't know. But anyway, it is in the deck. It is in the hand. Potentially could buff one of those if they do end up being played. So we are going to see a big swing now. 10,000 power swing coming in.
I did ask both players if they can cut their 6-cost Jozu for this matchup, so we will have a nice time, but sadly it is not possible.
So we might see things bouncing back into hands
yeah,
quite
this
often.
matchup comes down more to Jozu than to 10-cost Whitebeard
Yep.
or 9-cost Whitebeard. Even, I have to say, you don't see the Jozu, the Whitebeard that much in this matchup. It all comes down to Jozu, bounce back a searcher, Jozu there, Jozu.
Yep.
And so on, until someone can do a perfect Jozu pudding turn as well on their 10 Don turn.
Well, For now, David's played a pudding to try and
Definitely annoying.
force Montre's hand to be reset after those two searches. Well, sorry, the two draw with Otama and the search with the Gop, meaning now a fresh 5-card hand is going to have to be drawn from the top of that deck. As you were saying, David looks fairly chill.
He's really chill.
Yeah. Montre looks a little bit more serious. But it's been an extremely long weekend for both players, as we said. I mean, it's been a long, wonderful event here. I think on the Friday we had almost 5,000 players competing in this venue.
5,000.
3,000 in the last chance qualifier for the One Piece card game, 500 plus for Gundam. We had over 200 for Digimon as well as Fusion World and Dragon Ball Masters. So there's a huge number of players here.
Insane, actually.
Going back to this matchup here now, we have got Yamato on the board. Yamato's effect obviously comes into play with draw 2, put Arrested Don underneath your leader. And we do see
Using the
a
Izo.
swing.
Do we have Jozu already? I don't think I see it at first sight, because Jozu here onto either Pudding or Otama into the Yamato would be really good.
So we see Marco being used with the leader effect as a counter. Atmos as the other 1K counter. Okay, David now. Using those wonderful sleeves that could be picked up from the Bandai Card Fest here. A unique purple color sleeve with a One Piece logo on it.
They look really good. Garp. Okay, let's see. Do we have Jozu in the top 4 cards?
Nope.
We have a Yamato, so I
Yep.
guess the plan is swinging 8, drawing 2 cards.
Yeah. And we do
Yes.
see Yamato coming down now. 2 cards drawn. 1 Arrested Don attached to the leader.
And probably swinging 8 here.
Yep. 8K swing coming in now. And we see a Roger and a Uta. Roger off leader effect, and then Uta being used as a 2K counter to get out of that swing. Passes back over to Montre now, as he is in that pole position. Has got up to his 8 Don turn here, but what's going to be the most optimum play? Both players down to 2 life.
I don't think that Whitebeard is Whitebeard to play. Okay, you can swing a double 8. That's really good.
Yep.
However, red rock from your opponent is devastating, so that is definitely something that he's thinking about. But swinging double 8 is just so good, and if your opponent needs to red rock, they are not developing. So he's gonna think if he wants to take life, become an 8K leader.
Yeah, that's going to be the challenge here to decide, do you take that life, give your leader that 2K buff for the turn, making it a lot more awkward for David to get any attacks through. It is quite law accurate, isn't it, about taking some of your life to give you the extra boost, as Edwin Newgate would need in a fight.
Absolutely. Afterwards, becoming the big madman, being 10 cost 12K,
Yeah.
boosting others.
Right, we do see 2 Don being attached to the Yamato and 2 to the ace, and we see the Yamato now swinging.
Double 8, really strong.
Yep, very strong indeed.
We do have the red rock.
Yeah, it is in hand.
Definitely important to get rid of this big 10 cost. 'Cause If you don't have the red rock for that new gate, you are in big trouble.
Yep, counters out of those swings.
He doesn't want to go to 1 life.
Yeah, absolutely. It really would be difficult going down to 1 life at this stage. So you do want to protect your life as much as possible. And now there is a decision to be made. As you say, do you want to get rid of that Edward Newgate blocker?
But if you don't, you're so slow and you're
Yeah.
so much behind. So that's probably the reason.
Yep, makes absolute sense to do so. So does get it bottom decked with a red rock. 3 Dawn available.
Can't imagine that he's going for the Yamato.
Yep. Tries
going for
to
Yamato.
target the Yamato. Just to tease another card out of Montre's hand here.
And Montre knows if he doesn't defend, that potentially comes an 8 or a 9k swing to his leader. So
Yep.
I think he will decide to counter this so that the next attack is going to Ace. Is going to Yamato.
Yeah. Just put a little bit of pressure onto that hand size as well. And does counter. And now we do see an 8k swing coming in.
9
That
even.
one, yeah, 9, sorry.
So
Does draw a card.
no
The leader effect.
board for both players. Okay, David has the Yamato, but other than that, not really a play.
Yeah.
Not really big boss monsters as we are used from Ace, but that's not a real thing in the mirror match for a very long time until they break the chain. Although we didn't have the chain of Josu's this game, so
That's true. And we see another Yamato coming down now for 5 Don. Rested Don being attached onto that Ace. Another 5 Don for another Yamato. Another draw 2 and another Rested Don to go underneath that Ace. And we're going to see 8k swing into that Yamato there, which David is like, right, okay.
not so happy about that, of course. Okay, we are going to our 10 Don turn. And Josu Pudding right now. That's not that bad, right? Josu?
Yeah.
Josu the Yamato and your Garp or Otama. But I don't see the Josu for both players. I
This
guess
is crazy, isn't it?
maybe Montre has one right now. He drew like 5 cards last turn.
True.
But
But yeah, Pudding would be good at this stage. But nope. Just pays the 10 Don to play that big 10 cost Whitebeard.
Josu.
Now we see it.
After all these years.
Finally it shows up. But we're going to swing 6 with Pudding to begin with.
And it looks very good now for Montre.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he has the red rock.
Yeah. 8k swing now with the leader.
So many cards in hand. I can imagine that he wants to counter this 8 as well, especially because the leader ability is not used yet. He is going to grab the life.
Deciding whether there's a trigger there that needs to be activated or not. No, decides to add it to hand.
Oh, that was a red rock. So if he didn't have it for the new gate, he does right now. But maybe because he was thinking, we can assume that he has a second one, and he was thinking about doing it on Pudding.
So passes back over to Montre now, who is now on his own 10 Don turn again. This time we are going to see the red rock. So both players being able to get rid of their opponent's 10 cost Edward Newgates with the red rocks. Yamato 6k swing aimed at the Pudding.
Yep, need to get rid of it because of the Josu threat, of course.
Yep. And we do see another 6k swing coming in now. And David just uses one of his Yamato to counter out of that one.
And 4 done open, so that might indicate a Marco. It's on top of his hand, so
Yep,
here we
does
go.
decide to play the Marco and pass the turn. Good blocker to play. Obviously does give some really good resource when it does get KO'd. Marco is a blocker that does give you so much value. No matter which version of Marco you play, you do get value whenever they get KO'd, don't you?
Marco is always...
That Phoenix always rises from the ashes.
Yeah. OPO3 it started, I think that... Well, OPO2 we had 4-cost Marco, the unkillable blocker, basically. And then
Yep.
OPO3 we had the 5-cost unkillable Marco. I want to say in OPO8 we had a Marco, but that turned out to be an animal Marco deck, which did very well in last finals from Noor.
Yep.
If you can remember that deck as well.
We do now have a 9k swing.
It should be
No, 10k,
10,
sorry.
yeah.
I keep forgetting that this leader's
6K.
6k. Yeah. 10k swing coming in. I'm assuming it's based at one of the Yamatos.
Might be on live, trying to push him to 0 so Roger is an opening. We have a lot of cards in hand, but do we have the 2Ks?
That is a question. You're right. It does look like there are a lot of cards, but we have got, looks like a Roger, a couple of Marco. Ooh,
he
okay.
takes.
Takes that one.
Oh, no Donald leader.
No, yep.
It's a habit, it's a habit. He didn't take it.
Passes the turnover now. So, over to Montre's turn. Down to 0 life. Does have 2 Yamatos. Has the leader.
Yeah, now we need to keep Roger in mind.
Needs to think of a way to stabilize this maybe.
I do think I see 3 Marco.
Yeah.
Oh, bricks. The hand is so blue.
I was going to say the hand doesn't look good for counter from what the limited number of cards that I can see. So it's really interesting to see how this one's going to play out.
Is a red beam in trash, so I think David is gonna assume that Montre doesn't have any red beams left.
Yep.
The go-to ace list was actually quite close for I think a lot of people in the end.
Yep.
I do think a lot of people were focused on Enrico, his ace list at the end. Enrico did very well with it in all the tournaments that he played with it, so... And that's why I think that was a little bit the go-to list. A lot of people did great with that list. It's, I think, the only cards that are different. Some people are debating, should I play Touch or should I play 4-cost Jozu?
Yep.
Should I play 3 Red Rock or 2? 1 Red Beam or not? And some players were indecisive about maybe a 6-cost ace because it's really good into Lim and Green Zoro. It's how much you expect the Green Zoro. Green Zoro did actually really well, I think, for this format and Cup. Well, Cup. Finals. With 5 in Top Cut. That is what I meant, not Cup
Yep.
Cut. Top Cut. Green Zoro did a very well performance as well. Because I think the conversion rate at Green Zoro might do the best, actually, with 5 in top 32. Or maybe Rayleigh conversion rate is better because I can maybe there's not a lot of Rayleigh.
It's true, yeah. It's trying to figure out those numbers and see which had the best conversion, as you're right. And we do know there were a lot of ace and emus out in the field yesterday. But going back to this matchup here now.
We do have Roger in hand.
Yeah, David's got a decision to make. 10 Don available.
I think he's...
Very slim hand at this stage of the game.
Maybe he wants to Jozu. There, Marco swing 10 to bait another 5k counter and next turn Roger. But he needs to calculate if he can survive next turn.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
But by playing Jozu, you are taking 1 threat extra away, of course, from your opponent.
Yep.
And if you play Roger, they also need like 8k counter.
Yep.
In total.
So
Tough turn.
let's
I think
see.
if you think you can survive by Julzu the Marco and play Roger one turn delayed, I think this is fine. If you calculate that you can't survive, I think this is a scary play.
Absolutely. Right, he's going to go 10 into life. Having bounced that Marco back into hand.
I think Montre, does he even have a 2k? Because otherwise this will
Yeah.
ask so many cards. And then David might think, shit.
So,
Oh.
yeah, leader effect,
Leader
2k
effect.
counter. So that takes it up to 10. Do we have another 1k in hand? That is going to be, let's have a look. What have we got? There's definitely a pudding there. So plays the pudding.
Yes.
And that's enough to survive that swing.
We did see an ISO, but not
They-
a lot of counter left.
Yeah.
I think Montre needs to win this turn.
Absolutely. So David now in a position having to attack, defend all these attacks potentially coming through. We've got 2 space 6 cost swings.
Leader and
The Josu's 7,000, the leader 6,000.
very curious if he can survive this.
Yeah. Interesting to see what the play here is going to be.
If we go 4 8Ks, well, just to start counting, that is 1, 5, 7 dons, 7 dons, and asking for every swing that you do, so 8 cards. That's definitely not what he has in hand.
Yeah.
Like 4 cards, so
So starts off with a 6k swing. Gives him 1 counter. Another 6k swing.
I'm thinking if this is better.
Leader effect used. And
Unless we
now-
have the counter against Roger, of course, then I'm...
Okay, plays at Izu, goes looking. Top 4 cards, anything that you can get here that's going to be useful. Top 5, sorry.
Can we survive a Roger? That's the question.
Yep. Does take the 10 cost, Edward Newgate.
If we can't survive the Roger, definitely something that you have to keep in mind that Roger is a thing. So
Absolutely. So 6k poke now. Yep, 6k swing now has been committed. Just asking, how many cards do you have in your hand there? Looks like it's 8.
that's a lot.
That is a lot of cards. Does decide to take this life.
You do have your leader effect.
Yep.
He can draw the card, right?
Yeah.
He didn't use the leader. He drew life, so he can.
Just confirming. I don't know what the judges are stopping for. So yeah, he's taken the life and he does draw a card. Yep. Does get up to 4 cards in hand now. You do have your Josu still available to swing. That Garp can have Don attached and swing too. We are going to start off by seeing a 7k swing. And do you have a 2k counter in hand? You've already used your leader ability. Did you draw into a 2k? Yes, you did. A Tama for the 2k counter. That now might help make a decision for Montre as to how to proceed.
Montre needs as much counter as possible. And best case, get rid of this Josu as well, because otherwise it's too much. Okay, he's gonna play defensive.
Yeah, he drops a Marco.
If he can survive a Roger, I might Might have been wrong all along.
Let's see what he does here. Another Marco coming down. Deciding what to replace here.
Thinking about keeping the Izo just to find more potential counter.
Yeah, absolutely.
And leaving one Don open. Maybe he is playing a second Radical Beam, because we did see a Radical Beam at turn 1 being discarded.
That's right, yeah.
Or turn 2. Did he see David discard a Roger, or is he just playing like there is no Roger? Does he have enough defense? That is...
Yeah, Roger comes down. Swings 6k with leader. Counters out of that one. 7k with Jozu. Counters out of that one. 13k swing. Not enough to be able to counter that one.
Okay.
Scoops up. And our outsider, our last chance qualifier, David, has just beaten our #1 seed in game 1
Yes,
of our
going
top 4
first.
matchup. Going first. Wow. What a story this is.
And he's playing without pressure. He is... maybe now there is a little bit pressure. Now
Yeah.
he knows I'm 1 game away for going to Worlds.
Yeah.
And maybe he just wants to go to Japan.
Maybe. But either way, as he's saying, he's just one game win away from making it, basically securing that seat to Japan and representing Europe in the World Championship Finals.
So-
Still plenty of time left on the clock as well, though. Let's bear that in mind. This wasn't as painful as watching
The loss.
the last game, where it was
Yes.
very difficult to see that go to time. But this one, I think we've definitely got the ability to be able to at least go to game 3.
Yes. Montre is able to go second this game as well. This was not a typical Jozu game. Both players didn't have Jozu for a very, very, very long time.
And I think that was the key to it, wasn't it? It was almost like each player did need to find those Josus at the right time to be able to sort of get the momentum going, but we saw them way too late. And it definitely worked to David's advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So as we were
Okay.
stating, if you're just joining us, this is our first of our 2 top 4 matchups. So we are going to be broadcasting both semifinals here on the One Piece card game channel.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, 4 aces
4
have made it
aces.
into the semifinals. And 3 of those aces will be flying to Japan for the World Championship Finals in March. As we were saying earlier on, Montre, one of our players here, is a #1 seed from yesterday after 10 rounds, was the top player. And we have David, who qualified from the last chance qualifier.
He's showing his hand like, look at this.
Yeah, definitely mulliganing that hand. But yeah, David, who qualified from the last chance qualifier in his 23rd round of this weekend since Friday morning, has taken the first game to go 1 game up, just requiring 1 more game to...
But I think, like, if you are here in Düsseldorf, you don't mind that it's even if it was your 30th, 40th, 50th game. Like yesterday, we casted a whole day, almost 12 hours of One Piece.
Yep.
We came to the hotel, and I played a Green Zoro match against Imu from Ben.
Yeah,
You came back to the hotel and started playing Gundam
that's correct.
with Abrar. So, yeah, we are...
Yeah, we do love playing our card games, don't we?
We do love
Yeah.
playing our card games.
Absolutely, and One Piece is definitely one of our favorites, if not our favorite card game. Definitely is my favorite card game. I am biased towards it. So we start game 2. David again forced to go on the first turn, on the 1 Don turn, not the optimum curve, as Montre will be on optimum curve going second.
Don't forget your life, otherwise it will be a very tough matchup.
Very tough indeed on 0 life, wouldn't it? So yes, thank you judges for stepping in there, but no turn 1 play for David. And we do see an Atama coming down here for Montre, being able to draw 2 cards. And trash one. I think we're going to see that Radical Beam hitting the trash again. It's a bit of a repeat of last time, isn't it? 1 Don underneath the leader, so that leader ability can be activated. And passes back over to David, who's now on 3 Don will swing 8k into life. That will be taken, and thanks to having that Don underneath the leader.
If
we'll
this
be able
is
to
blue,
draw.
Izu, it's a repeat.
Yep, it is, yeah.
Only Garb is missing now.
That's
but,
it.
Basically a repeat. Not the searcher on 1, but on 2 he did find
Yep,
it.
absolutely. So, David now, just having a look at those 5 cards, decides to take I Am Whitebeard, the most insanely powerful event in this deck. Most of the time you'd be thinking,
Absolutely.
ooh, an 8-cost event, okay, yeah, that's really difficult to play, but when you realize what it does and what it can cheat out, you're like, wow, being able to get something that brings out a 12k body and enables you to place 2 Rested Dawn on a character, 2 Rested Dawn on your leader, draw 2 cards, trash 1 card. It's like playing 3 or 4 characters that can do insane things, doesn't it? And a 12k blocker, just to add.
And this is what I like. Both players keeping up the pace.
Yep.
A lot. And no Atmos for David. And in this turn, Atmos on your 5 Dawn turn as in the Ace Mirror is really good, especially if you can do it on the Marco. But
yeah, we're back over to Montre here. He does have a Marco on board.
we do have the Josu
Leader.
from Montre's side for this time.
It does make a difference, having access to that for sure. But Marco does swing now. Try and tease a card out of David's hand. David's still on full 3 life. Beginning of this game. Will use leader ability there to counter with a Marco blocker. And now leader swing coming in. And we do see a counter. And
He was
expected the Josu to be coming down.
He was already grabbing the Yamato. Ooh,
He's just asking the question, was there enough Don?
there was not enough. He's at 6.
So, well spotted by David there.
Very fast as well.
Yep. Just trying to recover the board state here now. So yes.
Yeah, that was a very fast spot from David. Of course, it's he is on the odd curve. I can do that.
Yeah.
I can play Josu Otama next turn if I want
Yeah.
to.
Montre only has 6 Don, played the Josu, didn't have an additional Don available to be able to play that Atama. So got the Atama on board and started to draw 2. Did get visibility of those cards as well, even though they've been put back on the top of the deck now. So we're just going to have the judges make a decision as to how to proceed with this. Okay. So I think
Might be rearranged.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't really hear perfect with the headset on.
Yep.
They have a sound of a very, very rainy day at the background, so they can't hear any surroundings.
Yeah. So our players do wear those headphones to protect themselves from outside interference. So they do have white noise being broadcast into their headphones, but they can hear each other. So if they do want to speak to their opponent, they can. So the judges are just making a decision now. So do bear with us. We obviously can't hear what's going on as far as the discussions going on with the judges and the players, but we will try and recover this board state probably to the best of our abilities. Don't know what the judges will decide would be the best way to proceed. So
Revealing the top 2 cards for his opponent, and I think they will just...
yep, they are saying he's going to have to shuffle the deck now. Because it was card knowledge, and that can be very important, knowing what's the top 2 next 2 cards in your deck, will definitely influence how you play the game and how you're knowing that what your opponent does the next turn and knowing what you might have into hand can have a bit of an effect as well. So
Absolutely.
they have decided, probably concurring with both players, that shuffling the deck was probably the best course of action there in order to try and get us to be able to resume this
And
matchup.
You're playing under so much pressure now. Both players are so close to worlds. Like
Yeah.
these
Well-
things are definitely not intentional. These things are pure stress.
Absolutely. So it is one of those situations where, you know, if you've ever heard me on a regional stream, Ruben, I'm always talking about mental fatigue on day 2 and top cut.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these players, yes, they're experienced, but there is that mental strain that comes in, especially at such a high risks game like this, where, you know, there's a lot on the line. You do sometimes make rash decisions very quickly. So it's important to make sure that, you know, sometimes give the benefit of the doubt. The players do make mistakes, and we've got to understand that, and the judges try and recover the situation to the best of their ability. So they've done so amicably here. And we move on with the game. And David now.
I'm starting to think that David did take out his Jolzus out of the deck. I was joking about it, David. Or he really doesn't like to play the chain game of Jolzus, but...
So he plays a Yamato and now attaches the other Don to his leader as well and swings 8. So what are we going to see here now from Montre? So we're going to see a 2k counter and a 1k in the form of a Jozu. And turn passes back over. So Montre now.
Going to 8.
8 on turn. Does now have enough to be able to play I Am Whitebeard here.
Yeah, but he can also go Searcher and Jolzu again.
Yeah,
and if you are the
absolutely.
person that did Jolzu twice and your opponent did not Jozu at all, then it will be a very hard game for you in this matchup. Oh, he's using 4.
6.
6.
8.
8. I Am Whitebeard. Here we go.
Yep. Draw 2. Trash 1.
Probably a card without counter, and then now he can put a lot of pressure with...
Yep. Starts off with the 7k swing now with Jozu. Trying to get these swings. So we do see leader ability used there. 8k swing coming in from leader now. 2 cards required to be able to counter out of this one. Does decide to take that life. Gets to draw a card as well. Now Marco swinging in for 8 as well. So can we get 3k counter? We can indeed, as Hama plus a 1k in the form of Yamato. We pass back over now to David.
David on 9 Dawn right now. He can also do I Am Whitebeard, or is he going for the Red Rock on the Whitebeard? Problem with going Red Rock is you're not developing. You are a Yamato, and he is playing with Marco and the Jozu and Initiative, so he's going to do the same. And this feels, if Montre does have the Red Rock, and I can see it already, it will be a very, very tough game for David to win this.
It's going to be quite rough, isn't it? Yeah. So let's see. What is he going to place the Dawn on? Yamato and obviously the leader. We're going to go 8k with leader.
Yep, that's a free block.
Another 8k coming in from Yamato now.
2k, 1k, third Jozu for Montre.
Yep.
Keeping his board alive and...
Go searching now with a GOP. Trying to find some pieces. That'll be useful. So does get a Jozu.
Oh, he plays it.
He does have it in his deck.
Absolutely. And now Red Rock will be Very, very
I think
good.
if Montre does play the red rock here, I think that's going to be an optimum play. And we see 6 Don rested. We do see the red rock now getting rid of that 10 cost Whitebeard. And an 8k swing coming in with the Jozu into the Yamato. And that means that David is literally down to a bare board. Really not much danger here.
Nothing at all.
Yeah, it's a really tough position to be in, isn't it? Considering what your opponent's got across coming at you. Yeah, 6k swing coming in with the Marco, and now we're going to see the leader swinging in.
8 and 12 probably.
Yeah. Putting a lot of pressure on David here. We are going to see the counter there. Takes the life.
Looking, no, that's too much. That's too much.
Yeah, it's way too much. And another red rock going into hand off that Garp search. So, yep, David's like, well, listen, this is not going to go my way. So let's just scoop this up, move on to game 3, and let's see where we go from there.
This game decides all for these players.
That's it. We go to the deciding game now. Montre wins that second game, getting a much better curve, being able to find the Jozu on time, being able to red rock the Edward Newgate, and definitely had the advantage there. Once that Yamato had gone, it was really difficult, wasn't it?
But last game, he needs to go first in a mirror match. And there is plenty of time, I think, for this game of 20 minutes and a little more.
Yeah.
Even so,
We should have, we should have more than enough time here, I think. So it should be in a good position.
both players are also playing at a good pace for both of them. But yeah, this game decides who is going to Worlds, and the other player, he will have to stress a little bit more. He will have to play one more game, best of 3 at least.
Yep.
To decide if he can go to Worlds. But this is what the players have been playing for the whole year. What they are practicing for, like hours and hours. Where David played for in an LCQ of 3,000 people. And now he is here. Like, maybe that he takes a break tomorrow at least.
Yeah, I think he'll get a well-deserved break tomorrow for sure, because this is definitely going to be interesting challenge. But yeah, as we were saying, third place does get the stamped third place Zoro card artwork done by the amazing Akira Agawa. Gets the third place trophy, also gets a championship invite, airfare and hotels included, so it's fantastic. And second and first place are guaranteed those, as well as their first place and second place trophies and their stamped Zorro cards. But we start this third and final game of this first top 4 matchup. Montre starts, fist bump, and they're off. Does do a search with Izo on the first turn and gets themselves an Atmos.
Yes, seeing that Atmos makes it a little bit weird for David because of now he just can't play the Marco on turn 2. If he plays Marco on turn 2, they will just use Atmos. And also something that you don't see every day, it's not the Makino, but this time it's the 1-cost red Izo that David is playing. And that might mean that he's deciding he wants to play more consistency, having more consistency. To find Jozu, for example, to find I Am Whitebeard, to find 10-cost Whitebeard if you, well, almost your whole deck basically, and whatever you need the most at that point. So he's playing more than 8 searches. He's playing, I think, probably 10, 12 maybe if he's playing all the red Izos. So, or maybe just the one-off, or I don't know. It also works with this one-off or Makino, I guess. Well, if the Makino is a one-off, we did only see one. But Makino does work on this red Izo. Okay, so now you know there is an Atmos in hand, so...
So yeah, different Izo being played there.
Absolutely.
So Marco being played now for 4. There is obviously...
Oh. That means he wants to force the Atmos instead
Yeah,
of
he's
giving
gonna
them a
force
Yamato
it.
turn. Because if they Atmos now, you can Jozu your Izo and the Atmos, I guess. Do you have 2 Whitebeard pirate cards? Guess you do.
You should do, especially in a deck like this.
It happens. It happens. It happens.
So that Atmos does get played. But yeah, again, David knew that it was there. He's just forcing it and saying, right, okay, just use it now. Let's get it out of the way, I think.
The thing is, he didn't really have the option to swing 6 with his ISO, because he was like, okay, there is an Atmos. Because you do want that searcher on the board for your Jolzu turn. If he loses that ISO, he's in a very bad spot because of the 6-cost Jolzu, of course.
True.
The thing he could have done differently if he was respecting the Atmos, he could have swung 10, and that puts Montre in a spot where pudding is the very dangerous zone. However, giving them a turn to play safely, Yamato is also not the greatest. So here we go. Are we going to the Jozu war for the final game? Because now David has one.
Yep.
And if Montre has one, we are definitely going for that kind of war.
Exactly. I think I might see one there. Second card from the back. Potentially. Nope.
David counters with this ISO. That must mean there is either a Garb or a blue ISO in hand. Otherwise, you don't have a search to play with your Jozu next turn.
So let's have a look. Does have the Jozu in hand here now.
Yes. So we started the chain, what I was afraid of and what I mentioned at the start of this game. However, to stay positive, only 15 minutes left on the clock, so we can stay
Exactly.
only 15 minutes in this kind of a chain. So
absolutely. So we do see the Jozu being played to force other Jozu back into hand. Garp being taken back into hand from Montre in order to be able to activate that. And we pass back over now to David.
Also a card that can break this chain, by the way, is what some people really like to play, is 6-cost Vista. And when you read that card, that is absolutely crazy. This card can't be KO'd in battle and can't be removed by effects. So I was like, first time, woof, this is a pretty decent card. Also having double attack. But
I remember playing that card at a pre-release event.
Yeah, it will be there forever.
Yeah. It definitely was a super powerful card. I remember reading it and thinking, oh my god, this is crazy with the Rainbow Luffy.
Here we go.
This is going to be like ping pong now, isn't it?
Yes,
Constantly
yes.
back and forth, back and forth.
I think the player that can time the Jozu pudding turn the best is in a better spot.
Yeah, more than
That's
likely, definitely. So we are going to see the 10-cost Whitebeard being added to hand now.
Drawing. We are probably going to see a Garb Jozu again. And now you can Garb Jozu and attack 8s, and 8s is also really good, of course.
So we do see Garp coming down, as you said. Oh, there is a pudding there.
Now you have to respect that card, or you need one yourself.
Absolutely.
He's looking at his hand. Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot. Pudding is pretty good. However, playing pudding here means that you are breaking the chain of Jozu.
Yep.
So
what are we going to see?
looks like he has 6 done aside for the Jozu.
Yep. Seriously considering playing it now, has put the pudding at the front of his cards. Does he want to break this cycle? Play the pudding first?
The punishment is really scary.
Yeah.
If you don't pudding them this turn and they Jozu pudding you
then
the upcoming turn, oh, you're in such a bad spot.
Yeah,
He's going for the pudding.
Yep. It is going to be pudding. And you are right. I think that's you have to do that, really, as you say, because the danger of your opponent, one, knows that you've got that pudding. If they have a pudding and Jozu in hand, we know we're going to have the Jozu in hand.
Mm-hmm.
If they do have a pudding themselves, it makes it so much more awkward, doesn't it? So, yep, Montre pretty much forced to have to play that pudding. And let's see what David draws now from those 5 cards from the top of life. From the top of the deck, sorry, should I say, not top of life.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah. So, 4, 5 cards. What have we got?
I see
One Roger there by the looks of it.
one Atmos. Izo, I think.
Yep. Is that
think
Red
that
Rock
is
at the
true.
back?
And Red Rock in the back indeed. And I think
Yeah.
Uta.
Yep.
Uta or Garb. It's one of the two. I think it's Uta.
So 6k swing coming in from leader now. Izu effect.
So Whitebeard. So no Jozu, no pudding for David. Bottom decking the Red Rock. So many cards left for Montre and even open Dawn. He can still do something.
Absolutely.
Play Yamato, play Marco. Oh yeah, but we still need to counter this actually as well. Montre is ahead in this game, although he went first.
Yeah, absolutely. So the momentum definitely seems to be with Montre here. We see a Marco being played there as well with the remaining 4 Don to give a nice blocker. And we
Ooh,
pass the
attach.
turn back over to David.
Not the best draw for David.
Yeah, that pudding definitely did damage his hand there. So we are going to see Atmos forcing that Marco back into hand. Seeing 5 Don rested. Is that for a Yamato potentially? Yes.
Good for a Yamato.
Yep. Draw 2. 1 underneath the leader.
Trying to fill up his hand a little bit more now.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got 7k swing coming in from Jozu. Don't know if you can hear a lot of noise in the background there. We are right near the main stage area where we have got a huge broadcast screen here at the Euro
audience is
Card
going
Fest,
wild.
and they are going wild for the other Bandai card games that are being broadcast live on the Bandai channel. So
I
a
thought
lot
they
of
were that happy
excitement.
because the Jozu chain is broken.
Yes, but unfortunately not. It's to do with the finals that are going on the other channel. But here we are. Back over now to Montre. 10 Don available. And pretty much in a good state here, really.
The board is a lot better for David, but the hand size
Yeah, definitely the hand size is a
initiative
problem.
is for Montre.
See.
But I think we are one putting away for David to turn it in his favor again. Especially if we are playing 2 Yamatos.
Yeah. Yeah, being able to play 2 Yamatos there, get 2 rested Don and being able to swing 8 is just very nice indeed. Getting 2 6k bodies on board, 4 extra cards in hand. At the same time, being able to do attach 2 Don to leader.
Putting away for a very dangerous spot. Or maybe even a Julezu to get 1 Yamato back, then you're also in a very dangerous spot again.
Yeah. Well, let's see how he's going to do this. So 6k, Izu first. Draw a card, place a card back at the bottom of your deck.
Getting rid of the bricks.
Yep.
The
Makes
non-counters.
sense.
We do have a Garb now in hand.
Counts as 1k with Yamato. And now 7k swing coming in with Jozu. Leader effect.
Yes. And we're gonna ask them to have a red rock. In 7-8. So pressuring the hand at least a little for David.
Yep.
We do draw an extra card from leader ability.
Yep.
So a
So
very wide hand for Montre, 2 Yamatos now.
Yeah, as you're saying, extremely decent size hand here now. Let's have a look. What's going to be played now?
Red Rock.
Red Rock gets rid of that big 10 cost Edward Newgate.
Really good.
Back down to the bottom of the deck. That really is so disruptive. And Montre really does look to be in a dominating position here. Those 2 Yamatos on board. Has the pudding available as well. 6k swing to start off with. Trying to remove David's Yamato off the board. It's going to be countered.
Yeah,
Another
David
swing.
is protecting his board. He's going downhill in cards very, very fast.
Absolutely.
I guess Montre is going to play his forecast Marco with the remaining Don.
Yep, he does have 4 Don available, as you stated. What's he going to do here? He's going to swing 6 with leader, or... Trying to figure out what the best course of action here is going to be. We are getting so close to deciding
really close.
which one of these 2 players is going to make it to the final and guarantee their spot at the World Championships by winning this matchup. We're just over 5 minutes away. Both players are 1-1. This is the final game. We have Montre, our number 1 seed, playing off against David, who qualified through a last chance qualifier. Who's going to be the one to guarantee their spot? Where the second player will end up going to a 3rd place playoff to have to try and win that last spot.
It's definitely still possible for David. But only 3 cards in hand, 2 lives.
Yeah, it's really, really tough.
Watching into 2 Yamatos and a Marco as well. There is a pudding in hand now.
Yeah, he does have one. He's just trying to think, what's the best sequencing here?
I think he wants to bait the Marco. And if Marco blocks, then he puddings for a lot of cards.
Yeah. Yep, so does pay the 4. Let's play the pudding.
Well, going down to 5 cards and afterwards you can block with your Marco, drawing 2 cards again because there is no leader ability. No Dawn on leader. It's so back to 7. If you draw from turn 8, it's quite fine.
Now, if you were playing, what would your sequencing have been there? Would you have tried to bait the Marco? Or even just if a life was taken?
The problem is, if you swing 8 and they counter with 2 cards,
Yeah,
your pudding is completely nullified.
Yeah, it's nullified, isn't it?
That's
So
the big problem.
it is pretty much to try and get the optimum play. You're right. So we are going to see 6k swing coming into one of the Yamatos here. 1k counter with Atmos. 7k swing coming into the Yamato.
Leader ability.
Yep, leader ability. Getting rid of the Josu.
3 cards left. Is this a Yamato? Yes, this is a Yamato.
Yep. Draws 2, puts a rested Don underneath the leader and can now swing 8 into one of those Yamatos.
Yeah, and this will be blocked and draw 2 cards for
Yeah,
Montre.
blocked with a Marco, draws 2 cards.
Oh, this game is super close.
Very close indeed. We have got just over 2.5 minutes left on the clock at the moment. The advantage is with David. He's got 1 more life. But when you look at the board state,
Close to equal.
it's very, very equal indeed. We do see a Garp coming down. Can Montre find a piece that he's looking for here?
That's a 9 beard.
Yeah, he does get the 9 bid, which can be vital in with that 9 Don available now. And if he does have Iron Whitebeard as well, that can be an optimum play here. He is going to play the Iron Whitebeard for 8 Don. Get your leader up to 10.
Oh,
Well, 8 actually.
can you do that? Can you survive a 17? I guess you can. Depending on the hand. Well, if you do it, you can, I guess. Otherwise,
Yeah, there's a Marco there as well, so you could drop the blocker and just try and apply pressure other ways, but let's see what he's going to do first of all. Starts off with a 6k swing into the Yamato. 1k counter needed here.
Yeah, that's tough.
6 cards in hand for Montre. David is going to counter.
With a 2k as well.
Yeah. Swings into it again with another Yamato. He is going to counter again, this time with a 2k Uta.
Oh, it's so close. Gonna play I Am Whitebeard.
Gets rid of one of the Gops.
Not using the effect of the card.
Yep. So leader up to 8,000. We're now just under a minute away, 40 seconds left on the clock. Before we go to overtime, as both players are 1-1, we will have 5 minutes of overtime.
Cypher as if he wants to swing
3
9.
turns.
If he swings 9 into Josu, I don't think David can even protect it. Ooh, leader.
Does take the life, gets to draw as well.
David looked very surprised.
Yep. I think Montre's probably thinking about where we are as far as life is.
Ooh, a red rock from the
time
top,
is
I think.
concerned. So that was really tight going into time there. I don't know whether we're on turn 0 here or on turn 1. But we are seeing a Yamato swing now for 6.
I do think that we got a red rock from the top to get rid of this Whitebeard.
If we have,
Ooh,
that
and he lets
would
it
be
go.
huge. So Yamato into Yamato again. Will you counter out of this one?
I do see
5 cards in hand.
1 2k, 2 1ks, and 2 non-counters. So he can counter this if he wants to, especially
Yeah.
because of leader ability is still active as
Absolutely.
well.
So let's see.
He lets it go. That's very dangerous because
Yeah.
Red Rock can get rid of this Whitebeard, and you are down to no. Well, I guess you have a pudding to stay a little bit.
Yeah, let's see what the decision here is going to be now. First
Red
of
Rock
all,
Marco maybe.
yeah, Red Rock Marco would be ideal. Gets rid of. Yeah, absolutely. So rest all you're done, David. Pass the turnover. You've got 1 life. You've got rid of all those threats from across the board. You've got yourself a blocker on the board.
Montre is, I think, at turn 1 now. This is the kind of games that you don't want to end it on time.
Exactly. This is going to be so tense, this finish. But we have got Montre now. Got a Josu in hand.
Almost feels like the World Cup that it's going to end in penalties.
It does, doesn't it? Pretty much does feel that way. David's ready to activate that blocker and draw another couple of cards. Well, 3 cards. Well, there's no Don underneath.
I do think that you need to keep in mind that you are playing with turns as well. So if you go to 0 and your opponent won't go to 0.
Yep. Exactly. 2 cards drawn off that Marco. What are we going to see here? Josu coming down.
Josu probably on there, Josu.
Yep.
No target just yet. Oh, Yamato.
Oh, Yamato. Okay. Plays Marco himself. Passes the turn over now.
Okay, didn't want to do the Josu because otherwise they can Josu you.
Yep.
Don't forget to put that Yamato active.
Yeah, the Yamato. Thank you. There we go. Yep. This is so tense now.
Is this the last turn for you? I think. Oh, this is super, super tense.
Super tense indeed.
Oh, we do have the utmost, I think.
Let's see now what's going to be the play. 6k swing coming in from Yamato. How's Montre going to deal with this? 5 cards in hand. This is going to be quite a tense finish now to this matchup. The first of our top 4 games here.
It's so close.
The
That's a
European
1K.
Championship Final Season 2. This is the last major tournament of this year.
Asking a 2K or your leader ability.
Josu swinging in. 7k. What we're going to do here. Atmos. Put some Marco back in hand. 6k swing with leader.
Don't forget to tap your Dawn, is what he's asking.
Yep.
And if this is your final turn, you probably need to swing with 10k from Pudding. And I don't think that Montre has the counter for it. Ooh, he is going to 0.
It's going to 0 here. Josu.
Yeah, that of course. If Montre is going to 0 and this is the last turn, he is 1 life ahead, and he just needs to be able to counter.
Yep.
Well, he needs to be able to counter 16.
Yeah, 16k.
Because then it comes down to who has the most cards in the deck. But
right, he is going to swing. He swings heavy with that pudding. I think that's 6 Don attached. That's a 10k swing. David takes it, and then we're going to see a 10k swing.
that's enough.
He's got enough. He's got enough. And David wins.
David wins. So
By
he was
characters on board.
So, or he was the turn 0 maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I think he was turn 0.
Oh,
This is,
wow.
oh wow, what an absolutely stunning finish
What a
to
story.
this matchup. And what a story indeed. He's come to the first semi-final matchup facing the #1 seed, having started in the last chance qualifier on Friday morning
And now this.
to guarantee a spot in the final, and has secured his ticket to the World
Worlds.
Championships in March. This is an absolutely
Yeah.
amazing story.
Going through LCQ, a full day of playing.
Yeah.
Next day, a full day of Swiss as well for the finals, and now this. Oh, what a performance! And
What an absolutely stunning performance. So this is just the beginning, isn't it? There's one more match to go. We've got another top 4 match coming up. But before we do go, I want to say thank you to you, Ruben. You've been an absolutely amazing host with me over the weekend.
thank you so much.
We are going to be back for our second top 4 matchup. But do you have any words you want to say?
I think this is the last game that I will cast from this finals. I want to thank everyone. I had so many great words and messages in private and Discord, everywhere on Twitch and X. And thank you so much. I love what I'm doing. I love what I'm casting with you guys. It was an amazing experience. First time IRL event for me. So thank you so much. I love what I do, and I loved what I had a great weekend. Yeah,
You're
I
an
think.
Yeah, you're an
Thank you.
Thank you too, Ruben. You're an amazing part of the community. Great having you here on stream with me, and I love commentating with you. We've done a regional together as well in the past, so hopefully we're going to
To everyone.
see Ruben next season as far as our One Piece commentary is concerned. But for now, we're going to go for a break, and we'll be back for our second top 4 match. back. It's been an amazing weekend of action, but we're coming towards the end of it now. One more player from this matchup next to us is going to be decided whether they're going to get to the World Championship Finals or not. Ross, are you excited as I am to watch this match?
I'm so excited, I've literally put on a tie so that everyone at home knows how seriously I am taking this top 4 of the One Piece finals. Of course, if you win this game, you're in Worlds. That is fantastic. If you lose, there is still one chance. There is a third place playoff between the losers of both top 4 games, and then that player who wins that game will get into Worlds. But if you want to just get in without any extra faff, just win this game here, you're into Worlds.
Exactly. So, lot to play for, a lot on the line. These players have been slugging it out since yesterday morning.
Oh, yeah.
10 rounds of Swiss pairing yesterday. They've gone through a top 32, top 16, top 8 matchup. They're now in the top 4. They're 1 win away from securing their space at the World Championships. But they're 2 wins away from becoming European champion of Season 2. Both our players are ready. We saw Chippy there earlier on the stream 2 rounds ago. And this is going to be another ace mirror match, isn't it? As we mentioned earlier on.
All we've got left is ace.
Yeah, ace is the only one left. So in our top 8, we came into our top 8 with 6 ace decks, 1 Lim, 1 Rayleigh. Our top 4 was just 4 ace matchups.
Yeah.
So now, yeah, we're into
top 4 ace mirror, top 4 ace mirror, final ace mirror, third place playoff, ace mirror. Not our fault. We didn't bring these decks, ladies and gentlemen. The players brought these decks. And this weekend, it is the ace show. Ace is the story of the weekend, quite clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. So we all know how ace works against all the other decks. But
I got to stop you there. We are off in our top 4. The second top 4 is off. We got an Atama on the board. We've got Chippy. And we've got Federico. So Federico and Chippy fighting it off. And a fun little side note here, Chippy actually played against David in round 6 or 7, taught David how to play the ace mirror, feels very confident. Well, there's an Izzo coming down to search a Whitebeard. Is that confidence going to pay off in the end?
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be a wonderful story if Chippy does end up facing up against David in the final, the man who he gave the information on how to play the mirror match. But
after defeating him, gave him the info. If they play again in the final, that will be awesome.
It will be a fairy tale ending, wouldn't it? But Federico is here with great ability as well. Made his way to the top 4. So let's see which one of these 2 players is going to make it through.
8k swing from the ace there. Just taken by Chippy. Decides to pick up that life. Does not want to use the resources to counter. We see an Izzo here from Federico, which is going to go and search out another one of those Whitebeard Pirates cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've seen an Atama and an Izzo nice and early on to get a decent hand size. The mirror matches are more around the Jozu ping pong match, should we say.
And let's not forget Atmos. Atmos can do a little bit of that as well. But it's going to be pinging cards back. That is going to be the goal here.
Absolutely.
So we see a swing from Ace. Just looks like a 6k swing here. No extra Don given.
Yep.
Is it going to go through? Is it going to be taken? Looks like we're using... No?
He's just having a think about it.
I was going to say, we have to resolve this swing before we do anything else.
Absolutely. So he's... decides to counter with an Uta 2k blocker there.
Oh, and a blocker. Marco comes down from Chippy. Chippy is going second, which a lot of the time it's said, Ace likes to do. We get the Marco on curve for the 4 Dom. So going quite well for Chippy so far. Seems to be getting what they need.
Absolutely. Passing them back over to Federico now. It's on the 5 Don turn. I'm going to think about what's probably optimal. Depends on what's in the hand. Is there the ability, as you were quite rightly saying, for the Atmos to come down? Or is this a turn where you just do something else? Depends what's in the hand here. So,
right, something up here.
Do you see Federico getting ready to commit something?
Oh, it's another Izzo, so we're going to be searching again. Third Izzo seen this game. Third Whitebeard Pirate card being searched between the 2 players. And it is that Jozu. A lot of the time we're building up to the big I am Newgate and then play the Newgate. But we've spoken to some players about the ace matchup this weekend, and they all tell us it is Jozu who is the most important. But right now it's a put-in coming down forcing Chippy to shuffle his hand into his deck and draw a new hand of 5 cards.
Absolutely. Probably the most efficient time for Federico to do this, especially if the Atmos wasn't in hand. It's like, right, okay, now's my chance to get the pudding, disrupt your hand. You've done a search, got cards, extra cards in hand. Let me see what I can do to make sure you don't have the pieces that you need. But sometimes you can get lucky and draw into 5 really useful cards. But
yeah, 5 is not nothing, so you can sometimes get a really good hand off of a pudding. Here we see an ace. It looks like just a cheeky swing for 6k. No extra Don committed here. So just seeing if you can squeeze it through, take a cheeky life. You got to imagine Chippy's going to counter this, but if nothing else, it forces a response from your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Chippy's got an option here. You can either counter or let the Marco block and draw 2 cards. So I think the sensible thing here would be potential. Well, these 2 players are top class players, so it's going to be a decision of, do you want to get extra cards in your hand, or do you want to
Seems like
just
we're
counter?
We're countering with an Izzo. Any counter will do. Worth noting, Federico countered a cheeky swing of a 2k Uta. Chippy managed a 1k Izzo. So keep an eye on that. Those 2Ks are quite precious commodities as you go through the game.
Absolutely.
Now we are going to see a swing with Marco here.
Yep, you quite often see this. It is like it is a blocker, and you swing with it, and then it does almost become a natural target as a block, but you do draw 2 with that as well. And if you've got that Don attached to your leader, you end up drawing 3. So it can be a very useful target to manipulate your opponent to swing into.
Yeah, and if they don't swing into it, you keep your blocker on the board, who can also be swinging next turn as well. So I absolutely agree with you. It's kind of forcing your opponent to let you have some kind of benefit regardless.
Yeah, more importantly, Chippy's aware that Federico's got the Jozu in hand, so if he doesn't swing with it, he'll probably end up back in his hand anyway, so why not? So yeah.
We saw the Yamato hit the board there from Chippy. We got 2 Don on the ace for an 8k swing into life here, which is going to be taken by Federico. Both players 1 life down from where they started this top 4 game.
Yep, both players down to 2 life now. Chippy did manage to play that Yamato. Yamato, such good synergy with Ace, obviously being very good friends. Yamato does allow you to draw 2 and put a rested Don on your leader as well if you have 3 life or less.
They work really nicely mechanically, but also they work really nicely canonically, so it's nice. It's nice seeing those 2 paired up as well as they are.
Absolutely.
Now, looks like, just notice a Kobe Don from Federico here. Quite cool. We are putting it down onto the ace here. We are going to be swinging for 7k. So forcing a 2k response. But we have a Jozu, so we're good.
Yeah, absolutely. So
the other Jozu, not the main Jozu.
Yeah, it's the other one. We know there's 6 Don open here for Federico, so we might see the other one coming down as well. But we do.
We do see the other one coming down. You bounce one of your characters back. Atama, the obvious choice here. It's got a 2k counter and a draw skill when you play it. Either of those can be good, but then you can force your opponent to bounce a card that they want to keep on the board straight back to their hand.
Yeah, and that Marco goes back to hand, not giving that value of drawing 2 when KO'd. So yeah, it does just go back into the hand, and we are now probably going to see, as we were talking about, that ping pong game of playing Jozus and bouncing the Jozus back turn by turn.
That's going to be the goal. Keep drawing into your Jozu. Make sure that you can keep getting rid of your opponent's good cards. And then hopefully over time you whittle them down to the point and you take cheeky swings where you can. You take damage where you can. Try and control your opponent's board and then sneak through there. It's not the quickest, most aggressive way to win, but this is how the players seem to decide. This is how the Ace Mirror should go. And everyone we speak to is telling us a very similar story here.
Absolutely. So we have got the 6k swing from Yamato. Leader effect was used to use Marco as a 2k counter. And then we are going to see 6 Don rested. I wonder what's coming down. There we go.
Jozu to bounce the Jozu. But it's not just bouncing your opponent's Jozu. It's also the fact that you get to put one of your cards in hand, which could sometimes be a downside, but if you play it nicely, like the ace decks do, you're putting counter back into your hand. You're potentially opening up play skills, which can come down again later. So you're bouncing cards back, which are going to be useful, while also getting rid of your opponent's card.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ah, they got ability use markers. I was
Yes.
asking for this in the last game.
Yes, they
Now
have.
we know when Ace has used his ability. That makes me happy.
Yes, they have. And we saw Izo there obviously being used to great effect, being bounced back into hand with a Jozu and then being replayed by a single Don. And we do see now Ace swinging in for 7. And we did see that one of the Izos their ability being used to trash it, draw a card, and then place one card from your hand back down to the bottom of your deck. Helps you fix your hand a little bit and seek through your deck. So yeah. And is he going to
That's a
counter
bonus.
this now?
Now
Yep. 2k counter with a Tama.
yeah, all good, all countered, nice and easy. And then we go back over to Federico, who, well, we've got the Puddin, we've got the Izzo. No real big attackers down at the moment, nothing bigger than a Puddin. So needs to try and get some of them, but of course, we did see that Chippy bounced Jozu with Jozu. And the thing is, because it bounces back to your hand, you can keep playing it.
And this is what we were talking about, the ping pong game.
And
You bounce my Jozu back to hand, I'll bounce your Jozu back to hand. Oh, now you're going to use your Jozu in hand to bounce my Jozu back into my hand.
But then the problem is you never run out of Jozu because they keep being bounced to hand, and you can't play Jozu and Pudding in the same turn because you don't have enough Don to do that. What would be ideal is play Jozu, use Pudding, make your opponent shuffle there.
Exactly, and that's what you want to do when you get to your 10 Don turn, is play the Jozu, bounce it back into hand, then play the Pudding with the remaining 4 Don, and hope that your opponent doesn't draw into another Jozu.
We're not there at this point in the
Ending
game.
that cycle, yeah, exactly.
But that's what we're headed for.
Absolutely. That's where Chippy's got the advantage of going second. We'll be on the 10 Don turn next, as we see Federico on their 9 Don turn here.
And then you are at least forcing your opponent to try and draw back into it.
Yes. So, what is Federico going to do here?
It is I am Whitebeard. We're not going Jozu, bounce Jozu, bounce Jozu, bounce Jozu.
Yep.
We're playing the big Whitebeard 12k blocker. Do we think there's a chance now that Chippy won't have a Jozu to bounce a Whitebeard, and then all of a sudden Federico can have this big character to try and control the board?
Yeah, the only way to get rid of this Whitebeard is obviously going to be Red Rock. So if Chippy does have a Red Rock in hand, that will be bottom deck, but there's no other way to remove it. So it's going to be a bit more difficult now having this 10 cost Whitebeard on the board.
Yeah, that Whitebeard can be a little bit of a pain. And that's the thing, you know, you put it down, hoping to stick a big character, have a big attacking threat. Of course, Jozu only gets a 6 cost or less, so it cannot target the Whitebeard.
Yep.
And then hopefully you can still go back to the Jozu games after.
Yeah.
But now you've got your Whitebeard down to help.
Exactly. So 2 rested Dawn. So the Whitebeard obviously lets you draw 2, trash 1. That's been resolved. 2 rested Dawn now put under the leader and the Pudding to make the Pudding a viable attacker. 6k swing now, being targeted at the Yamato, forcing a card out of Chippy's hand if he wants to keep that Yamato on the board. There is another 8k swing that can come in from the ace as well. So Chippy's going to have to think about what's the most optimum thing to do here.
Looks like he's eyeing something up. It is going to be a Marco. That's the leader skill just to counter out of that swing from the Pudding. We now see an 9k ace swing.
Yep. And pass his turn back over now to Chippy. Now Chippy is on the 10 Don turn here. Draws and has now got the ability to be able to play I Am Whitebeard, but no, like I said, Red Rock comes out. He did have the Red Rock in hand, which is great. So
Could still play Pudding.
Yeah, manages to bottom deck that Edward Newgate. Depends on how many cards Federico has in their hand. They still have that Jozu, as we know, that was bounced back to hand. So does he want to play the Pudding here, or does he want to go down a different avenue?
Well, there is an argument here that right now Newgate's at the bottom of the deck, Pudding shuffles the deck, so maybe it ends up nearer the top. Maybe Federico wants it again in the not too distant future. There's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes. And the problem with the mirror, if both players are going, well, I'm going to go Jozu bounce, and we just sit here for an hour while they bounce each other's Jozu.
Absolutely.
So if everyone's trying to follow that same plan, at some point somebody needs to go, I got to break this cycle. I got to do something a little bit different. And that's where we were going with the Newgate from Federico, but it didn't work. Chippy went straight for that Red Rock to get it off the board.
Yeah, I think we're swinging now 6k with the leader. I don't know what the target is, the leader or the pudding here, but we'll soon see how Federico decides to resolve it. Going to fire off that Ezo by the looks of it first. Didn't quite decide to do that. Nope, just a 2k counter with a Uta. We're going to see a 7k swing.
From that Jozu there going into that life or pudding he pointed
Again, they're right next to each other, so it's very difficult to determine from here where that finger's being pointed to, whether it's the pudding or the life, but
it's going
he's probably,
somewhere.
Yeah, I suspect he's probably trying to pressure that life.
You would think so. That's my inkling here.
Yeah, 2k counter again.
With
We see
Uta.
Marco, Marco coming down.
Marco hits the board here. Another blocker there for Chippy. And it's going to be... Is that a pudding coming down? No, we had a pudding already.
No, that pudding was just being restanded at the start of Federico's turn. Yep.
It was the fact he put it down, then everyone started picking up their cards. And I was like, what's going on here?
Just restanding it. It wasn't targeted. So, yeah, it swung last turn with that 2-don from that Edward Newgate.
Lovely.
So now Federico's on the 10-don turn. What's the play going to be here? Again.
Right now we're... A lot of thinking going on. That's the thing with these ace mirrors. You know that if you take a wrong move, you're going to be punished. You know your opponent knows a mirror. Now here comes is that just a 10 Goss Newgate played from hand?
Yeah, just playing it from hand. Drawing 2 now, trashing 1.
And you still get the Don attached as well, so you get 4 Don back to do some nice swings, which is rather lovely. So again, 2 on the pudding, 2 on the ace. So there's going to be a 6k swing from the pudding, an 8k swing from the ace coming down.
Yep.
Really saying to your opponent, I'm going to try and just waste your resources. We know ace draws enough cards and it's really hard to whittle down their resources.
Absolutely.
But you still have to do this.
Yeah.
Because if you don't whittle down, even though they're refilling, then they refill without you whittling them down and they end up with everything.
Absolutely. So we're now seeing an 8k swing come in. So Chippy's just deciding. First of all, the Ezo is going to be used. Draw, and then put 1 at the bottom of the deck. See that 1 now going away. And now you're going to counter this.
Certainly thinking about it.
So an 8k swing. Is this into life or Jozu? Not really clear at this point.
Lot to ask sometimes, but you need to... You can't go too late on life. You can't give up all of your characters early, and you can't just get rid of everything from your hand. But you need to be doing some of this sometimes. You're thrown into impossible situations. Oh, Chippy is thinking here, trying to figure out exactly what the play is, having a look at his board, seeing what's there, trying to figure out what is Federico going to do next, because that is going to impact what I'm doing. Let's have a look at the discard, try and figure this one out as well.
Yeah.
We're not untimed here, but we do have 45 minutes remaining in this matchup. And I spoke to some judges before the game, Taj. I got the end of game sequence done. It is life on board, cards in deck, characters, and then if all of those are tied, whoever most recently took a life, those are the tiebreakers in order.
Yep. And he does decide to counter using the leader ability and an Uta there. So back over to Chippy now. 10 Don available. What will the play here be?
Got access to whatever he wants. He still has that Newgate. And I like kind of keeping that Newgate around for a turn, because now you can have that 12k swing and you can say to your opponent, look, you can give up your Marco blocker, but then you've given up your blocker, or you can take a 12k swing, or you can use a lot of cards to counter. And looking at Chippy's hand, I don't think he's got enough to counter that.
Yeah, no,
got
absolutely.
a 2k Thatcher now, which is nice, but not seeing a lot else in there. So that swing from Newgate basically just removes your opponent's blocker, and you still keep your 12k. And you're saying to your opponent, look, red rocket. Red rocket or it ain't going nowhere.
Exactly. So Chippy's just starting off with a cheeky 6k swing from that Marco blocker. Seeing what the response from Federico is going to be.
Where's this swing going? Is this into life? Is it into pudding? Probably into life, I imagine.
Yeah.
Cheeky little tentative swing. See if it can go through.
Yeah, more than
It
likely.
does not. We see an Uta, but it's another example of using a 2k counter when you only needed 1k. I don't like that. It whittles down the number of available 2Ks for the future.
Absolutely. We've seen a few Utas hitting the trash as counters. And Chippy's got to decide what to do here, because I think he's trying to pressure. Looks like he's got a Goldie Roger in hand.
I saw that. Now we do see that the the Jozu coming down. Different white beard.
7K swing.
Where's this 7K swing going to go? It's rested down, but where is this swing going? And is it going to work? This game is clearly taxing for both the players. They are both having to think really hard about what are they doing, how are they doing it. I cannot give up even the slightest little advantage. We are blocking it seems, with Newgate.
Yep.
And the good news is with 12K, you're good. And it'll just activate on your turn anyway.
So, 3 cards left in hand for Frederico. Chippy's got a decision to make here. The 10 Don is open. How do you want to sort of distribute this, and what do you want to play?
So many options. Well, we're using ace right now.
Swinging 6 with ace.
No extra Don, just using it for just a cheeky little swing. 6K, nothing more.
Pressure to Frederico.
You know your opponent's out of 1K counters because they just used a 2K Uta.
Yeah.
So are you just trying to kind of feel out your opponent's hand a little bit? Are you trying to maybe catch them with no counter in their hand? That'd be a cheeky little catch if you can pull it off.
He's trying to force the leader ability here to potentially
that has
get
not
him
been used yet.
That hasn't been used to potentially lose an important card from hand, or forcing him to take a life. Either way, Frederico's either going to be starved of resource from hand, or will end up going down dangerously to 1 life, which, you really don't want to be worrying about going down to 1 life when your opponent's got 10 Don open.
No, you really don't. And getting down on life early can be, or say early, still earlier than your opponent can be a real downside in any mirror match, even the ace mirror match, because all it takes is a couple of swings to go through when you're low on life, and that is going to be it. Now, Roger does come down here. All 10 Don used for that big Goldie Roger.
Atmos was used to counter that last swing, and now we have got 2 cards in hand, and that Roger is now swinging 13 into 12. So this is going to force leader effect and force another card. Otherwise, that Edward Newgate is gone.
There aren't many characters that can just come in and take out a Newgate with an attack, but Roger is absolutely one of them. Keeping that Don open, doing those little cheeky swings, and then going, boom, 10 cost Roger.
Yep.
That is, I love that. That makes me very happy.
Yeah, and this is what Frederico was sort of worried about, as you can tell, the way he was trying to calculate what the best course of action would have been, and now dangerously going to go down to 1 card in hand if he decides to save this Edward Newgate. Let's have a quick look to see what Chippy's got in the trash here.
This is what we've been talking about. You can counter and you can stave off attacks, and even though ace is drawing, you only draw a finite amount of cards. If your opponent just keeps going, there does come a point where you run out of resources, where you've just discarded too many cards for counter, for the leader skill, and so on, and then you do end up in a lot of trouble, potentially.
Absolutely. So, does use the leader ability, trashes that 10 costs reluctantly. Pass back over now. Now Frederico's got to try and establish some way back from this.
They really do. If they cannot get back out of this soon, we're going to be going to game 2. And it's worth noting, we talked about end of game procedures. If only 1 game is finished, the winner of game 1 wins the match.
Exactly.
So if this game goes long and game 2 goes long and doesn't finish, then the winner of this first game will be the winner of the match as a whole.
Absolutely. So, Frederico now is going to try and do the same as what Chippy did earlier on. Chippy's got 3 cards in hand, and he's going to tease those attacks. So 6K swing, Ezo used as a 1K counter. Now the problem here is you do need to commit Don to either pudding if you want to swing with it, and even if you want to swing into that Roger with Edward Newgate, you're going to have to commit Don to that as well.
Yeah, 13K, one of the biggest natural characters in the entirety of the game. Again, we're talking about the King of the Pirates. It makes perfect sense. but it is an absurdly large card. This is a big reveal, the first Goldie Roger card we ever had, and then we all saw the text of it, and we were like, okay, you know what? Yeah, we expected something big and impressive from Roger. This is the first Roger card, and you've given us something big and impressive.
Yeah.
We were not disappointed, Taj.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is the biggest, as it is naturally,
Base power.
base power. There is another card that could go up to 800,000 power, but it is an ancient giant, of course. But yeah, divvying up this Don now. What are we going to do?
It's like doing what players often do, counting it out, see what's going where. We got 3 Don going on to the pudding here, and that means we're going to see an 8K swing. No, 7K swing, sorry. But Don's not going on there anyway, it turns out.
Yeah.
Unless we put 4 Don and do an 8K swing, and I was right all along. Make me happy.
Yep, so what are we going to do? So 7K swing into life.
Marco is rested. Can't be using that for blocking anymore.
Yep. What's the target?
Now Chippy's forced to pick up his cards. Have a look. What's he got? Do you have any counter here? There's no blocker, so it's either take a life or counter out of it. They're your only 2 choices, Chippy. Can we find something going on here?
Absolutely.
Not a good. Is that 2 cards in hand?
Yeah, just 2 cards in hand. Both of them have sort of dwindled themselves down to quite a few little cards in hand. Does take that life. And now what's he going to do? He's going to swing with the Newgate here.
It is going to be a 12K swing with the Newgate, no blocker. And if you took the swing from Pudding, you've got to assume they're going to have to take the swing from Newgate as well. Put them down to 0 life remaining.
Yeah, he's just deciding where he wants to target this. It is going to be into the Jozu to take 1 less attack, give him a bit of safety.
I don't mind this, honestly. I really don't mind this. Because it gets to the point where you've got to find something. And right now it's, look, I'm ahead in the game. I'm ahead on the board. Let's just control the board a little bit. I can take life as it comes. But right now, I want to play some board control. Marco gets bounced back with Jozu. It had been a good couple of minutes since a Jozu hit the board. We
Yes.
were overdue for a Jozu.
We were indeed, and we do see Jozu come down to deal with that Marco, leaving that Goldie Roger as a sole character on the board at the moment.
I mean, if you're going to have 1 character on the board, might as well.
Yep. So it's a big 13K body, obviously. So now what do you want to do here now? Do you want to
10 Don swing.
Well, 10 Don coming down, and we are going to see.
This probably makes a lot more sense than 10 Don on the
Absolutely. You've
Newgate.
now got a 15K swing into that Edward Newgate.
Yeah, this
You're
is
going to have
big.
an 8K swing to be able to get rid of maybe that pudding or going to life, and then it just makes it a lot better for you.
And that's the thing. At this stage, it is just, let's try and make sure I've got the better board going. You can actually get rid of Newgate, or at least, I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're gonna
it
get rid
is
of the
going
Newgate.
down.
It's
There's no
natural. If you've
counter.
got 15K swing, you're going to naturally go for that Newgate.
yeah,
And
it
now, where
really
is
did seem
this?
like it was not being saved from that.
Yeah.
Now we can have an A swing. Is it into pudding or is it into life? It's an
Assume
8K swing.
life at this point.
You assume?
I'd assume life at this point.
Yeah.
It just forces, I mean, if you're then going to use a pudding as an attacker, it just forces you to stick Don on it and make you not potentially, if you draw into something else, then it just means you're having to commit Don to get a viable swing with it. So yeah, why not?
No, you're absolutely
force
right
a
with
life.
that one. Now it is going to be,
Yeah, so that life was taken.
yeah,
So we're now passing back over to Federico, who's on the 10 Don turn.
1 life remaining for each player. But if you look at the board, Chippy's got Newgate and Roger. They are
Yeah.
big attacking threats. We see a Garp coming down. That's going to search a free cost or higher card. But Garp, Pudding, and Jozu against Newgate and Roger. If you think about that in canon, that is not going to be a close fight, Taj.
Not
Newgate
indeed.
and Roger are having that all day long.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see now. What's he going to take with a Garp? Federico's just deciding what the most efficient card is going to be.
Just stop and have a think for a second. And this is very important. We're getting towards halfway in a round. This means that there is now a decent chance we do not complete 2 full games.
Yep.
Not if they both take as long as this one. So that means that the outcome of game 1 becomes so much more important. If game 2 doesn't finish, there is 10 minutes overtime.
Yep.
But if game 2 doesn't finish, the winner of game 1 is the winner of the match. That is a very important piece of context. Keep it in your head, ladies and gentlemen. This could come back. This will be on the test. It's a red rock being taken off of the GARP.
Yep.
Not been played yet, but it has been taken off the GARP.
That's really vital information. So, red rock in hand now. Has the Don available to be able to play it? But what's the play here going to be? Do you just play the red rock to deal with maybe that Edward Newgate?
I think you do. There is the red rock. It
Yep.
does deal with the Edward Newgate. Of course,
Needs to go to the bottom of the deck. Yep. Yeah, he accidentally put it in his trash there. Put it in the bottom of his
No.
deck now, Chippy.
that could come back, especially if a pudding hits the board. Shuffles it back, could end up near the top, could draw back into it. That's relevant.
Yep.
Now just checking cards in hand for both players here. Something you always need to be aware of is how many cards are in your opponent's hand, so you can start guessing as to how much counter they've got.
Absolutely. So, 2K counter from that Jozu attack.
Now we're paying more Don. 1, 2, just 2. They're going on to the leader. We're going to see an 8K swing from the leader here. Trying to force... No, we're not. Yes, we are.
Yep.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, he'd
Yes,
already
we are.
attached the Don, so he is committed to it now. The judge
I
is quite
agree.
rightly saying, once you have put it down and it is attached, you can't remove it. So that is an 8K swing.
Yeah, if we were kids, we would say, you took your hand off it.
Yep.
But we're not. We're grown-ups, Taj.
Essentially, I think Federico was then just reconsidering, should I go for an 8K or should I keep a couple of Don back for maybe the pudding to do a 6K swing? But yeah, now the pudding can't attack this turn. So we have an 8K swing coming through to life. Does Chippy want to counter this one out or take that life?
The problem is, if you use a leader skill, you're tied at 8, so you will need leader skill plus another counter in order to get rid of this.
Yeah,
And it does look like we have 2 cards being eyed up.
Yep.
There's Fatch there for 2K. There was a 1K as well. We're good. 3K counter, absolutely enough. And then we get back to Chippy's turn. And, well, I hate to say it, but it's been a bit of a Chippy game here. We're going back and forth. It's little digs here and there. We're not seeing these giant swings in momentum. It is just little advantages passing back and forth between both these players. But Roger is still there. It's the
Yeah.
most powerful character on the board. It's the most powerful character in the game, naturally.
Well, this is now really down to how many cards in hand does Federico have? And can you afford to go a couple of big swings here? I mean, how do you sort of measure this up? So it looks like 4 cards in hand for Federico. So he's going 10 to test him.
There will be an extra card in hand if a life gets taken, and then there'll be an extra card in hand because of the leader skill on the ace. So that is going to give more options, so the second swing will be harder. That is taken, so now Chippy can go and just put all the Don on that Roger. A gigantic swing here is going to be enough. Federico picks up his cards. Chippy takes game 1. Didn't even see what was in Federico's hand. Just said, I'm not even going to show you. It's not even close.
No,
you take
exactly.
game 1.
Yeah, don't need to share that information. But at the end of the day, Chippy sequenced that really correctly. Kept 6 Don back just in case he needed to rearrange his potential move there.
Yes.
But thought, let me go, swing for 10, forces out at least 3 cards from hand. So that would leave him down with 1 card. I could make a decision based upon that. If he takes the life, we're just going to do a big 19K swing with Roger because there's no way he's surviving that.
No, if you couldn't get rid of the 10, you definitely couldn't get rid of the 19. That 19K swing, the second it went forward, Federico was just like, now we're good. Game 2.
Yeah,
Don't blame him.
absolutely. So Chippy takes game 1, which over halfway through the time, we can, depending on how fast these players play, potentially have game 2 concluded.
We absolutely can.
And then it could...
Especially with 10 minutes overtime.
Absolutely, yeah. So both players now just shuffling their hands. But Chippy's 1 step closer now to that trip to Japan. It's every player's dream, isn't it, to represent their region at the World Championship Finals.
And there's no way. You cannot be a fan of One Piece without wanting to go to Japan.
Oh, 100%.
You cannot be a fan of card games without wanting to go to Japan. If you're a fan of the One Piece card game, I feel like everyone is just desperate to go to Japan as often as possible and having your trip covered with your hotel and your airfare covered, going out, and not just going out, but also representing your region at the One Piece World Championships. I mean, come on. What more could you want, Taj?
Exactly. It's a dream for everyone.
Winner of this game is locked. Loser of this game is not out of it, but they then have to play a third place playoff. There is going to be a player here that gets all the way to top 4, winning, and then loses 2 matches in a row to miss their Worlds invite. It is a function of a tournament structure.
Yeah, and that really is really difficult to have to cope with. That person who's going to finish 4th today is going to be really disheartened having got this far, but we're going to have 3 extremely overjoyed players. One of them has already made their way through in the form of David into the final and secured their place. Which one of these 2 is going to be the next one to secure their place?
He's 1 game up,
Yep.
but Federico, look, they're playing a mirror match. Federico now gets a choice to whether to go first or second. In theory, they should be able to go second, and we did see Chippy went second in game 1, and that curve looked very, very nice in game 1. So Federico's hoping that they can go second here. They can get on that. Job number 1, win game 2. Job number 2, can we maybe get those tiebreakers in our favor? Cards in deck, not this game, but next game, cards in deck could be a very important metric. Right now, we're getting ready for game 2. We're off in game 2. Chippy puts a Don out, and that's Chippy's turn.
Yeah, passes the turn over, and we see an Ezo searcher for Federico for turn 1. 2 Don. And then if he doesn't have another searcher, he'll probably stick that additional Don underneath the leader and pass the turn, which is exactly what we see.
It is indeed. We get the Izzo coming down. Search. 1 energy. Oh, 1 energy. What we're talking about. 1 Don on the ace there. Giving him energy, though. Look how energized he is in that card.
Absolutely. So 8k swing now from Chippy into Federico's leader.
9k swing.
Sorry, 9k. I keep
9K
forgetting
swing.
this is a 6k base leader. Why do I keep doing this? 9k swing.
I mean, right now, let's face it, as far as we're concerned, every leader is 6k right now, Taj.
Yeah, pretty much.
Only 6k leaders exist in One Piece.
Well, unless it's Roger. Then he's 7.
I don't see any Roger. All I see is ace right now,
Ace
Taj.
everywhere, you're right. It's ace all over the place. So, pass back over to Federico now. He's down to 2 life. 4 Don turn. Will we see Marco coming down here? Well, he's starting off with a 6k swing into leader. So it does look like he is going to play something for that 4 Don. And what is it going to be?
Right now, we're not getting any clues. We
Yep.
see the Don. We've seen the swing.
So Chippy's just having to resolve this swing first. Are you going to counter? Or are you going to take this life? So...
And then when you've done that, hopefully we can see what those 4 Don are going to be used for. Is choosing to take the life, +1 card in hand. The first life is not that important. It's a Marco, the best 4 Don character that we have in this ace deck. So blocker that draws 2 when KO'd. It's frankly pretty spectacular.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Yamato coming down here. If I'm not mistaken, on the 5 Don turn, if Chippy's got it in the hand.
Well, we got 1 Don
No.
being used for something else, so I'm not seeing Yamato
So
right
Yamato
now.
won't be coming down by the looks of it.
It's going to be an Izzo, so what are we going to search here? Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Find a Whitebeard Pirate. Whack it in your hand. It is a, shockingly enough, it's a Jozu. Stop me if you've heard that one before, Taj.
Well, that's next turn decided what's going to be played. So let's see what comes out
It's an
now.
Atmos.
Yeah, dealing with that Marcus.
Budget
Marco.
Jozu.
And now we're seeing a 6k swing coming in. And that is leader effect to counter that one. And pass the turn back over to Federico.
No Don on the ace, so no leader skill coming down this turn if the swings go well for Federico. Always nice when you can swing against your opponent's ace when they don't have a Don attached. Just feels better when you don't give them extra cards.
Absolutely. So, what can Federico do this turn now? So, we're on a 6 Don turn. We're just going to swing 6 to begin with, giving nothing away.
Cheeky little 6-leader swing. I like these cheeky swings at the start of turns because you get a little bit of a glimpse as to what your opponent's hand looks like by how they counter it. And then, depending on what they do, that gives you a little bit of information as to how the rest of your turn could go out. You see your opponent countering with a Jozu, and you go, hang on a second, that's a 2K counter.
Yep.
A 1K counter would have done. They've probably not got any 1K counters. Is there a way I can take advantage of this?
So we do see Jozu coming down. And now, what's Chippy going to do on this turn? 7 Don turn. Swinging 6 with the leader to begin with, as we would expect. What will Federico do here? Again, both players is trying to chip away cards from hand.
That's the kind of game it's been. It's been both players, little cheeky swings. It's been build and control the board with cheeky swings where you can. Here comes Jozu, shockingly enough, to get rid of Federico's Jozu. And the ping pong Jozu has begun.
Yeah, picks up the Ezo, plays the Ezo without even picking it up off the table. Just resting that Don to then go and search for a Marco and put it to hand and passes the turn back over to Federico. We've got just over 20 minutes left of this game 2. Chippy is 1 game up in a best of 3 here.
And it's worth noting, if you want to slow the game down and go ping pong Jozu, well, Chippy can do that all day long.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chippy doesn't need this game to finish. Federico needs this game to finish and then get into a winning position in game 3. The clock is very, very relevant here.
It is indeed, yeah. It makes a huge difference having that advantage of being 1 game ahead.
So here we go with the Garp coming down, Monkey to Garp. As long as your leader is Sabo, Ace, or Luffy, and it is, you get searched for any card for a cost of 3 or more. And I've made this point throughout the weekend. Let me make it again now. Most of these searches are very restrictive. You can get this cost or lower. You can get, a Whitebeard Pirate. You can get a Straw Hat. Okay, fine. You can't get a 1 or 2 cost.
Yeah.
But like anything else, that's so good. It's why it has to be restricted to certain leaders.
Yeah, it is just so strong, isn't it? And yeah, look, we've got I Am Whitebeard being added to hand there, which is absolutely crazy. So, back over to Chippy on the 9 Don turn.
Not playing on the dice roll, that means that you're essentially 1 Don, even though you go first, you're essentially a Don behind every turn. So you've not got the 9 Don to play, say, a new gate.
I was about to say, does he have a pudding in hand? He does indeed. And he is now going to make that massive hand of Federico be shuffled back into that deck. And Federico's going to have to draw 5 random cards.
I like this for 2 reasons. I like this because Federico had a big hand.
And yeah.
I like it because Chippy just saw Federico grab the Iron Whitebeard off of an Izzo. And we saw last game, Federico went for the Whitebeard much earlier than Chippy, and it was causing problems. So maybe trying to disrupt that combo and going, I know you might be thinking about it. I'd like it if you thought about something else right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So Chippy's managed to play the pudding here. Does still have 5 Don available. So if a Yamato is available in hand, that could be played here. And then
it is the Yamato,
yep.
And that gives draw power. When you play it, you get to draw a couple.
Yeah.
Then we can pop a Don on the Ace as well, which firstly, bigger swing if you haven't swung yet, but secondly, means you've got a Don on Ace to activate that leader skill. And like we said, the way these cards work together, the synergy between them is so good. And then just canonically, that makes perfect sense, and that makes me happy as well. I hear Ace once took a trip to Wano. I hear it was fruitful for all involved.
It was indeed.
There was a devil fruit pun in there. I don't know if you caught it.
Yeah.
But I'm just pointing it out.
Absolutely. Leader effect there used to counter out of that swing by trashing that Goldie Roger for a 2K counter. And now it's Federico's turn. What can Federico do here with the 4 cards that were left in hand? Drew 1, obviously, back up to 5. 10 Don available, but what was that? The cards that he managed to draw into. Is there any way he can formulate an efficient response to Chippy's board here?
Right now, we've not got very much. And Chippy, once again, just working that board, making things look quite nice and putting your opponent down to a 5-card hand. Oh, but one of those 5 cards was put in, and put in is going to do to Chippy what put in did to Federico. There is absolutely no bias here. Put in will disrupt anybody's hand, and Federico here using it on Chippy, putting a 5-card hand, which we must stress could be better.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. What's going to be the next action here? 6 Don available.
Oh, with a judge shuffle. Wondering what happened. That was a judge shuffle sometimes.
Yep.
Key circumstances like this, judge goes and does the shuffle.
Yeah, it does
We are in
help.
top 4 of a One Piece finals after all.
Yep. 7K swing now into leader from that Jozu. Looks like he does have options in hand to be able to deal with it. What's he going to decide to do here? Does he want to keep those options available to be able to try and draw into better things?
Right now, we're using a fact. That's a 2K counter.
Absolutely.
One of those lovely starter deck cards, which has become very much a mainstay in this ace deck and has made everyone run out looking for that old starter deck so they can get their copies of Thatch. Because it turns out, I don't know if anyone at home's noticed this, turns out this is quite a popular deck this weekend.
It
Lots
is
of
indeed,
people
isn't
like
it? It absolutely is.
Most repped in top 32. Very much the most repped in top 4. The only repped in top 4, one might say. Here comes a swing with the ace leader with 1 Don. It's a 7K swing. Forcing a response here from Chippy. No blocker on the board, so you can counter or you can take the life.
Yeah, another 2K counter required here, or you can use your leader ability as well to use one of those other cards to be able to give 2K. But yeah, it is a response that's going to be required. 5 Don still available as well. Decides to take that life. It goes down to 1 life, but draws an additional card as well. And we now see Izo being dropped for 1 Don to go and search for another card. You're right, you know, we started this weekend with 13 ace in our top 32. Our top 8 was made up of 6 ace. And we got to our top 4 with 4 ace leaders. We know ace is going to take this home this weekend. But which of our pilots will it be? Will it be David, Federico or Chippy?
They're the only 3 options left. We've eliminated 1 player from top 4. Every time I see a player pick up all turn of their Don, I'm like, go on, put on 1 character and swing. And I know in this situation it makes no sense.
Yeah.
But there are very few things in One Piece more satisfying than 10 Don on a character swing.
Yeah. True. Right. How's this going to start? So the only rested character here is obviously the Jozu, so maybe you'd want to target that. Would you want to start just punching into life again?
There is a Marco blocker, so if Chippy gets a little bit too greedy with any particular swing, that Marco blocker is there to provide a little bit of a check. It's important to bear in mind.
Yeah, it depends what Chippy's got in hand here now. So, what are you going to do here?
Okay, so we're eyeing up some Don. Got to be something we can do here. Have a look at your hand, Chippy. See what's looking good. I reckon. I mean, are we up to 10 Don yet?
Yep, 10.
Roger, let's play Roger. Roger went well last game, Taj.
Yeah, I think the Jozu might be an option in just a bit, so we'll see what he
Absolutely.
does.
Right now, we are swinging with the Yamato here. Just a cheeky little swing, a 6K swing, saying, you know what? I'm going to give this a go. Might work, might not. But if nothing else, I'm forcing a response. We see the Atama come down. Another 2K counter used when a 1K would have done. That's information Chippy can use.
Yeah, I think at this point, maybe Jozu into the Marco.
I like the idea of Jozu into Marco.
Yeah,
Take
bouncing
your
that
blocker
Marco
off.
back into hand. More importantly, not being able to draw that 2 if it was used as a block.
Absolutely.
Having now forced that 2K counter and got Federico down to 2 cards in hand.
And when your game plan is evolving around starving your opponent of cards as best you can do it completely as ace. But, you know, when you try and do it as best you can, giving your opponent 2 cards by knocking out one of their blockers, it kind of feels like you're just going back on what you were originally planning to do.
Exactly.
So here comes a Newgate.
Yep. So Edward Newgate hits the board for the full 10 cost. trashing Iron Whitebeard, putting 2 Rested Dawn on the 2 viable targets, obviously the leader and the character that was available, which is Pudding, to be able to do a 6k swing without Pudding as well. But we start off with an 8k swing into Jozu.
When I said 10 costs for the Roger, 10 costs for the Newgate, I'm also happy with this, Taj.
Yeah.
I just want to see a big character hit the board. I got to see it. I'm a happy bunny. We did see that 8k swing with leader. Marco is going to be blocking that and going away here.
Yep.
So Chippy, and look, you've got a 12k body on the board. You've got a big old blocker down, and you've taken your opponent's blocker out. Here we see a 6k swing with Puddin.
Yep. So
We are using Izzo's skill here just to get a bit more consistency, try and give ourselves a bit more options. Seeing an extra card, fixing our hand a little bit, hopefully.
Yep.
And then a bit of a discussion. We got 11 minutes remaining. If the game finishes without a resolution, Chippy will be moving on to the final and locking in that trip to Japan in March.
Absolutely. So we have
Leader skill, I think.
So we've just resolved that attack. And now pass back over to Federico. Again, that Marco block did give an additional couple of cards back in hand. So back up to 5 cards in hand now after drawing that 1 card. So let's see what Federico can do with what is available. Now, the worrying thing is you have got that big Edward Newgate. Have you got a response for it? Have you got a red rock? Can you get rid of it in any way?
And the problem is, a lot of the, these ace decks, you've got your Newgate and your Roger, those are big boys, right? But everything else is kind of like 6, 7k.
Yeah.
So what that means is that once this Newgate hits the board, as a blocker, it means that your first attack every turn, or at least one attack every turn, is just not going through because that blocker is going to block and almost certainly survive as well. So it's really putting a big check there. Now, we did see the Pudding.
Yeah, Pudding into Pudding, just
Putting on Pudding
yeah,
Prime.
it's just a easy one to get rid of and not commit any Don to and force your opponent to at least lose that Pudding character off the board. Easy way to get rid of it.
I'm not generally a fan of putting Pudding in the trash, but in this instance, I'm going to forgive Federico. That was getting annoying. Setting your opponent's board a little bit, keeping your own Pudding. It's not a phenomenal attacker, but you stick a Don or 2 on there and it can start swinging at characters, at life. We just saw it do a bit of board control. So it's there if nothing else. There's a second Jozu, and crucially, bounce Pudding back to your hand rather than Garp.
Yep.
You are opening up the option here of more hand disruption and then immediately going for the hand disruption. Generally, you want to bounce those lower cost characters like Garp, like Izzo that have got a counter. But here you bounce and Pudding back so you can immediately force your opponent. And I said I didn't like putting Pudding in the trash. You know what I do like? Double Pudding.
Double Pudding. Absolutely. Well, yeah, that Pudding really does cause disruption. Great play there. Play the Jozu, bouncing the Pudding back to hand, and just replaying it with a 4-Don that's available. Makes it really difficult now. Chippy back down to 5 cards in hand. And now there are going to be a couple of swings coming in, starting off with a leader swing, 6k. How's Chippy going to respond to this?
The whole way that this turn has gone, playing Jozu to get rid of your opponent's Jozu, then you put them down to a 5-card hand using Pudding because you play Jozu, and then you start the swinging, but you're swinging in a situation where your opponent's starting off with a 5-card hand, so they are less able to respond, and it's random 5 cards. So there is a chance you've put them into a bunch of cards with no counter or things of that nature, or you're going to be forcing 2k counters instead of 1. It could go either way, but there's a world in which this goes very well for Federico.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're now getting the 7k swing coming in. Obviously, user Edward Newgate to block the leader swing, so can still use a leader effect to trash 1 card to make it a 2k counter. Has drawn from that Ezo. Now I just got to decide which card to put back at the bottom of the deck. Let's put his cards down, holding his head. Just to make a decision here.
Well, there aren't many swings coming out here because the other Jozu came down this turn. Pudding came down this turn. Garp is pretty weak, and there's no Don left to boost him up.
Yep.
We are is it countering with his O there?
Yeah, he's got to put 1 back down at the bottom of his deck, which he's forgotten about. So the judge is just clarifying to him, before you do counter, you do need to put 1 at the bottom of your deck.
So what we're looking at, the 7 minutes remaining, just under. There will be 10 minutes of overtime if need be. But Federico and Chippy here in a very, very tight game. If this game finishes without a conclusion, Chippy will win the match. If there is a conclusion, we're going to have very, very little time for a game 3.
Absolutely.
And it will be full tiebreaker scenario at that point.
Will indeed.
Which is protect your life at all cost, while also trying to protect the number of cards in your deck.
So, what will Chippy do here to respond to that particular board state? It's looking quite imposing at the moment with the fact that you've got the 2 Joses. You definitely need to deal with one of those. But you're also conscious of the fact that your opponent's still on 2 life as well.
That's the thing. That Newgate's great, and it can block on your opponent's turn, and then it'll restand on your turn, then you can swing with it. But Newgate alone isn't going to end out this game. You've got to take 3 more life.
Yeah, and
Here comes a Garp.
Yeah, he's going to go digging for some pieces now, because obviously that Pudding has disrupted his hand. He needs to find some answers.
Seems like Pudding might have done a decent job here.
Yeah.
He's having a good old look, make sure we're doing things right, make sure we're teasing the right card from Garp. Any free cost or higher card is a viable target here. It's going to be a red rock.
Yep.
Okay. So that's going to get rid of one of the Jozu.
Yep. So we'll get rid of one of the Josus.
Now the question is, what else can we combine it with?
Let's see.
Is there a world... See, the thing is, if we swing into Jozu with Newgate, then you don't have it ready as a blocker until your next turn. It's a bit of a pain.
Yeah, but I think
Well,
we're
there's
just
6
going
Dom
to see...
being paid. Oh, wait, no. It looked like it was going to be a 6 Dom for the red rock.
Yeah, so he's definitely trying to get rid of that Jozu first before he makes that decision. Now he's going to play a Jozu to bounce the other Jozu, play another Garp.
I really like this. I like this so much better than red rock.
Yeah.
I know you've lost your blocker for a turn in Newgate, but now you got rid of both the Jozu on the board. And the key thing here, we grab an Uta off of the Garp. The key thing here is you've got that red rock.
Yep.
So if Federico goes and plays something like a Goldie Roger or a Newgate, the kind of thing that Josie just can't deal with, you've got a red rock ready to rock.
And I think it's important that obviously Chippy had to reveal the red rock, and it's almost like baiting your opponent. Your opponent's like, hey, look, I've got a red rock in hand now.
Yeah.
Play around this.
I kind of love that. Because I think we know Chippy's hand ain't that great after the pudding.
Yeah.
So you can like put him into a better hand, I dare you.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
don't play your big guns because I'm going to red rock them.
Yeah.
Or play your big guns and I'm going to red rock them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Chippy is feeling a little bit safe here.
Or just make your opponent take a little bit longer on their turn thinking, and then time runs out and I've won game one, so I win the match.
Yeah, it's getting very tense and nervous now. Look at Chippy's face. He really is feeling the tension here.
I mean, it's trip to Worlds on the line. You win this game, you're in Worlds. You lose, and you have another chance as a third-place playoff. But it's going to be another ace mirror. Do you really want to lose an ace mirror and then go into an ace mirror for a trip to Japan, which is going to be the most stressful game of One Piece you have ever played in your entire life? I would say no.
Yeah. So, Federico, it's taking a little while here to decide how to go about this, but we are seeing an 8K swing from Pudding. Do you counter this, or do you let this one go through? Because there is going to be 6 Don available that can be attached to that leader, and then you're in danger of having to.
I think you have to counter
yeah,
this.
absolutely. So we are going to see.
There's the leader skill, getting rid of the I am Newgate. That's 2K.
Yep.
We're not there yet, because it was an 8K swing into a 6K leader. You're now tied. You need one more. Tie goes to the attacker, so you need to get to 9. You're at 8. And, oh, the Uta puts you up to 10.
Yep.
You wanted a 1K there.
Now, the danger here is you split your Don. So, do you have enough to be able to. How many Don has he got left now? 6 Don.
But how many cards has Federico got in hand? Is there a chance that Chippy can just go Newgate swing, Josie swing, leader swing?
Yeah, but can he survive these 2 swings now? That's a question. So I think that Garp was on the board. Yeah, the Garp was on the board from the previous turn. So
Yes.
can you put... So teasing with an 8k swing to begin with.
And then if this goes through, then we can take the Garp. So now we've got 4 more Don. It's not a big swing from Garp. Have we got anything left here? What are we on? Is that a 6k swing? So any counter will do here. Okay, we are countering away with the Yamato. So Federico giving it a go. Not enough that term. I love that he had a go. It did not work out. But you still got your opponent down to 0 life.
This is pretty much it. I think Federico knows this is the end of the road here.
I think it is. You got 3 life remaining, but there are 3 big swings coming. You've got very little in hand. You've got no blockers on the board. You've got your leader skill for 2k, and then whatever other counter is in your hand. There might, however, is there any chance that those 2 cards that are picked up from the life could then give enough to survive one of these 3 swings?
Yeah, exactly. So let's see how this plays out. I mean, at the end of the day, I think there's ability to get rid of the pudding and the Garp just by swinging into them. Play another 10 cost. But there is a red rock in hand as well, as we know. So these characters are going to be...
Josu swings, leader skill gets rid of it. You could still win this turn if you put a bunch of Don on the Garp for that final swing. So we're going to see a leader swing here. Is it only a 6k?
Yep, 6k swing.
And there's at least, yeah, there's Josu who can counter out of that. So there's no winning the game this turn for Chippy. So I think at this stage, you know, now we're running out of time now, and it does look like there is the hand extended. Are we gonna shake on that? We've reached the end of the game. Is that Chippy getting a 1-0 victory?
Yeah.
And that is going to be Chippy going into the World Finals. But there's something going on at the table. There's a little bit of consternation there. There's a little bit of... Federico's clearly gesturing about something, but that looks like we're going to get confirmation. But it looks like a 1-0 victory for Chippy here, which is going to go and put him. And there it is. Chippy is going to be heading to the One Piece Card Game World Championships in Japan in March. First, there is that little effort of the final.
Yep.
We've got to get to the final first, but regardless of what happens in that final, Chippy is going to be at Worlds in March.
Chippy makes it through, and what a story now. Chippy's going to be facing off against David in the final.
And that's an interesting one. Chippy and David played in round 6 or 7, they said, and Chippy won that game and said to David, look, you made a couple of mistakes. Can I correct them? David's like, yeah, tell me. And Chippy kind of explained, this is how you play the Ace Mirror better. This is how you can win. Well, they're playing the Ace Mirror again with slightly higher stakes than there were last time. The title of European Champion is on the line. Now, we're going to be finishing up here in a minute, but just as a reminder, when we finish up here, we're not done. Don't go anywhere. When we finish up here, we're gonna push you over to the Bandai Card Games, the Play Bandai Card Games YouTube. That is going to be where the final is going to be played after we're done wrapping up here. So do make sure you catch that final. It's going to be a good one. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Taj.
Yep.
What decks win in the final?
Ooh, let me think. If I was to put my house on it, I would say Ace is going to win this final.
I don't know which player I'm going to pick to win the final, though. On the one hand, Chippy won when they played earlier in the tournament and then, kind of gave the lesson. And David has been I've spoken to David a couple of times. They're very, very casual. The way they put it was, I plan to play 3 games of the last chance qualifier and then leave.
No, he said, I'm going to play the first 3 rounds and then drop and go and play in the side events.
Yeah, they wanted to grind side events to get serial Luffy. Well, you got a serial card. It's not a Luffy, but you're in a pretty good position. So is it Chippy the master or is it David the apprentice? Has David become the master? Going to find out in a matter of moments here. But I believe first, I'm going to make some space and we're going to bring Shao in and we're going to wrap up a bit of One Piece action.
Yeah, absolutely. So And with the magic of technology, we are back within moments. And we have managed to get Ross
Materialise.
to disappear and you to materialize, Shell.
Ooh, it's spooky, spooky. Oh, wow. What a day.
What an absolute weekend of action, and what a
Right.
day indeed. This top 32 has been really interesting, let's just put it that way.
Yeah. I'm still shocked about the Rayleigh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. I mean, we saw some great action today. I mean, we started off by seeing Lim, which surprised everyone and won the first top 32 matchup. When it's top 16 and unfortunately fell off, top 16 matchup, which we had Ruben and Ross commentating on. We saw Rady taking a win over Ace.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that fell in the top 8. And then our top 4 was all 4 Ace decks.
Yeah. And don't forget, if you're at home, you can catch up on the full thing on Twitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you missed any of the matches.
Yeah, 2 full days worth of action. Really good stuff. And we've had interesting decks yesterday as well.
Yeah.
We started off the morning with Vegapunk.
Yeah.
We had
The
we've had-
Vegapunk
yeah.
was that was interesting as well.
We had
That's
Roger on
big brain
screen.
movements.
Yeah, and we had Trafalgar Law.
Yeah.
We had yellow, green Trafalgar Law. We've had loads of different decks over the weekend, and people have bought different flavors to try and disrupt the meta, shall we say? So our top players practice against every matchup, but certain players, when they get here, they've got limited time, limited availability to be able to play. So they practice the big main matches, and sometimes they get surprised by certain leaders they're not expecting to turn up, show up, and that can really disrupt the format a little
Some
bit.
people have limited time.
Yeah, exactly. And we even saw a Bella Betty in the top 32.
I know, right?
Now, that really surprised me. Bella Betty was so good when we had blue, purple Luffy dominating the meta. So much so, it shut down blue, purple Luffy. No one was playing it because Bella Betty was so dominant against it.
Yeah.
That and it's good to see it still do
You
well.
know what?
in
I
its
really
top
love that the
32.
One Piece card game brings so many characters, like side characters. And
Yep.
I don't want to say underutilized because we don't know if they're going to be utilized, but less prominent characters. There we go. Less prominent characters to light in such an interesting way.
Yeah, absolutely.
For so many people who haven't played the One Piece Odyssey game, they'll be like, "Who's Lim?" And now we know who Lim is. Lim is a problem.
Exactly. And you know what? My son, he loves Koala is his favorite character in the One Piece universe, and he loves the
Really? That's an
Revolutionary
interesting
Army.
pick.
Yeah, he loves Koala, Sabo as well. But he wanted Koala so desperate to get a leader,
Yeah.
and people used to laugh at him and say Koala's never going to get a leader.
Yeah.
And what? She did get one. And you know what? He started playing with it, trying to make it bling out his deck, play with it, and trying to do the best he can with it, and had lots of fun with it. And this is what I love about this card game. As you say, those side characters, all the characters that you love in the card game, eventually one day they might end up getting a leader and
There you go.
be in a deck that can really cause.
Listen, my son is 2. He can name all of the straw hats. That's about as far as we've got. But one day I'm gonna gift him some cards and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. So this weekend has been absolutely
Epic.
scintillating and epic. I think the
It's
biggest.
not even finished yet.
It's not finished.
That's
We've
the
got a
mad
grand
part.
final.
That's
to
the
go.
mad part.
We've still got our ceremony after
Yeah.
that as well,
Yeah.
where our players will be getting awarded their prizes. But I mean, David's story. I mean, did you hear about David's story? The top 4 matchup just before this one.
Yeah.
He played in the last chance qualifier on Friday. Was one of 3,000 players who played there. He planned to just play the first 3 rounds, drop,
Yeah.
go and play the side event so he can get himself a manga card, manga Luffy. But won the first 3 rounds,
Yeah, was
decided
just
to
too-
keep
was just
going
too
and
good.
going and going,
Yeah.
and ended up qualifying from the last chance qualifiers on the Friday after 9 rounds. Played 10 rounds yesterday, managed to get into top 32,
Yep.
and is now in the in the European
to
Championship
Japan.
finals,
He's going to
and is
Japan.
going to
Yeah,
Japan.
Go to Japan. So, I mean, look, if you think you're nice at card games, you think you're nice with the One Piece card game, maybe turn up, maybe see what you can do.
Exactly.
Next one, not this one.
Yeah.
You can't turn up to this one.
It's a bit too late to get to this one.
You kind of missed your chance here, but there is next year.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, like you said, it's not over yet, is
No,
it?
no,
This
no,
is
no.
just the beginning of the finals now. We've had amazing action going on our sister channel, on the official Bandai YouTube channel.
Yep, live.
We've had live action of all the finals. We've had panels on there as
Digimon
well.
panel. We've got a Gundam panel coming up next.
Yep, so there's news being released about that as well, and we're still going to have our One Piece final there. Have we revealed any One Piece information yet on that
there's some
channel?
One Piece news coming.
There
I
is some
can't say what it is.
yeah. We're really excited about this. There is some exclusive new reveals and news coming about the One Piece card game. So make sure you stay tuned on that channel to at least make sure you understand what's going to happen, because we're super excited about this, aren't we? And then we've got the finals match and the closing ceremony as well.
Yeah.
But I just want to say a massive thank you, first of all, to the thousands of players.
Thousands. I've been looking at the count number. Insane. Big up all of you.
Yeah, first of all of you that are viewing at home, absolutely thank you so much. It really makes our stream worthwhile, and we hope you've enjoyed it over the weekend. We've also had over 5,000 players and spectators turn up, more than that, over this weekend of action here in Düsseldorf from all corners of Europe and further away as well. We've got Orange Samurai Diego, who's here earlier from the US as well, spending time here. So players from across the globe and fans of the One Piece card game and other Bandai Card Games have been here as well.
Do you know what's beautiful? This game is, what, 3 years old?
Yep.
And it's already this strong. You can only imagine what's going to happen in the next few years when more people pick it up. The meta develops more cards come out. It's electric to be a part of it, you know?
You say that as well. I mean, I've been part of the game from the beginning.
Yeah.
You've been part of the game from the beginning.
Yes, I mean, yeah.
You went up to Newcastle to the Bandai store when
I
the
picked
game
up
was
the very first release of the card.
The super pre-release sticks. We both got them at home.
They're in airtight boxes. You can't have it. It's mine. You can't have it.
But we've seen how it's gone from its infancy and creation to this huge, colossal game that's loved by so many people across the world.
Yeah.
So it's going stronger and stronger all the time. So
I've always said, look, you put One Piece on something and I'm already interested. You got my attention. But if you put One Piece on something good, then I am in. I'm in, and this is something phenomenal.
Absolutely is. But I think I wanted to say thank you again to all the staff, the volunteers here, as well as everyone on the stream team as well, that have made this such a wonderful weekend for us all. And Xiao, thank you for coming down as well and making this such a wonderful event for everybody. Well, I'm going to say goodbye to all of you now. I've done my job.
Well, is it goodbye, though? Because they're all going to move over to the official YouTube stream and continue watching.
YouTube,
so it's not goodbye. It's kind of like matane.
Yeah, well, Xiao's going to be back in a bit. My time on for the weekend is done, so I hope I've done a good job and you've enjoyed the action. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues over on the other channel. You're going to have Ben and Ross doing the final for you, and then Xiao will be around as well, supporting them when we have our announcements and our closing ceremony. Thank you so much for watching. Don't go too far. Flip over to the other channel and continue watching this One Piece action.
See you real soon. The One Piece is real.
See you next season.